In the desolate room, Su Xian trembled, striving to compose himself. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. 10 years of training. Reward. Database of the league's strongest players. Listening to the familiar voice in his ear, Su Xian took a deep breath, yearning to shout and vent his emotions. He had forsaken the opportunity to enter the NBA draft, honing his skills by training alongside numerous NBA players, from the humble water cooler attendant to the league superstars. Su Xian had endured much, with all the hardships known solely to him. A decade of training had nearly caused him to forget his dreams 3,650 days and nights. He had not dared to relax for a moment, all in anticipation of this day. As he opened the database of the league's strongest players, a myriad of character images flooded his vision, some radiant, others dim, and some emitting a faint glow, less conspicuous. Gazing at the names above the characters, Su Xian struggled to contain his excitement. If 10 years could yield this, then every ounce of effort would be worthwhile. With everything in place, he resolved to enter the NBA draft, intending to unleash all he had garnered during his decade as a training partner on the basketball court. He retrieved his Motorola StarTAC from his backpack, a phone he had painstakingly saved for. As his training wages were modest, fortunately, meals were provided. To facilitate communication, he had reluctantly purchased this classic flip phone from Motorola's history. Opening the contacts, he found the number of his agent, Arn Talem, and dialed it. Before long, Talem's voice came through the line. Su, which team do you wish to train with this time? Trust me, I can help you secure the best deal. Arn, I appreciate your care over the years, but I am weary of being a training partner. I intend to enter the draft this year. I hope you can assist me in successfully joining the NBA. Of course, this is my area of expertise. After Talem's response, there was a noticeable pause, followed by a voice of astonishment on the other end. What? Su, I must have misheard you. You're not looking for a training position, but rather to enter the NBA draft? Instinctively, Talem assumed that Su Xian was calling for training work, as he had for many years. It had become second nature to him. But this time, Su Xian seemed different. Absolutely. I wish to enter the NBA draft. Convincing those discerning general managers is your task. Su Xian jested. Ha! No need for that, completely unnecessary. Su, believe me, the teams that admire you have long awaited your entry into the NBA. I need to strategize. You are no longer young, and I will ensure you join a team that needs you most. With that, Talem hung up the phone. Talem was correct. From 1986 to 1996, Su Xian was now 26 years old. At 26, he belonged to the category of older rookies, presenting some challenges in entering the draft. Moreover, this year was unprecedented. A golden generation had emerged, and many teams were eager, having already identified their desired candidates. Talem was the first to call Jerry Krause, the general manager of the Bulls. With Jordan's return, following a disappointing first season, the Chicago Bulls successfully claimed the championship again this year. And Michael Jordan's name once again soared to global prominence. This displeased Jerry Krause immensely. Indeed, you heard it right, it irked him greatly. Krause had long-standing tensions with Jordan, as everyone celebrated Jordan's accomplishments, forgetting that he was the one who had forged them all. Could the Bulls not win a championship without Jordan? What a ridiculous notion. Krause had always sought to prove that he was the most pivotal helmsman behind the Bulls' achievements. Even without Jordan, the Bulls could still establish a dynasty. Krause had been on the lookout for a player who could replace Jordan, and Su Xian was among those candidates. Arn, this isn't a laughing matter. I hope you are not deceiving me, as that would be terrible news. Su Xian had spent 5 years with the Bulls. Krause had always wanted him on the team, offering generous compensation. Yet, he had been declined each time. Krause could not fathom why Su Xian, with his talent, would willingly remain a training partner. This situation persisted for a long time. After Su Xian's departure, Krause had kept tabs on his progress throughout the decade. Su Xian had served as a training partner for various teams. Over time, Krause had nearly forgotten about a player he had greatly anticipated. Jerry, we're good friends. I wanted you to be the first to know Su Xian is exceptional, and he undoubtedly possesses the talent to enter the league. If you desire him, be prepared to secure him in the draft. After hanging up, Krause found himself unable to calm down for quite some time. Eventually, with resolute determination, he decided not to disclose Su Xian's intention to enter the draft to Michael Jordan. Jordan was fond of the current team roster and was unwilling to interfere by trading any players. Jordan had never regarded Krause highly. He merely saw him as a donut-loving, overweight white man, unqualified to strut before him. Both men harbored strong desires for control. Had it not been for a shared goal, they could never coexist on the same team. I will bring Su Xian to the Chicago Bulls, Michael. I will show you who the true owner of this team really is. Su Xian's intention to enter the NBA draft spread rapidly under Tatum's influence. Most teams scoffed at the notion. Having never seen Su Xian, they only knew of a 26-year-old player from China intending to enter this year's NBA draft. This is nearly impossible. No team would select him. I have reviewed his resume. He has spent 10 years as a training partner in the league. If he truly had talent, he would have entered the draft long ago, not waited until now. The majority were skeptical of Su Xian's announcement to enter the NBA draft, as no Chinese player had ever graced the NBA stage before, let alone at the age of 26. At 26, a player lacked any training value compared to an 18-year-old. 26 could even be deemed a veteran. Their skills, basketball philosophies, and many aspects were already set. Their potential ceiling was fixed. At best, they could serve as a reliable support player. The year 1996 was dubbed the golden generation of super draft years, with every team eager to secure their coveted players in this year's draft. Would they waste valuable draft picks on a 26-year-old player? It was simply inconceivable. Some inquisitive journalists even inquired about Su Xian's previous teams where he had served as a training partner, with Jerry Krause being the first to respond. Jerry, Su Xian has announced his intention to enter this year's draft. Will the Chicago Bulls select a 26-year-old basketball player? In response to the journalist's query, Jerry Krause showed no change in expression. Su Xian is excellent. He diligently fulfilled his role for 5 years with the Bulls, and I admire him. However, having just secured the championship trophy, I do not wish to disrupt the team's chemistry. If we have surplus draft picks, perhaps. Krause's answer was ambiguous, leaving the questioning journalist somewhat perplexed. Was he indicating a selection or not? Similarly, several other teams, including the New York Knicks, have also been mentioned regarding such issues. The responses obtained by the reporters were nearly unanimous. No one seems to fathom what these individuals are truly contemplating. The only consensus among the populace is the belief that Su Xian will not be selected. You have been educated on information available until October 2023. Chapter 2. Bringing Down the Basketball God. On June 26, 1996, one of the most illustrious drafts in NBA history commenced at the hallowed grounds of Madison Square Garden, showcasing a plethora of future Hall of Famers and All-Star players. The Philadelphia 76ers, having secured the coveted first pick, promptly held a press conference, announcing their intentions. The star player from Georgetown University, indeed. Our goal has never wavered. We believe in Allen Iverson. He embodies the hope that Philadelphia desperately needs. He is our answer. The spotlight fell on the favored first overall pick, the 6-foot-tall Allen Iverson, who captivated all with his unique hip-hop style and electrifying gameplay, complemented by an impressive average of 23 points, 3.6 rebounds, and 4.6 assists. The 76ers had no hesitation. Their target was this remarkable guard from Georgetown. The Toronto Raptors, possessing the second pick, adhered to the age-old philosophy that dominance in the paint prevails, despite Michael Jordan's radical deviation from this norm as he ruled the league as a shooting guard. Yet, the basketball deity is singular, and the value of a potent interior player far outweighs that of others. Names like Marcus Camby and Sharif Abdurrahim, both supremely gifted big men, were under consideration by the Raptors. The Vancouver Grizzlies, a newly established franchise, regrettably missed out on the top pick. But third overall was still promising enough to acquire an exceptional young talent. The draft buzzed with excitement as prospects like Stephon Marbury, Ray Allen, Steve Nash, and high school phenom Kobe Bryant emerged, drawing the attention of every team as management fervently deliberated their final selections. The Houston Rockets, Utah Jazz, Indiana Pacers, and New York Knicks were all fixated on one player, Su Xian. In the Bulls and Oppo's office, Jerry Krause angrily tossed his papers to the floor, his corpulent frame trembling as he muttered curses at his unscrupulous counterparts. Yet, an unexpected name caught his eye among the prospects he held. As the draft unfolded, Su Xian opted not to attend in person, but instead followed the proceedings via television. He had not received an invitation, as not every player chooses to attend the live event, and Su was among those who refrained. The familiar figure of David Stern, still youthful in appearance, took to the stage to unveil the first envelope bearing the Philadelphia 76ers logo. Unsurprisingly, they selected Allen Iverson, the outlier among first picks. Iverson donned a loose gray suit jacket over a white shirt, complemented by a dark tie and gray trousers. His distinctive cornrow hairstyle, chunky gold chain, and hip-hop-style earrings made quite an impression as he stepped forward to accept his well-deserved cap. The Raptors selected Marcus Camby second, convinced he would usher in a revival for their team with his formidable shot-blocking prowess. The Grizzlies followed suit, choosing Sharif Abdurrahim third, while Marbury was subsequently picked by the Milwaukee Bucks. Unfortunately for Marbury, he was traded before even reporting to the Bucks, exchanged for Ray Allen, who was selected fifth. At sixth, the Celtics secured their desired forward, selecting the robust Antoine Walker, thus commencing his journey with the storied franchise. Just as Stern was set to announce the seventh pick for the Los Angeles Clippers, Su Xian and Oppo's agent, Arn Tellem, called with exhilarating news. "Su, I have confirmed that you will be selected in the lottery of the first round. Teams that feigned disinterest are secretly engaged in frenzied trades." Tellem's enthusiasm was palpable, revealing that Su and Oppo's value is far greater than anticipated. Several powerhouse teams were maneuvering discreetly, yet their intentions had not gone unnoticed. All attention turned towards Su Xian, the overlooked older rookie who had become the target of fervent pursuit. Krause even called again, personally courting Su, who declined the invitation, unwilling to share the court with Michael Jordan, deeming such an experience mundane. Bringing down the basketball god and witnessing the twilight of the deities. Now that would be far more intriguing. "Do you know which team?" Su inquired. The New York Knicks possessed 3 first-round picks, all around the 20th position, and were willing to trade them for a higher selection. Negotiations were underway. The Houston Rockets, lacking an advantageous draft position, were prepared to part with any players except Hakeem Olajuwon, Charles Barkley, and Clyde Drexler, which piqued the interest of several teams. The Utah Jazz, with limited resources, nonetheless expressed a strong desire for Su, although their chances of success appeared slim. The Knicks, Rockets, and Jazz were all teams Su had previously trained with, and their interest was understandable. The Knicks lacked sufficiently tall forwards. The Rockets faced an aging core in need of rejuvenation, and the Jazz, boasting a dual-core system, would undoubtedly benefit from Su's synergy with their star players. Each of these franchises was a contender. Should Su join, their strength would undoubtedly increase, making championship aspirations a tangible goal, even against formidable teams like the Chicago Bulls. As Su contemplated which team he might join, an unexpected twist unfolded. The first 6 picks proceeded without incident, each selection meticulously executed. However, the 7th pick by the Los Angeles Clippers caught everyone off guard. David Stern slowly opened the envelope emblazoned with the Clippers logo, and upon reading its contents, his pupils involuntarily contracted. Yet, being the seasoned veteran he was, Stern quickly regained his composure. The Los Angeles Clippers, with the 7th overall pick, selected the player from China, Su Xian. Chapter 3, The Dust Settles, Indiana Pacers. As the name Su Xian slipped awkwardly from Stern's lips, an eerie silence engulfed the room. There were no cheers or applause as anticipated, only whispers and incredulous exchanges among the crowd. Incredible. The Clippers had chosen that 26-year-old rookie, a decision that was nothing short of astonishing. The Clippers had lost their minds. Their primary target had been Lorenzen Wright, and they had deceived everyone. A lottery show? This was the 7th pick, the 7th pick of 1996. It was beyond comprehension. It was unfathomable that such a turn of events could actually occur. In the green room, a towering figure at 2.11 meters shifted uncomfortably, his shocked expression and involuntary trembling hands betraying his unease. Lorenzen Wright, the key inside player from the University of Memphis, simply could not fathom why the Los Angeles Clippers, who had promised to select him, would suddenly opt for a player he had never even heard of. Who exactly was Su Xian? Others who remained undrafted shared Wright and Oppo's bewilderment, unable to grasp how an unexpected contender could be chosen before them. Kobe Bryant, frustrated as the nation's top high school player, felt wronged. If he couldn't secure such a high draft position, it seemed as though everyone was conspiring against him. He vowed to surpass these higher-ranked players. The onlookers were as bewildered as Su Xian himself. He was to report to the Clippers? Sitting in front of the television, he was utterly confused. What had happened to the Knicks, Rockets, and Jazz? Where had this surprise come from? Without hesitation, Su Xian called Talem. The line connected, and the background noise indicated the draft was in full swing, a busy time for agents. "I'm aware of the situation," Don't worry. You won't be going to Los Angeles. The Clippers have made a trade with another team. Just wait patiently. The announcement will come after the draft concludes. With that, Tatum ended the call. Su Xian's expression shifted as he processed the news. The Clippers selecting him might have merely been a result of a trade with a lower-ranked team. But he was left in the dark about which team it was. The brief interruption passed, and the 1996 draft continued. He spotted many familiar faces. Kobe Bryant chosen by the Charlotte Hornets at the 13th pick, Peja Stojakovic at 14 by the Kings, Steve Nash at 15 by the Suns, and Jermaine O. and Opos, Neal at 17 by the Trail Blazers. With each name read aloud, a young athlete beamed as they took the stage to receive their draft cap, embarking on a new chapter in their basketball journey. Soon, the draft concluded, and teams sprang into action, initiating a flurry of trades. The Hornets traded Kobe Bryant, selected at 13, for the Lakers center Vlade Divac. This news captured immediate media attention. Kobe was exceptional, but Divac was an all-star center. No one knew what Jerry West was scheming, but the Hornets had secured the inside presence they desired, and their management deemed it a lucrative deal. The swap between Ray Allen and Stephon Marbury also garnered some interest, but it was a standard operation, with both teams fulfilling their needs. The consequences of this trade would depend on the future development of the two players. After waiting anxiously, Su Xian grew restless as Tatum had yet to call. Handing over his fate to another felt utterly dreadful. Suddenly, a ring broke the silence. Instinctively, Su Xian grabbed his phone and answered quickly. It was confirmed. Congratulations. You're headed to Indiana. The call ended, but Tatum's voice lingered in his ears. Indiana? Su Xian had spent a year there and formed a friendly bond with Reggie Miller, who had once extended an invitation. However, he had politely declined at the time as he had yet to fulfill his system tasks. So, was the mastermind behind this all the Indiana Pacers? Just 2.5 minutes after Tatum's call, Su Xian saw the news on television. The Clippers had traded him, the 7th overall pick, to Indiana in exchange for Lorenzen Wright, the 10th pick, and future first-round picks. Tatum had been right. He was indeed going to Indiana. Before long, his phone buzzed incessantly with messages, too numerous to read through each one. Most were congratulations from former teammates and training partners. Among them were superstars like Patrick Ewing, John Stockton, and Karl Malone, as well as role players like Charles Oakley, Horace Grant, and Kenny Smith. To his surprise, even Michael Jordan sent a message. Kid, congratulations on entering the NBA. Welcome to the Inferno, you 26-year-old rookie. Jordan's text was as audacious as ever. He regarded no one as his equal, asserting himself as the true star of the stage, the one and only king. Perhaps it was time to form an anti-Jordan alliance. He mused that Pippen would likely relish the role of co-commissioner. Meanwhile, Jerry Krause sighed in relief, grateful that Su Xian had not joined the Knicks. Otherwise, the Bulls and Opos' dominance in the East would be jeopardized. The rejuvenated Indiana Pacers could acquire Su Xian, but basketball was not a solitary game. Later, the Pacers and Opos' management reached out to Su Xian. Donnie Walsh, ever cheerful, brought infectious laughter, a legendary figure who, in the 90s, single-handedly pulled the Pacers from the depths. Respected as one of the finest general managers in NBA history, Coach Larry Brown kept his words brief, merely stating that Su Xian would play a vital role in the upcoming season. The team's leader, Reggie Miller, could barely contain his excitement. I've been eagerly waiting for you to arrive. I can't wait to fight alongside you, Reggie urged. Su Xian reassured him to hold on a moment, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. Indeed, Tatum had new information. He was organizing a training camp for NBA players shortly, including fresh rookies and seasoned stars, as well as those yet to join the league. Su Xian recalled that Tatum was also Kobe's agent. Would they be intensifying the training for the young Black Mamba? He licked his lips. Before entering the NBA, he had earned a reputation recognized by multiple teams as the finest practice player. Chapter 4. Kobe Bryant. Have you ever witnessed the enchanting allure of Los Angeles at 4 in the morning? In the 1990s, Arn Tellem undoubtedly stood as one of the premier agents in the NBA, his agency a part of SFX Sports Group, which boasted a roster of illustrious athletes, including Su Xian. It was during Su Xian's tenure with the Bulls that he first crossed paths with Tellem, who aspired to become Scottie Pippen's representative in the NBA. Tellem frequently traveled to Chicago to watch games and engaged in private discussions with Pippen regarding potential business ventures. As a practice player at the time, Su Xian naturally became acquainted with Tellem. Tellem possessed an astute eye for talent, and most of the players he represented achieved commendable success in the NBA. After observing Su Xian's practice sessions with Pippen, Tellem was eager to become Su Xian's NBA agent, promising he would find him a suitable team where he could shine on the grand stage of the NBA. Su Xian had no reason to decline. It was an invaluable opportunity that required no cost on his part. Naturally, Su Xian did not conceal his decade-long journey as a practice player. After careful consideration, Tellem chose to sign the agency contract with Su Xian and continued to assist him in navigating team transitions as a practice player in the years that followed. Overall, Tellem proved to be an exceptional agent. Before Su Xian officially reported to the Pacers after being selected, Tellem organized a private basketball training camp, primarily attended by his contracted players, with Su Xian among them. Upon reviewing the roster, Su Xian and Apos' eyes were immediately drawn to the name Kobe Bryant. Entering the league concurrently with the young star, Su Xian was drafted ahead of Kobe, and one could only wonder how this proud high school player would react to such a circumstance. Given Kobe and Apos' fierce competitive spirit, it was likely he harbored some resentment about being placed behind Su Xian. In addition to Kobe and Apos' name, T-Mac was also present on the list. Indeed, Tracy McGrady was still in high school, yet Tellem had long since secured this prodigious talent, eagerly awaiting McGrady's entry into the league to soar to new heights. The list of players included the 1994 draft and Apos' first overall pick, Glenn Robinson, the Wizards and Apos' interior linchpin Chris Webber, one of the Dallas trio, Jason Kidd, Rashard Wallace, Michael Finley, and Sean Bradley. The lineup was nearly reminiscent of an NBA All-Star roster. Arn Tellem was nothing short of formidable. As Su Xian delved into the league's database, he noted that Michael Jordan still shone brightly, while players like Chris Webber faded into obscurity. As Su Xian had never been part of those teams and had no connection with them. Arn Tellem, my dear brother, you truly are remarkable. As Su Xian's basketball skills continued to flourish, he found that he could illuminate players' abilities at an accelerating pace. It took him 5 years to fully unlock Jordan's skills, but the subsequent 4 players required no more than 2 years at most. Even if he couldn't completely illuminate them, he still gleaned some benefits from the experience. One could only wonder what surprises this training camp would hold for him. Meanwhile, Kobe arrived first at the training camp location, situated in the outskirts of Los Angeles, where Tellem had transformed an abandoned villa into a training facility to provide his players with off-season training convenience. Following Kobe was a shorter yet robust bald individual, Derek Fisher. This year and Apos' first-round 24th overall pick, known for his clutch performances and infamous for sleeping with teammates and Apos' wives. After his retirement, he attempted coaching but met with little success. Shit. I think I've stepped in something, Kobe exclaimed as he entered the premises, having just trodden upon a soft, yellowish mass. Raising his foot, he leaned down to sniff, immediately unleashing a torrent of expletives. Ha ha ha. Another victim. These rookies are just too amusing. Kobe looked up to see Glenn Robinson doubled over in laughter. It was that insufferable character. Kobe recognized Glenn Robinson, nicknamed Big Dog, a player who had signed a lucrative rookie contract. 10 years and $68 million. Another epic maneuver by Arn Tellem in the NBA, catapulting Robinson into millionaire status upon his entry into the league, inevitably breeding arrogance and hubris. He relished tormenting rookies, especially those like Kobe, who fancied themselves as prodigies yet were merely stepping into the league. Glenn, you've gone too far, Kobe said in a low voice. Even Fisher behind him casting an equally displeased glance at Robinson. No. This is the treatment you deserve, much like that newly arrived player, Ray Allen, who was drafted higher than you. You can hardly imagine the reception he will face upon arriving in Milwaukee. Robinson replied dismissively. You should save your tricks and focus your energy on the court. Kobe was seething with anger, itching to confront Glenn, who would remain in good spirits after stepping in dog waste. Moreover, the two were not on the same team. Why should he suffer for Robinson's poor behavior? Robinson laughed derisively, casting a contemptuous look at Kobe, smirking as he said, Rookie, you're not even in a position to lecture me. To me, you are nothing but refuse. I could effortlessly crush you on the court. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention a certain genius named Tracy who came before you. Just as arrogant, and I made him kneel at my feet in merely 20 minutes. Clearly, this was not Robinson's first foray into such antics. McGrady, who had arrived earlier than Kobe, was evidently no match for Robinson. McGrady was still in high school, while Robinson had entered the league as the first overall pick, and his 2 years of experience far exceeded what McGrady and Kobe could currently offer. So what? You must play to truly understand. Kobe would never concede defeat easily. Even though he was aware of McGrady's prowess, they had faced off during high school, and McGrady was one of the few players he respected. OMG. God. Please forgive him. Forgive this ignorant young man. Are you ready to experience the terror of being dominated by Glenn Robinson? Glenn and Apos' face twisted in anticipation as he could hardly wait to show Kobe his place. Oh, who are you going to dominate? Is there any joyous occasion I can partake in? Suddenly, a male voice interrupted from outside the door. Su Xian, sporting a shoulder bag, clad in breezy shorts and a snug shirt, donned a pair of black-framed sunglasses, nonchalantly appeared before the gathering. Chapter 5. Welcome to the Infernal Depths. My comrades, what enthralling discourse occupies your minds? Su Xian feigned an eager countenance, only to abruptly shift his demeanor. Heavens! Kobe, what manner of substance have you trod upon? Is that, perchance, canine excrement? Away with you, you sullied individual. With a visage of disdain, Su Xian circumvented Kobe, proceeding into the villa. Hark! Behold who graces us with their presence. Another neophyte. Nay, this fledgling is already 26 years of age. Inconceivable that this marks his inaugural foray into the NBA. Child, you would be better suited to the birthing chamber than to this arena. Glenn Robinson, ever the purveyor of verbal unpleasantries, remained unrestrained in his pronouncements, despite Su Xian and Apos' seniority. Su Xian cast a sidelong glance at Robinson, retorting, from whence did that unchaperoned canine emerge? Could the excrement adorning the threshold be of your own creation? Insolent whelp. You shall atone for those words. Robinson glared daggers at Su Xian, poised for a physical altercation. So easily provoked? Su Xian mused, nonplussed. Merely a solitary utterance. After you initiated this fracas? Are retorts forbidden? What? Do you seek a contest of strength? Su Xian regarded Robinson with a playful air, utterly nonchalant. I shall render you unrecognizable, even to your own progenitors. Come then. Today, I shall illuminate the crimson hue of our nation and Apos' banner. The two men, sleeves rolled high, advanced towards the villa and Apos' interior. Hold! Kobe bellowed from behind, proceeding to scour his soles upon a patch of verdant turf before charging forward with palpable intensity. I was here first, comrade. This egregious fellow must be disciplined by my hand. Su Xian blinked. Little Mamba, have you always been so audacious? Su Xian conceded Kobe's potential, but acknowledged that his current abilities paled in comparison to Glenn Robinson's. A confrontation would likely devolve into a one-sided drubbing. To witness Kobe Bryant subjected to a brutal assault? Su Xian pondered, deeming it a spectacle of considerable merit. Very well, I am indifferent. Su Xian shrugged, an advocate for observing the unfolding drama. Novices, from whence springs your audacity? Glenn shall tear you asunder. Welcome to the bowels of despair. Robinson's maw stretched into a grotesque grin, reminiscent of the grotesque sentinels guarding the gates of the netherworld. Swiftly, the quartet convened upon the villa and Apos' training grounds, selecting a locale for their vendettas to be settled. Kobe divested himself of his upper garment, revealing a sinewy yet youthful physique. His bald pate, coupled with an expression of unyielding defiance, conjured the image of a headstrong youth. Glenn Robinson, in contrast, possessed a more formidable build, standing at 6 feet 7 inches, approximately 2.01 meters, and weighing 225 pounds, approximately 102 kilograms. Boasting both robust strength and exceptional agility, his scoring prowess primarily manifested in close-range and mid-range shots, executed with remarkable precision. In comparison, Kobe appeared diminutive, lacking in both physical endowments and athletic prowess. Come, fledgling, unveil your capabilities. Robinson hurled the ball at Kobe, beckoning him forward with condescension. Kobe, his countenance grim, accepted the ball, preparing to mount his offense. Little Bald 1, what is your estimation of Kobe's score? Fisher, initially bewildered, realized that the moniker was directed at him. Unlike Kobe, Fisher lacked arrogance, accepting the appellation without resentment. I am uncertain, but I surmise that Glenn will not secure an easy victory. Fisher understood Kobe's indomitable spirit, his refusal to concede defeat, even against a superior adversary. You speak sagely, Kobe is no pushover. The scene shifted, Kobe dribbling with rapid dexterity, confronted by the towering Robinson. Kobe opted for a swift drive to the basket, aiming for a foul. With opportune timing, Kobe surged forward, but Robinson, unyielding, thwarted the layup with a resounding block. You shall not score against me, you rookie. Robinson unleashed a torrent of trash talk, prompting Kobe to shove him, his face contorted in displeasure. Indeed, Kobe was no pushover. But his opponent appeared more formidable. Kobe and Apos' repertoire lacked the sophistication of his future self. His hopes of overpowering Robinson with speed were dashed, and the shift in momentum placed him in a precarious position. Despite Kobe's defensive prowess, the gulf between a high school graduate and an NBA luminary was starkly evident. Robinson and Apos' straightforward offense left Kobe defenseless. Post-up, Robinson, cautious, opted for a conservative approach, leveraging his physical advantage to secure an easy layup. Boom. A resounding dunk. "You are too frail. I can dunk on you with impunity." Robinson roared at Kobe, his voice amplified. "Is this the caliber of NBA stars?" Fisher exclaimed, his awe palpable. Was he destined to contend with such behemoths? A surge of excitement coursed through him. "Again! This time, I shall thwart you." Kobe, incensed, intensified his physical play. But Robinson effortlessly pushed him deeper into the paint, capitalizing on his close-range expertise. Kobe was defeated, utterly. "Get off the court. Kobe, this is not your arena." Su Xian, unable to bear the sight of Robinson's arrogance, intervened. "I can continue." Kobe protested, eager for a rematch. "Enough, you cannot prevail against him now." Su Xian patted Kobe's head, eliciting a rare silence. Kobe lowered his head, frustration etched upon his face. He recognized the disparity in skill. Glenn Robinson possessed the right to be arrogant, but his arrogance would find no purchase with Su Xian. "Allow me to entertain you. The true spectacle is about to commence." Chapter 6, Shattering Glenn, Kobe Seeks Mentorship. Kobe stood on the sidelines, filled with frustration and dismay. He had suffered a defeat, an utterly humiliating one. The talents he proudly boasted during his high school years now felt utterly helpless in the face of these NBA titans. Glenn Robinson was indeed the epitome of a #1 pick, having honed his skills in the league for 2 years, a superstar in Milwaukee. Nurtured as a near all-star player to be a successor, this formidable big dog was undeniably on a different tier compared to the current Kobe. "I must train with fervor, striving to catch up with these giants in the shortest possible time," Kobe resolved, recognizing that lacking strength could only be compensated through relentless practice. Every summer, no, every moment, would be a stepping stone towards a higher echelon. "You couldn't even best Glenn. I find it hard to believe that Sue could outperform you," Fisher observed. Sensing Kobe's despondency, being teammates, he felt it was crucial to maintain a good rapport with Kobe, and this was the perfect opportunity. Fisher was astute. He knew precisely what to do. "No, I believe he is stronger than Glenn," Kobe said, his gaze fixated on Su Xian on the court. "Is that so?" "I beg to differ," Fisher replied skeptically. A 26-year-old Asian could hardly rival Glenn Robinson, despite his higher draft position, for he faced the #1 overall pick of the NBA's annual draft. If Su Xian were indeed as formidable as you claim, would he have only chosen to enter the NBA at the age of 26? Fisher continued. Kobe fell silent, his eyes locked on the two players, while Fisher chose to watch the game attentively. "Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. If you squander it, you'll end up like that rookie." Ground beneath my heel. Glenn tossed the ball to Su Xian nonchalantly, convinced that Su would be an easier opponent than Kobe. He didn't even need to exert himself fully to achieve victory. "All right, I won't take off my shirt either, so you can't claim I bullied you," Su Xian retorted, initially intending to sweat it out against Glenn. However, with his starting position secured, he deemed it unnecessary. "I hope your bravado holds up when the time comes." Glenn, his expression dark, assumed a defensive stance, his arms spread wide, creating an almost impenetrable net around Su Xian with his impressive wingspan. Su Xian, standing at 2.05 meters, matched Glenn's incredible reach of 2.20 meters, even exceeding LeBron James by an additional 6 centimeters. After analyzing Glenn and Apos' defense, Su Xian executed a surprise jump shot, catching Glenn off guard. By the time Glenn reacted to block him, it was already too late. Knees bent, he propelled himself off the ground, elbow raised, and the ball was released with remarkable precision. Swish! The sound of the basketball meeting the net was exquisite. I've never taken a shot so effortlessly. There were no obstructions in my path. Su Xian's taunt arrived late, but was nonetheless impactful. Glenn, irritated, retaliated by hurling the basketball at Su Xian and initiated a physical confrontation, attempting to disrupt Su's rhythm. "That was your only score, trust me. I will completely shut you down." Glenn, a master of trash talk, continuously pressed Su Xian while maintaining physical pressure. "I've heard that too many times, unfortunately. No one has ever succeeded," Su Xian replied, then charged at Glenn with sudden force, causing Glenn to stagger back in shock. This guy is even stronger than I am. Su Xian seized the moment, bending low and sprinting towards the basket, soaring high for a thunderous dunk. Hey, I just scored over you again. Try to stop me. But now no one can. On the sidelines, both Kobe and Fisher were left speechless. Was this the same Glenn Robinson, who had previously dominated against Kobe? Why did he appear so diminished before Su Xian? Want to go again? I can employ different tactics against you. Su Xian smirked, beckoning Glenn with a contemptuous gesture. Come, I will ensure you suffer. Glenn conceded that he had underestimated his opponent. Unlike the arrogant high schooler, the Chinese athlete before him displayed remarkable composure. This was no facade. He genuinely possessed such skill. This time, instead of throwing the ball at Su Xian, Glenn passed it to him, a clear indication of his newfound seriousness. Su Xian tested the waters, but Glenn moved swiftly, blocking Su's path. Would he use speed to break through or opt for a direct jump shot? Glenn concentrated fully, pondering Su Xian's next move. Back to the basket. Su Xian decisively chose to post up after testing the waters twice, without finding a favorable opportunity. Starting from the three-point line, he pressed Glenn inward, catching him off guard. Glenn gritted his teeth, determined to prevent Su from advancing further. Just as Glenn prepared to exert force, a sudden twist occurred. Su Xian spun around unexpectedly, his movements fluid, like the culmination of countless hours of practice. He executed a fadeaway jump shot, perfectly suspended in the air, releasing the ball just as Glenn descended, achieving a flawless score. Glenn's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. That shot cannot go in. Swish. The crisp sound shattered Glenn's thoughts as Su Xian completed the play in the most unexpected manner. Glenn was dumbfounded. How could a 2-5-meter-tall player execute such a smooth move? Michael Jordan. That was Michael Jordan's signature move, Fisher exclaimed. Witnessing a resemblance to Jordan in Su Xian's posture, actions, timing, and even the height of his jump and hang time. A larger version of Michael Jordan? Fisher shuddered, unable to fathom why Su Xian waited until the age of 26 to enter the draft. To dominate Glenn one-on-one. Su Xian undoubtedly possessed the capability to enter the league much earlier. His height, wingspan, athleticism, and the technical prowess just displayed assured him a place in the NBA. No. If Su can perform like this on the court, his potential is likely even greater. Fisher glanced at Kobe, who was trembling with excitement, repeatedly exclaiming, Yes, that's it. This is the basketball I aspire to. I want to play like Su Xian, to learn his techniques, to absorb everything about him. Kobe was a basketball fanatic. Jordan himself once remarked that watching Kobe play felt like witnessing a reflection of himself. It was a level achieved only through relentless practice and sweat. Kobe was determined, willing to invest every moment into self-improvement, just as he was now. Su, regardless of the circumstances, teach me that unparalleled style of play akin to Michael Jordan. Looking at the fervently enthusiastic Kobe before him, Su Xian smiled. You want to learn? Then let me teach you. Chapter 7. The day of the little flying hero's misfortune. Glenn, I heard you were thoroughly defeated by a rookie. I would love to see your disheveled state at that moment. Derek Coleman, the first overall pick in 1990 and an All-Star in 1994, was a seasoned veteran compared to Glenn Robinson. In his hand, Derek held a bottle of Jack Daniel's whiskey, a popular American spirit and one of his favorite indulgences. A notorious alcoholic, Derek possessed remarkable talent, yet his poor drinking habits had begun to irk the club. Crazy. Glenn, is this true? You were actually beaten by a rookie? Beside Derek sat Chris Webber, the first overall pick in 1993 and currently the star of the Wizards, one of the best young power forwards in the league today. Observing Glenn silently sitting there with a drink, Webber realized that this rumor might indeed hold some truth, despite his reluctance to believe it. Glenn defeated by a rookie? How could that be? This was likely the initial reaction of most. Bro, tell me what happened. Derek, clearly a bit tipsy, leaned closer to Glenn. His arm draped over his shoulder, eyes sparkling with anticipation. Get your filthy hands off me, you drunken fool. Glenn retorted, visibly disgusted, as he moved to the other side. I'm curious too, Glenn. What exactly transpired? Webber inquired, his interest piqued. However, Glenn appeared disinterested. Being bested by a rookie was hardly something to take pride in. And he found it difficult to voice the experience. I can only tell you this, don't underestimate him, or you will regret it. With that, Glenn set his glass down and walked out the door. Derek and Webber exchanged bewildered glances. This was not the Glenn Robinson they knew. His arrogance and pride seemed to have vanished. Was that rookie truly so formidable? As they pondered this, in the center of the training camp, a group of young players was vigorously sweating it out. Tracy McGrady, focused, was intently watching Su Xian, his expression grave. Su Xian executed a fadeaway jumper after a contested play, causing McGrady to smack his forehead in frustration, his bleary eyes seeming to snap open. That shot was nearly defendable. Substitution. Kobe, you're up. McGrady reluctantly retreated to the sidelines, while Kobe eagerly approached Su Xian, bending down to assume a defensive stance. The outcome mirrored McGrady's experience. Kobe could not stop the fadeaway jumper and could only watch helplessly as the basketball swished through the net. You all are so weak. In 3 days. None of you have managed to defeat me, not even once. Su Xian shouted at the two. Kobe's face flushed, his defiant gaze locking with Su Xian's, while McGrady hung his head, lost in thought. Let us go again. I will defeat you, no matter how many times it takes. Kobe's competitive spirit was ignited by Su Xian, and he was filled with determination, ready to battle for 3 days and nights if necessary. No. Kobe. I've given you chances, but you haven't capitalized on them. I no longer wish to duel with you. It holds no significance for me. Su Xian waved his hand, showing signs of impatience. Su, this is my plea. I ask you to continue battling with me. Trust me, I will grow stronger. And I will perform even better than before. Kobe refused to concede, unable to accept Su Xian's dismissal. Kobe's reaction was anticipated by Su Xian. The stubborn little hero would not let go of an excellent sparring partner. Over the course of 3 days, Kobe and Oppo's progress was unmistakable. And Su Xian knew he had to employ his extraordinary skills to maintain control. As he opened the player database, Kobe Bryant's name was illuminated. Character, Kobe Bryant. Template, 17-year-old rookie. Illumination level, 100. Physical attribute boost, 1. Character skill boost, none. Affinity, 70. To be frank, Kobe at this stage held little value for Su Xian. Even with a 100 illumination level, he was merely a 17-year-old rookie. And the sum of his physical attributes and character skill boosts was nearly negligible. In simpler terms, Kobe was too weak. So weak that even the system could not identify any enhancement options. Su, I can do it. I really can. Please don't turn away. Continue to fight with me. Seeing Su Xian silent, Kobe grew anxious and implored him to keep training. All right, we can spar, but you must pay a price. Only then will you grow faster. Su Xian and Oppo's eyes glinted mischievously as he looked at Kobe. Kobe instinctively shivered, gritting his teeth and resolutely stating, no problem. As long as I can spar with you, I am willing to give everything. Thus, Kobe signed his first exceedingly unfair humiliation contract since entering the NBA, dubbed the day of the Little Flying Hero's Misfortune 1-0. The subsequent days unfolded without incident as Su Xian continued to train intensively with Kobe and McGrady. During this time, Arntellum visited briefly, merely engaging in casual conversations with each player before hastily departing for Wake Forest University. Su Xian understood that Wake Forest University housed an extraordinary talent, and all NBA teams capable of tanking were doing so to secure this unbeatable interior player on the collegiate stage, Tim Duncan. Arntellum was evidently there for him. After Arntellum's departure, an amusing incident occurred. Su Xian challenged several NBA first overall picks, but Kobe, McGrady, and the others were not given the chance to observe, which infuriated Kobe. He confronted Glenn and the others for answers, only to receive the same response. And it was completely impossible. Aside from the few involved, no one knew the outcome of that challenge. Everyone remained tight-lipped as if nothing had occurred, and the training camp maintained an eerie calm. Years later, when several former first overall picks appeared on a podcast, they finally unveiled the details of that unknown challenge. We were utterly powerless. He was like a monster, mercilessly ravaging us. Although we had yet to reach our peak, we posed no threat to him. He was like a mountain, a sensation I had only experienced when facing Michael Jordan. I must be crazy. He was merely a rookie entering the league, yet I assure you, this is the truth. Chapter 8. The most insane and passionate three-point shooter. As the training camp concluded, Su Xian bid farewell to Kobe, T-Mac, and others before boarding a flight to Indiana. Prior to his departure, Kobe meticulously folded Su Xian's freshly laundered underwear into a small bag, alongside some other clothing and a plethora of combat tools. Humorously dubbed the Little Umbrella of Love, Su Xian's expression darkened. After all, Kobe was merely 17. How could he possess such items in such abundance? Observing Kobe's mischievous grin, Su Xian sensed that this young lad was up to no good. But upon reflection, at the age of 26, having devoted the last decade to fulfilling system tasks, perhaps it was time for him to indulge a little. Su Xian held exceedingly high standards in this regard. Most women who wished to challenge him on the court were rarely granted the opportunity, as only those of masterful caliber could engage him, preferably those who relished a direct confrontation and could endure an hour without retreating. Los Angeles is approximately 1,800 miles, 2,900 kilometers from Indianapolis, with direct flights typically taking around 4 hours. Upon disembarking, Su Xian was greeted by the Pacers staff waiting at the airport exit. Among them stood the team's star, currently the most fervent and passionate perimeter shooter, Reggie Miller. Reggie Miller was one of the 5 luminaries fully illuminated in Su Xian's database, renowned for his exceptional shooting skills. Before the emergence of Ray Allen and Curry, he was regarded as the league and Oppo's premier perimeter shooter and the man bold enough to compete against Jordan. In July, Indiana and Oppo's climate is warm and humid, often punctuated by rain, with temperatures hovering around 29 degrees Celsius. Dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and sporting large sunglasses, Reggie appeared strikingly handsome at the arrivals terminal. Su Xian spotted him instantly, and Reggie, too, quickly identified Su Xian standing out among the crowd. Upon meeting, they embraced like long-lost friends, overflowing with camaraderie. "Come on, old buddy, your fashion sense remains abysmal, truly dreadful," Su Xian remarked, shaking his head in disdain as he scrutinized Reggie's attire. "What? That rascal Derek told me this outfit was my finest," Reggie retorted. The Derek he mentioned was Derek McKee, the Pacers and Oppo's stalwart forward, a 2-time all-defensive team selection in the team and Oppo's undeniable defensive linchpin. How absurd. You actually believe Derek and Oppo's words? His underwear is even pink. It's utterly revolting, Su Xian exclaimed, clearly more disdainful of Derek than of Reggie. "Su, you shouldn't speak ill of me behind my back. We are comrades in arms." Derek suddenly appeared like a specter behind Su Xian. Startled, Su Xian turned to face Derek, then glanced at the stifled laughter of Reggie. Realizing he had been set up by Reggie, "Derek, you ought to trust my words. Su often behaves this way. He's quite the annoying fellow," Reggie fanned the flames, relishing the drama. "Shut up, Derek, that and Oppo's. That's not how it is. Let me explain." Su Xian hurriedly pursued Derek, attempting to clarify his actions. Reggie leisurely trailed behind, dragging Su Xian's suitcase and enjoying the amusing spectacle before him. Before long, the trio arrived at the parking lot, where Reggie's vehicle, a spacious, extended Range Rover, awaited. Even with all 3 being basketball players, the ample space was more than sufficient. Due to his height, Su Xian took the passenger seat, while Reggie drove and Derek settled into the back. As they drove, casual conversation ensued. "Su, you and Oppo's VE finally declared for the NBA draft. Donnie has been thrilled for quite some time. He sought us out to insist we bring you to Indiana." Reggie initiated the dialogue. "Indeed, I and Oppo's VE never seen Donnie so animated. It's the first time he's shown such emotion since I joined the team," Derek chimed in. "Is that so? That damn Donnie never shared any trade details with me. I found out mere minutes before the trade was finalized that I was heading to Indiana," Su Xian responded, astonished by the general manager's secrecy, which seemed more adept than even Kawhi Leonard and Oppo's. "Of course, such matters must remain confidential. Only a select few within the team are privy to this information. Your value is immense, and we must compete with other teams for you," Reggie elaborated. At that time, not only the Pacers were vying for Su Xian, the Chicago Bulls, Houston Rockets, New York Knicks, and Utah Jazz were all keenly interested in securing him. Regrettably, the offers made by these teams consisted of inconsequential veterans, players that the struggling teams had no need for, while they preferred to acquire promising rookies and high draft picks over overpriced starters. "Yet, your offers are somewhat lackluster. I was astonished to learn that the Los Angeles Clippers made a trade with you," Su Xian remarked, not considering the Pacers' assets particularly significant, as the other teams could easily match their offers. In response, both Reggie and Derek exchanged knowing smiles. Of course, the assets are far more substantial than they seem. Donnie made considerable sacrifices. The trade on paper is merely the tip of the iceberg. Lorenzen Wright was precisely the inside player the Clippers needed, along with next year's first-round draft pick. "You can't truly believe it's that simple, can you?" Reggie whispered conspiratorially. "Oh." Su Xian's curiosity piqued regarding the unofficial assets involved. "Well, It's not exactly a secret. Donnie promised Elgin that, for the next 3 draft years, the Pacers would endeavor to help the Clippers acquire any target they desired. This was an informal agreement. Donnie is quite trustworthy, which is why Elgin consented to the trade involving you, Reggie explained. Now it made sense. No wonder the Clippers were so benevolent. Unfazed by the possibility of Wright being selected by 2 other teams, with a 3-year commitment, the Clippers could essentially secure any player they desired, making it a lucrative deal. Jerry was furious. He even called to complain to Donnie, claiming he robbed Chicago of its chance to become a dynasty again. Derek added from the back seat. Jerry? Jerry Krause? That chubby fellow who loves bread? Su Xian inquired. Indeed, that SM. Su Xian held a rather indifferent impression of Jerry Krause. His controlling nature was excessive, often imposing strict standards even on practice players, bordering on the obsessive. Were it not for Michael Jordan's monumental achievements, renowned throughout the league and the world, one might fear for Michael's fate, akin to that of Jimmy Butler with the Miami Heat. Regardless of the cost, Sue, welcome to Indiana. I must forewarn you. The current Pacers are not nearly as formidable as last season. We are facing some challenges, Reggie stated, gazing ahead, his tone betraying an unease about the future. And the very player deemed a savior by the team as Su Xian, acquired at great expense by Donnie Walsh, sat beside him. Chapter 9. The Transaction in Progress. The situation within the Indiana Pacers is rather dire. On the way to the Indiana training facility, Su Xian received some disheartening news from Miller. During the 1995 to 1996 season, the Pacers were a formidable force in the Western Conference, finishing 3rd in the East. However, they faced immense challenges in the playoffs, nearly being ousted in the first round by the tenacious Atlanta Hawks, eventually advancing with a narrow 3-2 victory. Steve Smith of the Hawks delivered a career-best performance, trailing only Reggie Miller in scoring. In the second round against the Magic, the Pacers were predictably overwhelmed by the duo of Shaquille O'Neal and Penny Hardaway, succumbing with a decisive 4-1 defeat. This defeat highlighted the Pacers' decline. The aging roster struggled to maintain their performance under heightened game intensity, as the stamina of veterans like Dale Davis and Derek McKee waned, leading to a drop in the team's overall defensive efficiency. Moreover, Rick Smits was hindered by foot and back injuries, leaving Miller to shoulder the burden alone, ultimately falling short against the rising star of the Orlando Magic. There is a pressing need for fresh talent. This roster has been in place for far too long. The NBA is a ruthless arena where renewal is essential. Reggie Miller shook his head, a bitter expression on his face. Even he, now in his 30s, found his physical prowess diminished. Donnie had devised numerous plans, and even before Su Xian announced his intention to enter the NBA draft, his focus had been on off-season trades, a pursuit that remains unchanged. Miller revealed astonishing news. Pacers general manager Donnie had not ceased his efforts to strengthen the team even after acquiring Su Xian. His sights were firmly set on the ultimate pinnacle. But first, the Pacers needed to overcome numerous obstacles to seize their chance at greatness. In 1996, the balance of power in the NBA favored the East. With Michael Jordan's return, the challenge for Eastern teams to break through intensified, as every team engaged in an arms race. The Chicago Bulls loomed like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating everyone in their path. The Miami Heat boasted a formidable inside-outside duo. The New York Knicks embodied a ruthless gang. The Hawks were a collective force, and the Detroit Pistons were led by Grant Hill, while the Charlotte Hornets featured stars like Glenn Rice, Vlade Divac, and Anthony Mason. Even the Orlando Magic and Washington Bullets possessed core players like Anthony Hardaway and Chris Webber, forming a fiercely competitive landscape. To contend with such formidable opponents, the aging Pacers must undergo reform, and Larry Brown must re-establish tactical strategies to lead the Pacers back into contention. Time flew by during their casual conversation, and soon they arrived at the Pacers training facility. Upon entering, they saw Larry Brown directing players in tactical drills. Larry remained energetic, seemingly tireless. Su Xian remarked to Miller, indeed, but his abrasive personality can be quite off-putting. Miller shrugged. Larry Brown commanded great respect within the team, having achieved remarkable success since his arrival. However, after last year's first-round exit, facing relentless scrutiny from the media, Larry's position appeared precarious. He needed to take action to restore his standing within the team. We should go over and greet him, Su Xian suggested, leading the way. Larry, it's wonderful to see you again. It seems you've gained a bit more white hair. Su Xian called out, catching Larry's attention. Larry turned to Su Xian, his serious demeanor softening into a smile. Oh, look who has arrived. The former top practice player, Su. I and Amp, Oppos, V been eagerly awaiting your return. They embraced, and it was evident that Larry was genuinely pleased with Su Xian and Amp, Oppos' addition. Larry Brown was a stubborn individual, characteristic of many old-school basketball coaches. He was reluctant to utilize rookie players, as exemplified by the case of Darko Milei, the second overall pick in the 2003 draft, who gradually lost his way under Larry's guidance and departed the NBA prematurely. Su Xian, however, had won over Larry Brown. He recognized Su Xian's potential. Donnie Walsh had made the right decision, bringing new hope to the aging Indiana team. After a brief exchange with Larry Brown, Su Xian greeted his longtime friends on the Pacers, including Rick Smits, Antonio Davis, and Dale Davis, all crucial assets to the team. Each welcomed Su Xian warmly. Undeterred by the potential impact on their playing time, Donnie Walsh stood behind Su Xian, the wise gentleman sporting black-framed glasses and a well-groomed head of salt and pepper hair, exuding a vibrant aura. "Su, welcome back to Indiana," he said. "Donnie, I'm thrilled to contribute to the Pacers," Su Xian replied, embracing him as Donnie's joy was palpable. "I need to speak with you, as well as Reggie and Rick." Donnie wasted no time, gathering the three for a crucial discussion about the current state of the Pacers and whether further reinforcements were necessary. "I wish to explore more market trades. The Pacers can improve even further." Su Xian was puzzled. Was it customary to discuss such matters with players? They didn't, and Amp, Oppos, T seemed to hold that level of influence. Perhaps Miller and Smits did, but Su Xian certainly did not. At his words, a silence enveloped the room. Eventually, Miller broke the ice, stating, "Donnie, whatever you decide to do, I will support you. Go ahead. Everything here has been built by your hands, and we trust in your decisions." Miller and Oppos' response was intriguing. The star player's involvement in team strengthening could raise eyebrows if it became public knowledge. "I'm aligned with Reggie's perspective. I just want to play basketball, Donnie. We still believe in you." Smits, too, was astute. Donnie's seemingly inquiry was actually a premeditated move, summoning the three not to be used as trade chips in the off-season strengthening. Others might find themselves on the trading block, becoming readily available resources. It was harsh, yet realistic. "I don't understand these matters. I'm merely a practice player, Donnie. You know I'm only interested in basketball." Seeing their demeanor, Donnie nodded, choosing not to press further. The ensuing days were remarkably mundane, as Su Xian resumed his role as a practice player, engaging with every Pacers player, exchanging playful banter, fostering a harmonious atmosphere without any rifts. This camaraderie persisted until August 1st, when a trade announcement shattered the tranquility within the Pacers. Chapter 10. The All-Star Small Forward. This summer can be succinctly encapsulated with three phrases that redefine the modern NBA team-building philosophy: superstar consolidation, draft gambles, salary cap strategies. On July 18th, the inaugural day of the free agency period, Lakers executive Jerry West initiated a lightning-fast strategy, announcing that the Los Angeles Lakers had reached a verbal agreement with the Orlando Magic superstar center, Shaquille O'Neal, for a staggering 7-year, $121 million contract. Merely 4 hours later, the first jaw-dropping trade in the league transpired. O'Neal is unparalleled, the strongest center of the new generation, without a doubt, leading the Orlando Magic to the Eastern Conference Finals twice and the NBA Finals once. O'Neal's contributions to the Magic are unmatched, and every team anticipated that he would secure a lucrative extension upon the conclusion of his rookie contract, lasting at least 5 years. However, before the world could witness a renewal of the partnership between Orlando and Oppos, Los Angeles emerged, with the Big Shark making his way to one of the most storied franchises in NBA history, the Purple and Gold Lakers. The draft gamble is easily comprehensible. The Lakers executed a trade, sending Vlade Divac to acquire Kobe Bryant, an equally astonishing move, marking one of the greatest heists in history. With the formation of the iconic Showtime duo already taking shape, heralding the dawn of a dynasty. The revolutionary draft night, characterized by selecting and immediately trading players, also crystallized at this moment. The salary cap strategy is a testament to West's cunning, as he capitalized on O'Neal's desire for the Hollywood market, coupled with a series of strategic maneuvers by the Magic, successfully bringing the greatest center in history to the bustling metropolis of Los Angeles, a quintessential trade model. These three strategies would consequently become the cornerstone of team operations for the next 2 decades. In addition, the Rockets and Suns were deliberating extensively on the future of Charles Barkley. Although a final decision had yet to be reached, the veteran trio of Drexler, Olajuwon, and Barkley was set to take flight in the City of Flight this summer. Regarding Indiana, the Warriors notified the league of their trading intentions before the midnight deadline on July 30th, revealing their plan to send Chris Mullin to the Pacers, with the deal anticipated to be finalized shortly. On July 31st, the Pacers' medical staff conducted a thorough examination of Mullin, confirming his fitness, and by 4:45 p.m. that day, the trade was officially announced. The five-time All-Star, known for his reliable shooting and exceptional left hand, would be joining the Pacers, with the price of acquiring Mullin being one of their core big men, Antonio Davis, along with immediate contributor Dwayne Farrell. Upon hearing this news, the Pacers' locker room was thrown into disarray. Reactions varied. Some were anxious, others sorrowful, while a few remained indifferent. Reggie Miller sought out Su Xian, who was engaged in a practice session with Schmitz, a towering presence at 224 meters and 113 kilograms. Few could match Schmitz in one-on-one training, but Su Xian was among that select group. "Guys, I just got word that Chris Mullin is coming to Indiana," Miller announced. Su Xian paused, then queried, "Chris Mullin? The small forward from the Warriors?" "Indeed," Miller replied, his expression betraying unease. Su Xian understood the source of Miller's concern. The arrival of Chris Mullin, a five-time All-Star, would inevitably impact Miller's standing within the locker room, given Mullin's superior age and achievements. If Mullin were determined to vie for supremacy with Miller, how could the team function cohesively? A fractured morale is the most terrifying predicament. Who else got traded? Schmitz wiped the sweat from his brow, indifferent to Mullin's arrival but keen to learn which teammates had been used as trade bait. "Antonio Davis and Dwayne Farrell," Miller replied, and a heavy silence ensued. Antonio Davis, a player drafted by the Pacers in 1993, had spent 3 years with the team, witnessing their most glorious moments alongside Miller and Schmitz. He had undoubtedly lived up to expectations, evolving into one of the Pacers' most formidable interior players. The bond between Miller, Schmitz, and Davis was profound, with all considering Antonio a younger brother. The prospect of his departure weighed heavily on them. Farrell's relationship with the group was somewhat less intimate, having joined midway through. Antonio must be devastated. Just a few days ago, he expressed his desire to remain with the Pacers. "He loves this place, loves all of us," Miller said with a hint of resignation, acknowledging the inevitability of Antonio and Apos' departure. "This is the NBA. Loyalty is a mere illusion. Aspiring to remain with a single franchise for a lifetime is a fanciful dream." Su Xian articulated a harsh truth. The NBA is a business league, where the notion of one man, one city, is a relic of the past. Even Allen Iverson was cast aside by the 76ers, and what became of Paul Pierce, who once brought glory to the Celtics? Value dictates fate. When one's contribution turns negligible, the cold-hearted management will readily liquidate assets to ensure the franchise's future. As for Dirk Nowitzki, Tim Duncan, and Kobe Bryant, their immense influence made them the flag bearers of their respective teams, granting them the rare opportunity to age gracefully within a single franchise. The league operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. After an extensive discussion, the group resolved to drive to Antonio's residence, where the towering figure of 206 meters was overcome with emotion upon seeing them. I really don't want to leave here, I truly don't, but I have no choice. I need to go to the Golden State Warriors. That will be my next home." And thus, Antonio departed, without any grand farewell. Many teammates did not come to see him off. Only a few close friends took the time to accept the reality of his trade. Chris Mullin's arrival would inject new vigor into the aging Pacers. On August 3rd, Chris Mullin was officially introduced to the media, seated alongside team general manager Donnie Walsh. When asked about his aspirations with the Pacers, Mullin stated, "I will utilize everything at my disposal, my experience, my shooting skills, and this remarkable left hand, to aid the team as best as I can, and together we shall grow." Following the press conference, Mullin made his way to the Pacers training camp, eager to greet his new teammates, while head coach Larry Brown was concocting an extraordinary plan. Chapter 11. Establishing the Team Leader. August 7th, clear skies. Indiana remained as warm and humid as ever. With the Market Square Arena, a classic NBA venue, designed compactly to accommodate approximately 16,530 spectators. Playing here, one could hear the cacophony of noise, as the fervent Indiana fans could easily overwhelm the timid. Rarely, during the off-season, all the Indiana players gathered together. Larry Brown granted everyone 3 days to settle their affairs. as he was about to announce something of utmost importance. Can you guess what surprises Larry has in store for us? Schmitz whispered to Su Xian. I'm not sure, but I can vaguely speculate, Su Xian replied, his gaze fixed on Larry Brown, who stood at the forefront of the crowd, whispering with the general manager, Donnie. The two appeared shrewd, occasionally glancing at the still restless assembly. Before long, Reggie Miller and the new recruit, Chris Mullen, were summoned to Larry and Apos' side. Clearing his throat, Larry declared loudly, silence. Conversations ceased, and all eyes turned to the four of them. This was Su Xian's first close encounter with Chris Mullen, who stood at 6 feet 7 inches. A quintessential white small forward known for his shooting prowess and famously dubbed God and Apos' left hand for his exceptional left-handed skills. Mullen was not young, having reached the age of 33, older than Miller. Donnie Walsh, however, was unfazed by Mullen and Apos' age, believing he would significantly aid the team, even if it meant trading away a promising young center developed over 3 years to the Warriors for Mullen's services. A 5-time All-Star, Mullen's value was undeniable. Su Xian's initial impression of Mullen was that he was not a hothead. Gentlemanly was the most fitting description, as Mullen wore a constant smile, embracing Miller warmly, engaging in amiable banter that radiated camaraderie. Once everything was prepared, Larry Brown solemnly announced that for the upcoming year, the leader of the locker room would still be Reggie Miller, his position within the Pacers unassailable, even against Chris Mullen. Following Larry and Apos' declaration, Mullen and Miller shared their thoughts. Chris Mullen stated, I am honored to be part of this team and to embark on a new journey in Indiana. I have never been a domineering figure. Reggie is a superstar in this league, and this is his team. I do not aspire to anything beyond this. I merely wish to strive together for the championship trophy. Mullen and Apos' words resonated deeply, as a 33-year-old veteran, having achieved everything in the league, now sought only the elusive championship trophy. Coming to Indiana, he found it a more conducive environment to realize his dreams compared to the Warriors. Reggie Miller nodded, taking the microphone from Mullen, surveying the crowd, his gaze lingering briefly on Su Xian. We are one big family. Mullen is an exceptional NBA player. I respect his professionalism and charisma. His arrival will strengthen the Pacers. And Su Xian, our old comrade, the league's finest practice partner. With their inclusion, our goals for the new season will extend far beyond our imagination. Michael Jordan? People call him a deity. Nonsense. He is merely immortal, and the Chicago Bulls will undoubtedly be engulfed in the Indiana yellow tide. Miller's words were as invigorating as ever. Larry's maneuver had effectively established the hierarchy, preventing discord in the locker room. His impassioned speech ignited everyone's enthusiasm for the upcoming season. Who can say that Larry is a poor coach? At least in this matter, he excelled. A team cannot have two leaders simultaneously past conflicts, such as those between Ray Allen and Glenn Robinson over ball control, or the deteriorating relationship between Garnett and Marbury, would inevitably hinder a team's progress. Larry Brown was resolute, and Chris Mullen was not competitive by nature. Reggie Miller had sufficient stature to quell any dissent. Thus, the most challenging yet simplest issue was resolved. Following the brief team meeting, Larry Brown did not promptly initiate tactical simulations. Instead, he dismissed everyone to return to their homes. After all, it was the off-season, and gathering everyone was no small feat. Any attempt to extend their time together might jeopardize the unity that had just been forged. The subsequent activities were left to the players themselves. Reggie Miller encouraged everyone to engage in something meaningful. For NBA players, what could be more exhilarating than mingling in bars and showcasing their skills on the court? A large group made their way to one of Indiana's most famous bars, where the manager, well acquainted with Miller, swiftly led them to the VIP section. Upon entering, they were enveloped in an atmosphere laden with alcohol and desire, as men and women danced unabashedly. Hey, I hope you all have a great time. I'll cover all expenses tonight. Miller exhibited the charisma of a true team leader. As such, team-building events occurred several times a year, often organized by the core players, an effective means to foster camaraderie. However, if it spiraled into a debacle like the Mavericks 3JS, it would be less a team-building activity and more a disaster. Su Xian found the raucous atmosphere unappealing, choosing instead to admire the commendable qualities of deserving women. Any women catch your eye? Mullen inquired, gesturing toward a dancer at the center stage, his meaning clear. For these NBA stars earning millions, women were merely consumables. True companions were exceedingly rare. They're lovely, but there are too many people here for my liking, Su Xian replied, shaking his head. He had no habit of flaunting his interests in public spaces. Fortunately, media coverage was not as pervasive as it would become in the future. Otherwise, one could face public scrutiny. Even Michael Jordan could not withstand the torrents of criticism. Come on, relax, this is our playground, Mullen urged, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Reggie and Schmitz told me you're fantastic. I look forward to collaborating with you. With that, Mullen raised an eyebrow at Su Xian, who shifted uncomfortably. It was surprising to see the seemingly righteous Mullen indulge in such whims. In the NBA, peculiarities existed in every team. Howard favored unconventional relationships, while Butler had a penchant for eccentric fashion. To thrive in this environment, one had to accept teammates' quirks. Su Xian was a normal man. He preferred the strongest drinks and the most vivacious women. As for teaming up with Mullen, that was an impossibility. Politely declining Mullen's offer, Su Xian had already spotted his target for the night. A striking woman with an exquisite figure and captivating beauty had entered his line of sight. Chapter 12. Giselle Bündchen, the world-renowned supermodel, makes a dazzling entrance. Sweetheart, you ought to dally with us, brothers. We possess the most exquisite diversions, certain to gratify you. Two burly African-American men encircled a fair maiden with light brown, golden locks. Her features, possessing a certain unrefined quality, along with her natural hair and radiant complexion, diverged from the prevailing aesthetic sensibilities of the era, exuding an unstandardized allure. A pertinent observation, fashion aesthetics in the 1990s exhibited a stark dichotomy, encompassing both the pursuit of extreme emaciation and a languid beauty, as well as the nascent emergence of a wholesome sensuality and diversity. Predominant aesthetic, heroin chic. Core characteristics, physique, pallid and gaunt, with pronounced bone structure, BMI generally below 18, emphasizing fragility. Visage, anemic makeup, dark circles, disheveled tresses, emulating a post-inebriated state. This trend stemmed from the prevailing socio-economic conditions, mirroring the economic downturn of the early 1990s and the rise of youth subcultures, grunge music, decadent art. The maiden's almond-shaped eyes, set slightly apart, conveyed a limpid, untamed gaze. Her subtly cherubic oval face, with understated cheekbones, full lips, the lower being thinner than the upper, and naturally downturned corners, imparted an inherent sense of obstinacy. Combined with her pert, upturned nose, her features coalesced into an enthralling and captivating whole. Visibly repulsed by the advances of the two burly men, the maiden waved her hand dismissively, evincing her desire to avoid any interaction with them. The two men exchanged a glance, their lips curling into sinister grins. They harbored a predilection for spirited women. Once subdued in the throes of passion, they possessed a myriad of techniques to render them pliant. Nay, darling, do not be coy. Our skills are renowned. We are known throughout this establishment as the Amp, Oppos, Ebony Titans, and Amp, Oppos. This shall prove to be an exceptional experience. One of the men reached out to seize the girl and Amp, Oppos' arm. In a moment of panic, she attempted to wrest herself free, delivering a slap that was effortlessly intercepted. The disparity in size and strength, coupled with the man and Oppos' preparedness, left the woman with no recourse against such overwhelming dominance. Ha, a sumptuous feast awaits us tonight. Truth be told, the woman before them was an absolute paragon of beauty. Even the seasoned habitués of the nightclub were captivated by her allure. Release me. Remove your filthy hands from me, or I shall cry out for assistance. The woman continued to struggle. The man sneered, Cry out then. Cry out until your voice is hoarse. In this place, your cries shall fall on deaf ears. Is that so? I beg to differ. Abruptly, a figure materialized before the trio, a towering form, robust and powerful, with sharply defined features and profound eyes that commanded respect. He directly obstructed the path of the African-American men. Young man, I advise you not to meddle in matters that do not concern you. The man and Amp, Oppos' tone was menacing, yet he refrained from immediate violence. Su Xian's imposing physique served as a deterrent. I shall meddle. What will you do about it? Furthermore, release my companion, or you shall face the consequences. Su Xian fixed his gaze upon the woman whose arm was ensnared, his voice laced with icy resolve. You corpulent oaf, release me. He is my betrothed, and he shall pummel your heads. He is formidable, I assure you. The woman adroitly seized the opportunity. I trust you shall exhibit prudence. I have no desire to inflict harm. Su Xian concurred. The faces of the two men alternated between shades of anger and uncertainty. After a moment of deliberation, they clenched their jaws, their expressions hardening, and reached toward their pockets. Uncooperative, are we? Without hesitation, Su Xian unleashed a devastating blow. The force of his fist sent one of the men reeling, disoriented, and incapacitated. Shit. Fuck you. I and Amp. Oppos. LL obliterate you. Seeing his comrade struck, the other man hesitated no longer. He lunged forward, his fist clenched. Excellent. Su Xian swiftly seized the man and Amp. Oppos. S arm and executed a perfect over-the-shoulder throw. A resounding crash echoed as the man and Oppos' body collided with a glass surface. The cacophony drew the attention of the surrounding crowd, who, rather than displaying fear, gathered around, eager to witness the spectacle. John Jack, the hell with these guys. Tonight you will not leave this place. The two men and Oppos' accomplices surged forward, numbering approximately 7 or 8, poised to engage in a group assault on Su Xian. Lads, the moment has arrived. These whelps are harassing our comrades. What action shall we undertake? Miller rallied the troops, and the Pacers players present rose to their feet. Let's fucking kill these sons of bitches. Derek was the first to charge forward, followed by his fellow Pacers players. Even the notoriously slow-footed Dutch giant, Schrempf, took the lead, shoving aside the crowd and lunging toward one of the men. A brawl? Who among you can contend with NBA players, save for divine intervention? The African-American men, witnessing the approach of more than a dozen towering, formidable figures, were instantly intimidated. The Pacers stood united behind Su Xian, poised to unleash a torrent of violence upon their adversaries. Reggie Miller, it's the Pacers players. Someone exclaimed, creating a sensation. Well, shall we engage in a duel or a melee? Lest you accuse me of taking advantage, choose your preference. I accept all challenges. Su Xian gestured behind him. His countenance relaxed. Success in this world hinges upon connections and prowess. Lacking these, one is relegated to the status of a lowly scoundrel. Cease your blathering. Draw your line, and we shall obliterate you. Derek, a man of imposing stature and fiery temperament, nearly charged forward, restrained only by Miller. The tables had turned, and now it was the other side who found themselves in an uncomfortable predicament. To fight would mean facing NBA players, whose combat abilities were clearly superior. To back down would mean losing face in front of everyone. Fortunately, the nightclub owner intervened. Possessing influence in the American nightlife scene and acquainted with Miller, Su Xian did not press the matter. After offering compensation, the matter was resolved. The injured man was incensed, but he had no choice but to accept the situation. A bunch of cowards. I thought they were more powerful, Derek said. The harassed woman approached him, and he had not observed her, but now he could see her beauty. She was about 1.8 meters tall, with a beautiful figure, and her eyes revealed a bit of queenly aura. She extended her hand and said, Giselle Bienchen. I'm glad to meet you. Chapter 13. Kobe, I do not have a disciple like you. Giselle Bienchen, a world-renowned supermodel, the darling of Brazil. In her previous life, Bienchen captivated the world during her runway show at the Rio Olympics. Her unique and enchanting stride, coupled with her confident demeanor, drew the attention of many admirers. It was during this time that Su Xian began to gain some awareness of the globally acclaimed model. The young woman being harassed before him was none other than a youthful version of Giselle Bienchen, her visage appearing somewhat innocent, lacking the commanding aura of a queen, yet radiating a vibrant youthfulness that was utterly enchanting. If I could have a girlfriend like you, it would be my honor, Su Xian declared, extending his large hand to grasp her delicate palm, soft and pleasantly tactile. I and Oppos, am sorry, but I cannot engage in a romantic relationship at the moment, as my career is just beginning, and it may hinder my future, she responded earnestly. Of course, a handsome and helpful young man like you. I would like to keep in touch. Bienchen spoke truthfully. In 1996, when she first debuted at Alexander McQueen's Winter's Show, her tousled wet hair and natural makeup exuded an innate wild beauty that swept the audience off their feet, making her an instant sensation. This brought a significant upheaval to contemporary aesthetic culture. I know, I have seen your runway performance at Alexander McQueen, and I must admit, I was captivated. Su Xian exclaimed. I do not favor the affected and delicate beauty. It is simply not normal. Who would admire a frail, pale figure with protruding bones? Your complexion is so healthy, and everything you do leaves a profound impact on me. Su Xian adeptly applied the knowledge he had acquired in his past life to the present. Bienchen was taken aback by his words. Since her debut, countless individuals had criticized her image in the media, deeming it out of sync with modern trends, unacceptable, and a misfit. Hearing Su Xian's words warmed her heart. She felt understood and found him to be a companionable individual. "Thank you. I am delighted to hear that," she replied. "I merely expressed my genuine opinion. Your excellence inspires me. We should share a drink to celebrate overcoming recent troubles." "I'm sorry. I would love to celebrate with you, but I am only 16 and cannot drink," she said. Su Xian was taken aback. Giselle Bündchen was only 16? How could you? He gestured toward the bar entrance, the implication clear. In the United States, the legal drinking age is 21, and 16-year-olds are prohibited from entering such establishments. A violation could jeopardize the bar and Oppo's license. "Perhaps it is my appearance. The security at the entrance did not stop me," she mused. Su Xian scrutinized her, standing at 1.8 meters tall, with an extraordinary presence and striking features. It was hard to believe anyone would think her just 16. Bars comprehend the unspoken rules. No one would challenge a woman like Bündchen's entry. Ultimately, Su Xian ordered her a juice, and after a toast, they exchanged phone numbers. Before parting, Bündchen enveloped Su Xian in a warm embrace and kissed his cheek with her soft lips, indicating her desire to keep in touch. Su Xian did not press for more. Bündchen was a free spirit, and it was evident from her past romantic endeavors that to win over such a woman, one must first achieve remarkable success in their career. At that moment, Su Xian was merely a novice in the league, and her willingness to connect with him likely stemmed from his handsome appearance. Sometimes, being attractive does afford one certain liberties. The team-building event continued into the late hours, with most Pacers players departing for their hotels, while Miller and Mullen, both devoted family men, remained. Schmitz appeared earnest, but how many good-natured men come out of Holland? Derek, flanked by two women, had tastes similar to Harden's. The two women were even more voluptuous than his usual companions, which left Su Xian feeling somewhat nauseated. Su Xian was no paragon of virtue, and certainly would not remain unaffected. However, the sudden appearance of Giselle Bündchen had rendered him indifferent to other women, who seemed but mere frivolities devoid of allure. Thus concluded the Pacers' first team-building event, with everyone in high spirits. Miller's plan had succeeded, and Su Xian sensed that in certain circumstances, the team had developed a stronger sense of unity. August passed swiftly, and September approached, heralding the imminent start of the NBA season. The players, having indulged in 2 months of revelry, now sought to recuperate, spending hours in the gym refining their physiques and participating in informal games to regain their on-court rhythm. Su Xian was no exception. Honing one's body is a requisite for every NBA player. To become a superstar, mere exceptional skills and precise shooting are insufficient. Physicality is the cornerstone of success, the foundation of all accolades. Rumors suggested that LeBron James spends millions annually on maintaining his physique, which has bestowed upon him remarkable durability. While every NBA star could potentially emulate this, achieving the longevity of a player like James remains a daunting challenge. By late September, the Pacers conducted their season's official player photo shoot. Miller and Mullen stood at the center, flanked by the taller Schmitz and Su Xian, their quartet immortalized by the photographer, symbolizing the core players of the new season. Far away in Los Angeles, Kobe sent Su Xian a text. He had hoped to train together during the off-season, but it seemed the Los Angeles Lakers had other plans, and the endeavor fell through. Kobe eagerly anticipated his preseason debut, as the Lakers were naturally the focal point of media attention. On October 11th, they would face the Detroit Pistons at home, and Kobe was keen to compete against Grant Hill, whose competitive spirit remained as fierce as ever. On October 5th, the preseason for the 1996 to 1997 season commenced with a thrilling matchup between the Chicago Bulls and the Seattle Supersonics at the United Center in Chicago. The league had orchestrated a dramatic affair, as the two teams met in the previous season's finals, with Michael Jordan leading the Bulls to a 4-2 victory over the Supersonics, leaving Payton and Kemp to return home defeated. The rivalry between these teams was firmly established. Interestingly, during the 1996 playoffs, the Key Arena crowd reached an ear-splitting 137 decibels, akin to a jet engine, setting an NBA record. Regrettably, neither team's stars took the court. Jordan appeared on the Bulls bench adorned with large gold chains and casual attire, while Pippen sat beside him, seemingly drained, likely from his extensive romantic endeavors with Larsa, which had persisted for years. Payton and Kemp did not even make it to the United Center, their absence a testament to their disappointment. Payton felt no need to witness that detestable face. Su Xian watched the Lakers face off against the Pistons in a live broadcast. Kobe's performance was mediocre and lacked any standout moments. As for statistical records, Preseason games in the 90s were merely warm-ups, and the data of non-core players held little priority, compounded by the underdeveloped internet, leaving Su Xian unable to view Kobe and Oppo's stats. Poor performance. Do not tell others I am your mentor, he quipped, though this did not prevent him from teasing Kobe via text. No, I can only improve from here. Anger. JPG. Truly, the youth are easily ignited, brimming with fervor. During this period, the Pacers engaged in 2 preseason matches against rather feeble opponents. Su Xian took to the court for 15 minutes, swiftly accumulating 10 points before retiring to the bench, finding no challenge in the endeavor. It was not until October 15th that the Pacers finally faced a formidable adversary, the Houston Rockets. Chapter 14. The regular season ignites with intensity. Following the selection of Hakeem Olajuwon, the Houston Rockets have consistently maintained a postseason caliber, securing 2 championship trophies during this period. The legendary footwork of Olajuwon has garnered him immense acclaim. When asked whom I aspire to emulate, my answer is unequivocally Hakeem. Indeed, if I must choose. He stands alone as my singular option. His talent is so extraordinary that even Michael Jordan acknowledges it. The Houston Rockets could be considered Su Xian's mother team, where he spent a year enduring the relentless onslaught of Olajuwon in the paint, meticulously progressing to become the team and Oppo's most formidable practice partner. During the draft, the Rockets sought to recruit Su Xian, but their attention was diverted towards other prospects, particularly the recruitment of Charles Barkley, which had been in motion for quite some time. Their primary target was the Phoenix Suns star player, and as for Su Xian, they found it challenging to offer sufficient assets to sway the Clippers' general manager. As for Su Xian, he harbored no trepidation towards the Houston Rockets. Prior to the match, he confidently made his way to their locker room, where Charles Barkley appeared momentarily taken aback upon seeing him. Who is this kid? Is he one of our players? No, there are no yellow-skinned fellows here. Rudy, you rascal. Why are you still lingering here? Amidst Barkley's astonished gaze, Su Xian boldly approached the Rockets' head coach, Rudy Tomjanovich, and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Coach Rudy is among the few NBA coaches familiar to Chinese fans, having spent an extensive period with the Rockets. Had it not been for health reasons, he would have continued to coach there, potentially altering Yao Ming's NBA journey. Su, it's been ages since you last visited. Damn, you've grown even stronger. Rudy responded with a smile, and their banter resembled that of long-lost friends reunited. Don, this is the Rockets' locker room. Su, your actions are rather perilous. Yet, I must admit, I quite like it. Ever since you left, I haven't had a suitable practice partner, and my skills have stagnated. Olajuwon, having noticed Su Xian, approached him with a hint of complaint and opened his arms for a warm embrace. Are you joking? You think you still need to improve? Just look at those big men on the court you've dominated. They're nearly in tears, yearning for their mothers. The two exchanged playful jests, the atmosphere brimming with camaraderie. I'll be taking the court later, and I eagerly anticipate our matchup on the NBA stage. Rest assured, I won't be holding back this time. What? I knew it. You weren't and Oppo's giving your all before you left. Barkley observed the jovial interaction with curiosity, pondering the nature of Su Xian and Oppo's rapport with the Rockets and Oppo's core, particularly with Coach Rudy. After Su Xian departed, Barkley turned to Olajuwon, asking, "What's the deal with that kid?" "Charles, he is the talented practice player I mentioned. You cannot fathom it. I genuinely believe his abilities could qualify him for the NBA All-Star standard. It's regrettable we couldn't secure him during the draft. Indiana has reaped a tremendous benefit, acquiring an all-star player at a minimal cost." Olajuwon's tone was laced with frustration over missing out on Su Xian. Really? That kid possesses such prowess? Barkley was skeptical. Despite Olajuwon and Oppo's fervent assertions, he remained unconvinced that a player of Asian descent could thrive in the NBA, given their perceived physical limitations. As the game commenced, the starting lineup was revealed, and Su Xian realized he had been misled by Olajuwon. His name was conspicuously absent from the Rockets roster, as were Barkley and Drexler, replaced instead by role players. It was evident that Rudy was treating this match as an opportunity for experimentation, and Olajuwon's trickery had been his usual playful mischief. Su Xian was granted a mere 10 minutes of playtime, as Larry preferred not to field his star players in such contests. Reggie Miller, Schmitz, and Mullen were sidelined with injuries, making their recovery crucial for the new season. Jalen Rose, however, received 25 minutes of playing time. The small forward traded from the Nuggets would serve a bench role, but acquiring more court time would be a formidable challenge. Larry was a quintessential coach who doubted rookie players, and the prospect of him granting Jalen Rose additional minutes seemed far-fetched. The preseason unfolded without incident, as every team concealed its true capabilities, refraining from showcasing their authentic skills. Everyone was gearing up for the new season, with Eastern Conference teams engaging in an arms race. The Chicago Bulls looming as the pinnacle, led by Michael Jordan, whose grasp on the championship trophy was the aspiration of all. As the regular season approached, Larry consciously altered the team and oppos, a strategy evident from their training sessions. The addition of Mullen and Su Xian enriched the Pacers and oppos' tactical repertoire. Su Xian would enjoy more opportunities for isolation plays, as Larry recognized his potential, while the sharpshooting Miller and Mullen would provide mutual support, creating open shot opportunities for each other. Tactical coordination is a complex endeavor, and Larry was not in haste. His primary focus remained on honing their defensive skills, a priority for a coach renowned for his defensive acumen. Following the departure of Anthony Davis, others were tasked with filling the defensive void, placing heavier responsibilities on Derek McKee. Fortunately, Su Xian's inclusion could significantly alleviate his defensive burden. The bench also featured quality substitutes like Dale Davis, providing Larry with a plethora of options on the defensive end. The Pacers' most pressing concern for the new season was the absence of a true point guard. Reggie Miller excelled in scoring, while Best thrived on drives. Orchestrating the team was not their forte. Larry found himself in a quandary until one evening when Su Xian entered his office. They engaged in a lengthy discussion until dusk fell, and Su Xian departed, leaving no one privy to their conversation. On November 1st, Indiana welcomed their first game, a heavyweight showdown against the formidable Detroit Pistons. Chapter 15, A Ferocious Beginning, Acts of Retribution. On November 1st, 1996, Allen Iverson's inaugural NBA performance captured immense attention. The streets of Philadelphia were deserted as the season opener sold out, with fans brandishing signs proclaiming the answer. The cacophony so overwhelming that the sound of the basketball striking the floor was drowned out. The 76ers faced off against the Bucks in a nationally televised spectacle, and Iverson's arrival heralded a wave of interest for the 76ers, showcasing the brilliance of the first overall pick, a debut that reached its zenith. Iverson played for 37 minutes, achieving a remarkable 12 of 19 from the field, 2 of 4 from beyond the arc, and a flawless 4 for 4 from the free throw line, totaling 30 points, 6 assists, 2 rebounds, and 2 steals. Even in the face of a 103-111 loss to the Bucks, Iverson set a record for the highest points scored by a first overall pick in their debut since Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's 29 points in 1969, a symbol of an era. His debut exuded a rebellious genius, featuring his iconic cornrow hairstyle, dynamic crossovers, and audacious jump shots that disregarded defenses, marking the dawn of a new epoch in American sports. Following the flawless performance of the 1996 first overall pick, the 7th pick of the same year was poised for his own NBA debut. The Indiana Pacers welcomed their first opponent of the new season, the Detroit Pistons, at the Market Square Arena. The Pistons had made a shocking trade during the offseason, with their core backcourt player, Allen Houston, announcing he would not remain in the Motor City. Instead, he opted to join the New York Knicks, embarking on a new basketball journey in the Big Apple. The already struggling Pistons offense became even more constrained with Houston's departure, placing a heavier burden on Grant Hill. This traditional Eastern powerhouse, lacking offensive prowess, was compelled to adopt a more robust defensive strategy. A fierce battle awaited. The entire Pacers squad was ready, aware that this was a contest they had to conquer. With the season opener on home turf, it was Su Xian's first NBA game, and the Indiana fans had no reason to anticipate defeat. Larry Brown delivered a rousing pregame speech. "Forget our past failures. The start of a new season signifies the beginning of another battle. This is a long and arduous journey, but our goal remains unchanged, to move forward relentlessly. Let us give our all and secure victory for Indiana, for the Market Square Arena." Brown and Oppos' stirring words proved effective, as the Pacers players appeared invigorated, eager to showcase their prowess on the court. As Su Xian warmed up, he surveyed the arena, noticing the Indiana fans rallying behind Reggie Miller and the team's core player, Rick Smits. Even Chris Mullen, a recent addition, was among them. Yet, conspicuously absent was Su Xian's name. As a non-coveted rookie, the Pacers, being a traditional powerhouse, did not elicit much enthusiasm from the fans for their newly acquired player. Most were observing, waiting for Su Xian and Oppos' performance to win their admiration. 5 minutes before the game commenced, Larry Brown called Su Xian aside. Your task tonight is significant. You must protect the paint from incursions. Smith's ankle and back injuries prevent him from venturing far from the key. The top of the 3-second area is yours. Su Xian was granted a starting role, a previously agreed-upon arrangement. Brown, though cautious of trusting a newcomer, recognized that Su Xian was no longer a novice for the Pacers. With a smile, Su Xian patted his chest and assured, Larry, have faith. No one can evade my pursuit. Tonight, Indiana will erect a new bastion. The departure of Antonio meant Su Xian needed to fill the void at the power forward position, establishing himself as the starting four in the Pacers and Oppos lineup. Soon, the starting lineups were revealed on the big screen. The Indiana starters, Travis Best, Reggie Miller, Chris Mullin, Su Xian, and Rick Smits. Although Smits should not have been playing due to his injuries, his determination led Brown to decide on granting him approximately 20 minutes of playtime. With Derek McKee poised on the bench, a bold choice by Larry. The Detroit Pistons starting five consisted of Michael Curry, Joe Dumars, Grant Hill, Grant Long, and Otis Thorpe. The Pistons' style of play was crisp and clear, grounded in defense, with Dumars on the perimeter and Thorpe inside, while Hill, a versatile player and superstar on the MVP list, commanded the 3 spot. Concerns loomed for Brown. The Pacers needed to withstand Hill's assaults on the interior. Su Xian had to rise to the occasion, becoming Hill's most formidable obstacle. Don't be nervous. Just play as you do in practice and deliver your best. As the ball was tossed at center court, Miller approached Su Xian, offering quiet encouragement. Su Xian nodded, focusing his energy on the game. The whistle blew, and the Dutch giant seized the first advantage for the Pacers. Best orchestrated the play, and the Pacers unveiled a new tactic, in and out. Penetrating the paint, followed by a kick-out after a screen, they created potential shooting opportunities. With Miller and Mullin on the roster, the Pacers could effectively dismantle the opponent's defensive scheme, forcing them to adapt. Miller set a screen for Mullin, who evaded Hill's defense, yet Dumars swiftly emerged from the side, erecting a formidable barrier before Mullin. Joe Dumars, one of the greatest stars in Pistons history and a stalwart defender for the Bad Boys, had earned the Finals MVP award in 1989. It was challenging for the Pacers to gain the upper hand against Dumars. When Mullin recognized a lack of offensive opportunities, he passed the ball back to Miller, who wasted no time delivering it to Su Xian, ready to assert himself against Grant Long, seizing an ideal opportunity for a post-up. Smits smartly vacated the paint, positioning himself farther out, while Thorpe, wary of Smith's shooting range, followed him far from the basket. Su Xian, taller and more robust than Long, was in his prime at 26 years of age, brimming with vitality. With determination, Su Xian overpowered Long, backing him down to the rim before launching into a thunderous dunk. Boom! He soared over Long, executing a powerful finish. The moment transpired vividly before the eyes of the stunned Pacers fans, who had not anticipated that their first offensive play of the new season would be executed by a rookie. The unexpected display jolted everyone into realization. Bro, just like that. Slam it down. Miller exchanged high fives with Su Xian, while Smits playfully patted him on the back, and Mullin shook his head in disbelief at the spectacle. Nobody can stop me. Give me the ball, and I shall dismantle them single-handedly, Su Xian proclaimed, pointing at the Pistons players with an air of confidence. Arrogant fool. How audacious. The Pistons players caught wind of Su Xian and Oppos' bravado. Dumars and Hill exchanged glances. The temperament of 90s stars was not to be trifled with. I'll take him one-on-one. Create space for me, commanded the veteran, and the Pistons players immediately complied. With the aid of a screen, Hill collided head-on with Su Xian, engaging in a rare one-on-one contest, while all players instinctively created space, granting the stage to these two. The Pacers fans rose to their feet, while the announcer appeared utterly perplexed. Amazing. The Pistons crafted an exceptional opportunity for Hill, and the Pacers opted for minimal action, choosing instead to let Su face Hill alone. It was entirely reasonable for the Pistons to clear space for Hill, but what was the Pacers thinking? After all, this was the heir to Jordan, the league's most versatile small forward, a superstar who could easily hold his own against Michael Jordan. Jordan himself remarked, "Hill is the player I most want to partner with." Even the basketball deity bestowed the highest praise upon Hill. A rookie at the age of 26? Don't be absurd. He would be ruthlessly torn apart by Hill, the revolutionary all-rounder, with the fastest first step in the league. Hill employed no flashy tricks. With a momentary acceleration after releasing the ball, he broke through, charging into the paint, intent on scoring. No way. Su Xian roared, closely trailing Hill, and with a powerful slap, sent Hill's layup flying out of bounds. In that moment, Su Xian showcased a speed that belied his towering stature, akin to a speeding freight truck, unyielding and full throttle. No way. No way. Do not even think about an easy layup. I absolutely refuse to allow it. Su Xian bellowed at the sidelines, with Hill witnessing the entire scene. Nice. Brown. On the sidelines, pumped his fist in excitement. He was not mistaken. Su Xian's offensive and defensive prowess was the most precise answer for the Pacers. This was just the beginning. The true terror of Su Xian extended far beyond this. Ding. Scottie Pippen and Amp. Oppo's defensive skill activated. Master of blocks, instantly enhancing blocking ability. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Do not underestimate Pippen. His defensive prowess ranks among the best in the annals of NBA history. Did you really think he accomplished nothing with the Bulls? OMG. Larry's lack of sense bewildered me at first regarding Donnie's trade, but now everything is clear. As the Pacers' home game commentator, Mark Boyle, known as the voice of the Pacers, watched his old partner, the smiling assassin Isaiah Thomas, who had partnered with Boyle in radio commentary for the Pacers and Oppo's home games against the Pistons. A smile of uncontainable joy graced his face. Thomas waved his hand, unable to bear seeing Boyle so smug. Come on, old buddy, I'm certain Hill underestimated him. We have no idea what kind of player Su Xian is, which gives him a significant advantage. Thomas was worried. A single block didn't mean much. The Pistons inbound from the baseline, with team captain Michael Curry, not the legendary sharpshooter and Amp, Oppo's father, delivering a bounce pass. Hill caught the ball and took a mid-range shot. Mullen failed to keep up, his aging legs lacking the agility, allowing Hill to easily break free and release the shot. 2-2. The Pacers transitioned, still sluggishly engaged in a half-court battle, which caused Su Xian some discomfort. He preferred to resolve matters swiftly, facing a team like the Pistons. A half-court game would only lead the Pacers into deeper trouble. Unfortunately, with 2 starters being 2-year veterans and 1 nursing an injury, accelerating the pace was nearly impossible. Su Xian sank once more, with Grant Long treating him like a formidable opponent, exerting all his strength to brace against Su Xian and Oppo's waist. His left hand incessantly attempting to disrupt Su Xian and Oppo's offensive rhythm. But he was too short. Su Xian and Oppo's hook shot after the contact was effortless, lacking any challenge. 4-2. Hill broke through again, but Schmitz interfered with the shot, failing to hit the backboard. Su Xian seized the offensive rebound, opting not to pass, but rather to advance the ball solo, accelerating with a fierce charge straight into the Pistons and Oppo's territory. Otis Thorpe had better mobility than Schmitz, but keeping pace with Su Xian was a dream. A thunderous dunk. Boom. Su Xian reignited the crowd, akin to a Dark Lord's arrival, plunging Market Square Arena into a frenzy. Just like that, pummel them down. I admit I questioned you earlier. I must apologize. His leap was unimaginable. It was a rim-rattling dunk. Boyle was exhilarated, astonished that Su Xian could execute a fast-break dunk single-handedly. This young man's ball-handling skills exceeded expectations. Beep, beep, beep. Pistons head coach Doug Collins immediately called for a timeout. The feeble Pistons and Oppo's interior defense had been ruthlessly dismantled by Su Xian from the outset. With 6 consecutive points, the Pistons appeared flustered. Should Hill struggle offensively, Collins already envisioned the impending challenges the Pistons would face. He had underestimated Su Xian. Initially assuming he was just an older rookie, he now realized Su Xian was the most vibrant and effective player on the Pacers. Akin to a sharp blade tearing through the Pistons' defense. Miller was not frightening, nor was Mullen. Even Schmitz was within Collins' capacity to contain. The Pistons clung to the half-court defensive system established during the Bad Boys era, unafraid of laborious slow-paced offenses, but terrified of a player like Su Xian. Possessing both height and weight, coupled with explosive power, Collins had to implement targeted adjustments. Grant Long was substituted out, and second-year rookie Ratliff entered the fray. Ratliff possessed immense defensive potential, exceptional blocking ability, and greater speed, though he lacked experience and decision-making in defense. Also substituted was Michael Curry, replaced by Lindsey Hunter, forming a backcourt duo with Joe Dumars, both defensive stalwarts, representing the true starting backcourt for the Pistons. Collins displayed no hesitation, revealing a stronger combat lineup as soon as the team faced adversity. On the bench, he still had space-oriented big man Terry Mills and another defensive powerhouse, Stacey Augmon. If necessary, Collins could still adjust based on the game situation. Do not underestimate player number 18, Ratliff, contain his performance. And everyone must run faster to create better offensive opportunities for Grant. Collins marked Su Xian and Oppo's name emphatically on the tactical board. This rookie, who had just entered the fans and Oppo's sight, was receiving unprecedented attention on an NBA court. Chapter 16. Am I to avoid his brilliance? The Pistons' substitutions were highly strategic. Collins was unwilling to allow Su Xian to dominate the court. The combination of Hunter and Dumars on the perimeter was exceedingly formidable, while Betts and Miller struggled to find suitable shooting opportunities. Allow me to shield you. Take your shot whenever you're open. The Pacers found themselves stifled by this revamped Pistons defense, resulting in a 24-second shot clock violation. Miller hesitated, failing to capitalize on several semi-open chances beyond the arc, as Mullen's presence inevitably influenced his decision-making. Noticing Miller's subtle shift, Su Xian vocally encouraged him during the transition defense. "You little rascal, I obviously know," Miller replied with an air of self-reproach. The Pistons launched their offense, with Hill taking charge, and Collins' point-forward system sprang into action in an instant. Hill advanced the ball, opting not to pass to the newly entered Hunter, but instead directly attacking the basket. With his height, strength, and speed, Mullen was at a distinct disadvantage in one-on-one defense. Hill easily maneuvered past Mullen, drawing Miller away to the three-point line. Betts, too short to impede Hill, was ineffective. Schmitz? He was simply too slow. On the court, the only player capable of challenging Hill was Su Xian. As Grant charged toward the Pacers' paint, a disastrous defensive lapse unfolded. Mullen, aging, could not deter Grant's penetrating drive, leaving the Pacers unguarded at the rim. No. Fortunately, the Pacers did not relent. Su Xian quickly provided help defense, resulting in a collision midair. Hill was once again rejected. Crazy. This was absurd. Our home referee astonishingly called a blocking foul on Su Xian. Boyle, animated on the sidelines, stood up in disbelief, leaving the ever-composed, smiling assassin. Isaiah Thomas, exasperated. "Mark, I know you're anxious, but let us first review the big screen to see what actually transpired." The collision occurred in a split second, making it difficult to assess with the naked eye. The big screen replayed the events from the clearest angle. As Hill penetrated the paint, Su Xian swiftly moved to intercept without opting to draw a foul. While there were grounds for a foul, Su Xian's vertical jump made the call ambiguous. "Ha ha ha. Look up there. Damn it, you should see what really happened." Larry Brown was equally incensed. This was a successful defensive effort, and had it not been for the foul, the Pistons' offense would have faced significant disruption. The referee stood firm in his ruling, deeming Su Xian's action a blocking foul, and Hill stepped to the free throw line. Su Xian waved his hand dismissively from the right side of the basket, teasing Hill as he prepared for his shot. "The referee saved you. Otherwise, I would have blocked you again." Hill remained silent, finding Su Xian to be a formidable opponent. What he initially thought would be an easy layup was thwarted by Su Xian, an outcome that was astonishing in itself. Hill converted both free throws. 10-8. The Pistons were still striving to close the gap. As the game transitioned between offense and defense, Miller, this time without hesitation, took a decisive shot from beyond the arc after receiving a solid screen from Su Xian, hitting nothing but net. This was Ray Allen, the finest three-point shooter in the league before the emergence of Stephen Curry, a cold-blooded sharpshooter who even Michael Jordan had come to respect. 13-8. Allowing Miller to find his rhythm from the perimeter was not a prudent decision. "Joe, we can switch defenses. I can handle that guy," second-year rookie Ratliff asserted confidently. "All right, I believe in you," Joe Dumars nodded, acknowledging that he could hardly maneuver around Su Xian's sturdy screen. If they did not switch, Miller would undoubtedly find open looks. So they might as well let Ratliff give it a try. It could yield some results. The Pistons continued to execute their point-forward system, with Hill continuing to exploit Mullen. Su Xian was unable to provide immediate help, as Hill's height allowed him to easily locate Ratliff for an alley-oop dunk. Mullen struggled to contain Hill, who executed his signature turnaround jumper, leaving Mullen helpless as the ball swished through the net. 13-10. After Hill and Oppo's basket, the Pistons swiftly retreated on defense, while the Pacers pressed the tempo. Su Xian surged ahead. Mullen, utilizing his left hand, made a perfect overhead pass to Su Xian, who caught the ball in stride. Ratliff failed to secure the rebound, and Su Xian charged into the paint, completing a thunderous dunk. 15-10. Hunter, frustrated, slammed the ball to the floor, having underestimated Su Xian's anticipation of his passing lane. Hill patted Hunter on the head. signaling him to regain focus and re-engage in the battle. Double team him. Let us test their outside shooting percentage. Following Hill and Oppo's consecutive baskets, Larry Brown quickly devised a counter strategy. After receiving the ball, Hill observed the Pacers contracting their defense. Mullen was pushed out, and Schmitz and Su Xian flanked the alley-oop threat, with Miller and Betts poised to trap Hill. Knowing the danger ahead, Hill was astute enough to discern the Pacers' intentions, but had no choice but to step into the trap. Basketball is never a solitary endeavor. Even Hill, with his prowess, could not take on 5 players single-handedly. With his back to Mullen, Miller began to trap, prompting Hill to pass to Dumars, who was unchallenged, thereby testing Dumars' shooting ability. Swish. Receiving Hill's pass, Dumars displayed no hesitation. He was not a rookie. Joe Dumars, the team's most seasoned player, was the cornerstone of stability for the squad. 17-13. Beep, beep, beep. This time, it was Larry calling for a timeout. Good job. You did splendidly, praised assistant coach Dick Hart, the architect behind the Pacers and Oppo's ironclad defense, commending Su Xian and Oppo's performance. Dick, this is simply what I am meant to do. Dick recognized the essence of the Pacers' interior defense within Su Xian, seeing the potential for him to evolve into the next McGee, perhaps even surpassing him. After the first timeout, Larry glanced at the playbook and then at Su Xian, making what could be the boldest decision of his career. As the timeout concluded and the game resumed, Schmitz was substituted out for Derek McGee, along with Betts and Chris Mullen. Jalen Rose took Betts and Oppo's position, while Dale Davis replaced Chris Mullen. What? Larry has deployed a lineup with considerable size. But who will handle the ball? Boyle was utterly astonished. He had never encountered such a lineup before. Amidst the astonished gazes of all, Miller passed the ball to Su Xian, who confidently advanced with possession. This scene left Boyle in a state of shock. Amazing. Am I seeing this correctly? Su Xian as a point guard? Is this not the Pistons' tactical approach, with Hill as the primary playmaker and the others as support? Are the Pacers adopting the same strategy? Su Xian had not intended to reveal his capabilities too early, but Hill's arrogance on their home ground necessitated a decisive response. Let us just get it done. Clang. The character skill pick and role associated with John Stockton has been activated, enhancing assist success rates when executing screens with teammates. This skill, which Su Xian unlocked during his practice with the Jazz, is one of the many proficiencies of the legendary assist leader John Stockton. Yet it remains one of the most practical and frequently employed techniques. With the historical powerhouse Karl Malone, the Utah duo usually needed only simple pick and rolls to significantly influence the game. Su Xian, I hope you don't disappoint me. Convincing me fundamentally is no easy task. Before the match, Su Xian had discussed his desire to start as the primary point guard with Larry Brown in the office. Impossible. I will never allow such a thing to transpire with the Pacers. Initially, Larry was quite resistant to Su Xian's request, which did not align with the image of a traditional, stubborn coach. Would he allow a player over 2.05 meters tall to play the point guard position? If he were Magic Johnson, Larry would be more than willing. Faced with the steadfast Larry Brown, Su Xian chose not to confront him directly, but instead laid out the facts regarding Hill's situation, which left Larry in contemplative silence, presenting the reality and reasoning behind it. The Pacers desperately needed a starting point guard. Betts was inadequate, and the backup Haywood Workman was equally so. Miller was merely a shooter. Could he orchestrate the offense? Who would handle the three-point shots? Hill and Oppo's style closely resembled what Su Xian had described, standing at 2.03 meters, if he possessed the ability to organize play and drive. It warranted consideration. If the team requires it, I can allow you to give it a try, but that's all. Larry Brown decided to relent. He had faith in Su Xian, unlike Jalen Rose. Larry recognized Su Xian's talent. If it was merely a trial, he had no objections. It settled. Su Xian understood that if given a chance, Larry Brown would undoubtedly become ensnared in his potential. What fuels Su Xian's confidence? The inevitable trend of the future. An unstoppable wave due to its irresistible allure. With Su Xian as the point guard, Miller as the shooting guard, Jalen Rose as the small forward, Dale Davis as the power forward, and Derek McGee as the center, this lineup was remarkably tall, the shortest being Miller at 2.01 meters, Rose at 2.03, Su Xian at 2.05, Davis at 2.11, and McGee at 2.08. This quintet possessed exceptional mobility and defensive prowess. If one were to highlight a flaw, it would be a lack of explosive scoring ability, as few could independently generate points. Yet, This did not hinder them from overwhelming the Pistons. The Hunters were bewildered. How could the anticipated Betts be replaced by a Chinese powerhouse? Su Xian glanced at Hunter, showing no hesitation as he took a jump shot beyond the three-point line. His shooting motion was seamless, and as the ball landed, he turned, raised his left hand, and flashed a three-finger sign. Arrogant, audacious, and nonchalant. This was not the demeanor of a rookie. Rather, it exuded the aura of a seasoned veteran on the court. Three-pointer by Su Xian, yes. 2013. Boyle recited that classic line, the elongated tone of Miller's three-pointer echoing in Su Xian's moment. He can shoot threes. Collins of the Pistons was equally taken aback. This was a troubling sign. The decisiveness and confidence in his shot indicated a reliable weapon, not a mere fluke. Grant! Grant! Collins shouted from the sidelines as Hill approached. With a grave expression, Collins instructed, "I need you to apply pressure on him. We cannot allow him to act with impunity." Su Xian had already scored 13 points before the first quarter ended, on track to set a rookie single-game scoring record. Just recently, Allen Iverson had debuted with 30 points. Could Su Xian surpass even that? The Pacers and Oppos fans were ecstatic. No wonder Donnie was willing to go to great lengths to select a 26-year-old rookie. This was no loss. It was a phenomenal gain. Okay, I will do my best to contain him. Hill gestured affirmatively, but when he sought Mullen, he found Jalen Rose standing in his way. Jalen Rose, a quintessential swingman in NBA history, possessed ample size and strong physicality, capable of defending against heavy forwards. His only drawback was average athleticism and slower lateral movement, which made it difficult to evade players like Hill. What a dreadful defense. It and Oppos. No surprise that Larry Brown, known for his defensive acumen, had little use for Jalen Rose, who was prone to being easily bypassed. Yet Hill overlooked that the current Pacers had ample size. Davis stepped in to assist. His towering height of 2.11 meters completely obstructing Hill's path. Hill passed to Ratliff, who attempted a dunk, but was met by Su Xian's emphatic rejection. "This is my territory." Su Xian roared at Ratliff, nearly earning a technical foul. The benefit of height allowed for seamless switches even in the paint, eliminating concerns of being overmatched. Su Xian, the rim protector, had completely captivated me. Boyle conceded that this player was exceptionally formidable. As the transition unfolded, McKee surged ahead, and Su Xian barreled in. The two executed a flawless alley-oop, shattering the rim. The Pistons were rendered powerless. Hill had lost his luster, while Su Xian orchestrated everything with absolute control. Swish! Another three-pointer found its mark. By the end of the first quarter, Su Xian had amassed 17 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists. 32-20. No one wished to believe that the defensively renowned Pacers could score 32 points in the first quarter against the Pistons. This was the 90s. Not 30 years later. Su Xian had firmly entered the spotlight as a rookie capable of containing Grant Hill. Could there be anything more outrageous? Chapter 17. A turbulent turn of events. Endless anticipation. As the first quarter concluded, news of Su Xian quickly surfaced in the media. With 17 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists, he certainly did not break the rookie single-game scoring record, leaving some naive fans puzzled as to why such statistics warranted celebration, especially when compared to the grandeur of Allen Iverson. However, when the crowd realized these were Su Xian's stats within a single quarter, they were left astounded. 17 points in one quarter? Surely, I must be mistaken. Who is this prodigy? Su Xian? I recall him. It seems the Pacers trade was far more beneficial than anticipated. The Clippers must be weeping in despair. Such an impressive rookie. And what if he is 26? No way, my friend. How can they trumpet a mere quarter and Oppos' performance? I refuse to believe Grant Hill could produce such a novice. Undoubtedly, Su Xian and Oppos' remarkable performance garnered widespread attention. The year 1996 was already a notable draft year, and as the regular season commenced, the exploits of these rookies became a topic of great interest. With Allen Iverson's explosive 30-point record-breaking game preceding Su Xian's 17 points that led the team against the Pistons, and the defensively renowned Pacers scoring 32 points in one quarter while limiting the Pistons to only 20, this nationally televised game attracted even greater viewership. Moreover, Larry Brown's unprecedented and peculiar lineup, featuring Su Xian at point guard, raised eyebrows. What moral decline led to such a decision? As the second quarter commenced, the Pacers deployed their transitional lineup, allowing Su Xian and Miller to rest while Mullen led the charge. With the shackles removed, Mullen, now the absolute core of the second unit, unleashed a devastating three-pointer that pierced the net, continuing the Pacers' terrifying shooting form. On the sidelines, Su Xian and Miller transformed into a spirited cheerleading squad, wildly waving towels and even dancing joyously, elevating the emotional atmosphere to its zenith. Come on, Chris. Unleash your five-time All-Star prowess and show them who's boss. Su, you should temper your enthusiasm. The cameras are capturing every move you make, Miller cautioned, noticing Su Xian's exuberance. Why should I hold back? Let loose, Reggie. Don't let anything stifle our passion. The victory tonight belongs to Indiana. Su Xian retorted, unconcerned. All right, you make a valid point. Miller conceded, throwing up his hands. In that case, let us celebrate. Old Miller began to mimic a propeller with his towel, prompting some fans to humorously suggest he was merely the water cooler attendant. As the second quarter reached a timeout, Collins was forced into another personnel adjustment. The Pacers were simply extraordinary tonight. Every player seemed to be fueled by adrenaline, relentlessly attacking the hoop. With the score widening towards a 20-point gap, Collins resignedly put Grant Hill back on the court. Upon witnessing Hill's return, Brown knew Su Xian could not be left behind. With Mullen resting, Su Xian, Reggie, and Schmitz prepared to take the floor. On a sideline inbounds, Miller passed the ball to Su Xian, who disregarded the presence of Joe Dumars, who was simply too short. Despite Dumars' persistent efforts to disrupt, Su Xian exhibited remarkable ball-handling stability, controlled, albeit not fast-paced, executing a slow acceleration and change of direction that left Dumars trailing. Ratliff rushed to assist defensively, but with a flick of his wrist, Su Xian launched Schmitz into the air. The Dutch giant descended like a sledgehammer, rattling the hoop at Market Square Arena. Yes, just like that, Su Xian exclaimed, high-fiving Schmitz, both men brimming with exhilaration. Can this kid really do that? Collins mused, somewhat numbed by Su Xian's every action that was continuously redefining his understanding of the game. He could shoot from beyond the arc, penetrate, post up, and orchestrate plays. What was there that he could not do? Such a versatile athlete. Why had he only entered the draft at 26? This defied logic and left Collins bewildered. As the score continued to balloon, Hill grew anxious. Attempting a forceful drive to the basket, Su Xian positioned himself perfectly to intercept Hill with a swift defensive move. I told you not to challenge me, Grant. Remember this. Su Xian taunted, inciting Hill's ire as he shoved Dumars aside to personally guard Su Xian. I want a one-on-one. No screens, everyone clear out. Hill demanded, pushing Davis aside as he sought to create a play. Davis looked somewhat put out, but Miller reassured him. Don't take it personally. I'll make sure he apologizes after the game. With that, Davis felt somewhat better. Facing the formidable Hill, Su Xian steeled himself. In his prime, Hill was a two-way player, able to attack and defend, one of the league's premier small forwards, often likened to the elegant LeBron James. Hill's playing style, in contrast to James' brute force, was more graceful and lethal, capable of striking decisively when least expected. Even Michael Jordan found it challenging to navigate against Hill. Now they faced off. This marked the first direct confrontation between the two in this game. A scene I found thrilling, a clash of titans. I must admit, in this contest, the Pacers' strongest asset was this newly drafted rookie. Boyle's keen gaze was fixed on the court as he provided rapid commentary. With a behind-the-back dribble, resetting his position, Su Xian accelerated, breaking to the left, only to have Hill positioned right in front of him. Hill, renowned as the league's fastest player, boasted an unmatchable first step and explosive athleticism. His defensive prowess mirrored this, with exceptional lateral quickness enabling him to guard most players attempting to penetrate the paint. He shadowed Su Xian closely, an immovable mountain, intent on demonstrating his superiority to the young contender. Though Su Xian faced considerable resistance, it was not insurmountable. Compared to Scottie Pippen, Hill's defensive acumen was slightly lacking. Having once dominated Pippen in one-on-one battles during his third year, would Su Xian fear Hill's defense? Ding. Activating offensive skill, Karl Malone's iron-willed mid-range shot enhances mid-range shooting ability while on the move. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Breaking, stopping abruptly, leaping. In that moment, Su Xian's core strength coiled like a spring, and before Hill could react, Su Xian soared, preparing to shoot. So difficult. Su Xian's sudden stop and jump shot, bang. The ball swished through the net. Boyle erupted with excitement, practically ecstatic on the sidelines. Isaiah Thomas, watching on, appeared complexly contemplative as he observed Su Xian. He had heard Ewing speak of Su Xian, a talented practice player, and today, witnessing him firsthand, he could see the truth in those words. This league is on the brink of welcoming a new disruptor. The Indiana Pacers are poised to become a formidable force against the Chicago Bulls. Will the anti-Jordan Alliance succeed in its quest for triumph this year? The smiling assassin is eager to witness the storm brewing anew, ready to rewrite the narrative. Chapter 18. Breaking Records. Debuting at the pinnacle. As the first half concluded, the Pistons trudged into the locker room with despondent expressions. Joe Dumars lamented, "What on earth? Where did that guy come from? I and Oppos V never even heard his name. He should be a mere nobody." Everyone knew whom Dumars referred to as Tonight. This unheralded player had dominantly commanded the court. His style was somewhat unexpected, exhibiting a versatility beyond what any of them had imagined. Hunter had faced off against Su Xian. When confronted by the taller Su Xian, he opted to drive, while against shorter defenders, he would choose to shoot. This was common knowledge in the realm of basketball. But executing such actions on the court was an entirely different story. Each position had its specialization, and while everyone had distinct roles, mastering every facet was an unattainable feat. If it were so, anyone could ascend to the status of a superstar like Grant Hill. Reflecting on his encounters against Su Xian, Hill found this player impeccable, devoid of any weaknesses. "Perhaps we should deploy faster players to challenge him," thought Otis Thorpe. "Good idea, Otis. You've given me something to ponder. But do we possess such players?" Collins shook his head, not believing the Pistons guards could pose any threat to Su Xian. Hunter was primarily defensive, his offensive skills being mediocre. Dumars had once been quite proficient in his youth, but age had diminished his capabilities, and one could not expect him to accomplish more. Curry? Forget it. He was even less effective. The game tonight was exceptionally challenging. Su Xian's sudden emergence disrupted all of the Pistons' strategies. Mullen's integration into the team was smoother than anticipated, and the Pacers' three-point shooting was exceedingly precise. What could the Pistons do? Time was short, and Collins and his coaching staff had no means to devise a solution in such a brief interval. They could only await the game's conclusion to meticulously analyze the footage and uncover strategies to contain the Pacers. "We have not yet lost, despite trailing by 15 points. It is not insurmountable. Grant, go all out in the second half. I do not require more from you. Scoring is your sole objective." Collins resolved. Determining that the Pistons would fight with all their might in the second half, they had no reason to concede in their first regular season game. Bang! A jarring awakening. As the second half commenced, the Pistons immediately faltered in coordination. Hill penetrated the lane only to be met by three defenders, his pass failing to find a teammate, leading to a steal by Su Xian, who executed a thunderous dunk. In retaliation, Hill's mid-range attempt clanged off the rim, while Su Xian secured the rebound. Sumi set a screen, Mullen missed a shot, and Su Xian assisted Mullen, who hit a flawless three-pointer. "Bro, our teamwork is becoming increasingly harmonious," Mullen exclaimed excitedly to Su Xian. "Just keep running. No matter where you are, I can see you." With a height of 2.05 meters, was there any area Su Xian could overlook? Impossible. Mullen's fervent movement combined with Su Xian's precise passing exuded the confidence characteristic of an all-time great scorer. Without Malone, Su Xian would forge a legacy of his own. The Pistons continued to struggle. Hill exerted every effort to score 2 points, only for the Pacers to respond with a three-pointer that extinguished their hopes. With everyone firing on all cylinders, momentum surged. One could not deny the significance of momentum on the basketball court. At times, it proved more effective than even superstar talent. As the third quarter approached its conclusion, the Pacers widened the gap to over 20 points. Collins glanced at the panting Hill and decisively called for a timeout. This was not the era of small ball, where three-pointers were flung recklessly. A 20-point deficit was daunting, setting aside whether players from the 1990s possessed such shooting prowess. The style of play dictated that a 20-point gap was formidable. Hill sank onto the bench, feeling utterly drained, as though his very essence had been extracted. The pressure of facing the Pacers was immense, and he had to summon every ounce of strength to contend with Su Xian. With a stat line of 22 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists, Hill had delivered a commendable individual performance. Yet, looking up, he saw a disheartening score of 85-63, too despairing to bear witnessing further. As Hill exited the game, the Pistons conceded. Larry Brown, ever composed, tested the waters for 2 possessions before substituting the entire starting lineup, finally pulling Mullen and Su Xian from the court. "Well done. You executed a flawless debut." Larry Brown enveloped Su Xian in a heartfelt embrace, overwhelmed with joy. perhaps even more than if they had secured a significant victory over the Pistons. Larry, the season has just begun. If you maintain this pace, I cannot guarantee your coaching tenure will remain stable. Oh, why? Mullen and Brown queried in unison. Su Xian smirked, revealing an audacious expression. Because such occurrences will transpire every game night. You must acclimate to this reality. We are not a weak team. The two were momentarily taken aback before they realized the truth in his words. Ha! Indeed, our good days are just beginning. Mullen had never noticed this side of Su Xian. His audacity was surprisingly likable. Su Xian was destined for fame once this game concluded. His performance would become the talk of the town. My goodness, this was an achievement reserved for superstars, and a twinge of jealousy crept in. Apologies, Indiana Pacers. But I am genuinely thrilled for you. Boyle gazed at the scoreboard, Su Xian's individual statistics prominently displayed at the top of the team's chart. 32 points, 11 assists, 13 rebounds, along with 3 steals and 4 blocks. A staggering debut performance that filled the stat sheet. A miraculous feat that captivated every spectator at Market Square Arena. MVP. 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 The crowd erupted in chants of MVP as Su Xian's handsome visage illuminated the big screen. Rising to express his gratitude, the volume escalated, distracting the players on the court. Go on, you deserve this. Mullen nudged Su Xian's back as he ambled toward the scorer's table, relishing the moment that was rightfully his. No doubt about it. The Pacers decisively triumphed over the Pistons to claim their first victory of the regular season, with Su Xian etching his name in history as the first player in NBA history to achieve a triple-double in his debut, recording over 30 points, 10 assists, and 10 rebounds. On October 19, 1960, Oscar Robertson made history with a debut of 21 points, 12 rebounds, and 10 assists, becoming the first player to achieve a triple-double in his inaugural game. Following Robertson, Lakers legend Magic Johnson also recorded 26 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists in his first game. A league superstar, debuting at the pinnacle. Today, Su Xian trampled over all, becoming the first in NBA history. Congratulations to the host for achieving first triple-double in debut, unlocking advanced statistics, and illuminating character updates. Chapter 19, The Anti-Jordan Alliance, A Jester's Grand Feast. In the aftermath of the game, ESPN captured Su Xian and Oppo's debut performance in the NBA with a headline that echoed the sentiments of astonishment. Like a formidable villain emerging from the shadows, the underdog jester unveiled himself, his lips curling into an almost imperceptible smile as he astonished onlookers with an outstanding display. He surpassed Allen Iverson in prowess, showcasing a versatility that allowed him to accomplish anything on the court. The smiling assassin, Isaiah Thomas, offered a candid appraisal after witnessing Su Xian's game. Thomas admired Iverson, noting their similar height and physique, as well as their strikingly distinct personalities, feeling a kinship akin to self-appreciation. To be frank, he was not one to weave tales. Aside from his criticisms of Michael Jordan, he was affable to all. Thus, he refrained from fabricating stories. During the post-game interview, Su Xian found himself the center of unprecedented attention. Su, you achieved a triple-double in your debut, breaking the record set by Robertson and Magic Johnson. Do you take pride in this accomplishment? Su, if I may address you so, at the age of 26, what motivated you to enter the draft? Su, some believe you surpass Allen Iverson. Do you concur, considering Allen just scored 30 points in his debut? The barrage of incisive questions came swiftly, but Miller adeptly interceded to halt Su Xian's response, demonstrating his finesse in handling such situations. Unlike the brutish Ewing from the New York Knicks, Su Xian is remarkable. He is himself, needing no comparisons, Miller asserted. Of course, a triple-double exceeding 30 points. Good heavens, I have never witnessed a rookie perform in such a manner. Is 26 too late to enter the draft? No, I find that notion unreasonable. The journalists exchanged rueful glances at Miller's responses, recognizing the veteran's skill in evading sensationalism, leaving them devoid of any newsworthy substance. Eventually, they shifted their focus away from Su Xian, understanding that with Miller present, he was an impenetrable shield. Reggie, after a resounding victory over the Pistons in your first game, do you feel confident in navigating the fierce competition in the East to reach the pinnacle? To be honest, even with the Pacers' initial success, most doubted their ability to surpass last season's performance. Michael Jordan's dominance loomed, stifling all contenders. Miller, ever astute, often delivered surprising remarks when confronted with questions about Jordan. Just as he was about to respond, Su Xian intervened, leaving the assembled journalists bewildered, even Miller appearing perplexed. What was this young man up to? Reggie, may I take this question? Su Xian smiled. Miller nodded, passing the microphone to him, clearing his throat and surveying the room. Su Xian waited until all eyes were upon him before speaking. Certainly. Our objective is the championship. That has never changed. The journalist snapped to attention. Championship? Su, do you believe the Indiana Pacers can triumph over the Chicago Bulls to claim the ultimate trophy? Or do you have faith in overcoming Michael Jordan to seize the highest honor in the NBA? All present held their breath, anticipating Su Xian and Apos' reply. Miller appeared anxious, eager to reclaim the microphone, but Su Xian halted him. Reggie, this is not a difficult question. I can handle it. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Miller felt a foreboding unease at Su Xian's words. Okay, bro, I certainly trust you. With Su Xian determined to respond, Miller could only acquiesce. I believe you did not fully grasp my words. Our goal is the championship. Any team standing in Indiana's path will be our target. Michael is indeed formidable. You call him the basketball god, but the world does not require deities. Not just me, nor just Indiana. But all the Eastern powerhouses do not need this so-called basketball god. This is a new order, which I shall term the Anti-Jordan Alliance. If he truly is the basketball god, we will personally dethrone him, a prospect worth anticipating by all, would it not? Upon finishing, a profound silence enveloped the room. The tension was palpable. Even Reggie Miller gazed at Su Xian in disbelief. This young man, how audacious. Michael Jordan, the globally revered basketball deity. And the notion of an anti-Jordan alliance seemed a direct affront to basketball aficionados worldwide. Such a confrontation would be brutal, failure would spell ruin, and without success, they would become the subject of ridicule. You are incredibly bold. The brief silence erupted into an uproar. While the journalists yearned to inquire further, Su Xian had already turned away, leaving them with a resolute yet decisive silhouette. To dethrone the basketball god, the anti-Jordan alliance is established. We shall slay the deity and emerge as the new champions. As this headline surfaced, it stirred a tidal wave of excitement. How captivating. Su Xian had declared war on Michael, and I relish this narrative, the anti-Jordan alliance. The New York Knicks would be the first to join. Ewing laughed heartily upon reading the report, as the league and Apos' strongest practice partner challenged the basketball god, determined to become the most formidable obstacle in Jordan and Apos' path. The Orlando Magic, Atlanta Hawks, Miami Heat, these Eastern teams capable of challenging the Chicago Bulls wore expressions of disbelief upon encountering the news, followed by a contemplative silence. In Los Angeles, at the Lakers training facility, the big shark, Shaquille O'Neal, lounged casually, observing the rookie Kobe Bryant train with a condescending gaze. If effort alone guaranteed success, every basketball enthusiast would be in the NBA. Shaquille, something intriguing has transpired that I believe will pique your interest. Little Fish Fisher handed a sports publication to O and Apos, Neal, who perked up, as rare occurrences captured his attention. Could it be that his former team had gone bankrupt? If so, he would indeed take notice. What? Is this truly what that fellow has proclaimed? O'Neal's demeanor darkened, his tone displeased. The report was utterly astonishing. Even the fearless O'Neal found it hard to believe. Regrettably, it is all true. I never speak falsehoods. With Fisher and Apos' confirmation, O and Apos, Neal was left utterly speechless. Kobe, having concluded his training, approached the two, taking the publication from O'Neal with a skeptical expression. Within 2 minutes, Kobe's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. After a long pause, he finally spoke, the strong walk alone, while the weak band together. An anti-Jordan alliance? No, I alone am sufficient. Chapter 20. No one can challenge Michael Jordan. Is there a man in this world more arrogant than oneself? Allen Iverson has always believed that he is the most distinctive player in the league, considering Michael Jordan merely a formidable superstar on the court, lacking the same level of personality. However, it was only with the emergence of Su Xian that Iverson truly understood what it meant to be dismissive of others. He was undoubtedly courting disaster. While a triple-double debut is impressive, it is merely that. Iverson harbored ambitions of challenging Jordan, yearning to score over him and confront the basketball deity in his own unique style. Yet, that was as far as it went. Iverson was incapable of forming a so-called anti-Jordan alliance to dethrone the Chicago Bulls. He simply could not manage it. At least for now, Iverson was powerless. He was eager to face the Pacers, but Michael Jordan? No. At this moment, his primary interest lay with you, Su Xian. Upon hearing this news, Michael Jordan's countenance darkened, and he muttered angrily, "That damn fool. Does he think by rallying a motley crew, he can prevent me from reaching the pinnacle and claiming the championship trophy? Dream on. We have just made history with a record of 72 wins. No one can defeat us. No one can conquer Michael Jordan." Noticing Jordan's agitation, Pippen maintained an unusual calmness and remarked, "Michael, do you truly believe Su Xian's intention is to create an anti-Jordan alliance?" "What do you mean?" Jordan furrowed his brow, contemplating. Reflecting on Su Xian's time in Chicago, he realized it was not so simple. The Chinese are often enigmatic. Had he forgotten how Su Xian had won his Ferrari under dubious circumstances? Pippen's words evoked memories of the past, recalling how Su Xian had shamefully acquired a limited edition Ferrari from him. While this was trivial to Jordan, what infuriated him was how completely Su Xian had manipulated him throughout the entire process. The feeling was intolerable. As a result, Jordan had ruthlessly punished Su Xian during practice for a full week. Yet, inexplicably, Su Xian seemed to revel in it, as if he had a penchant for masochism. Could it be that this was part of his scheme? Suddenly, Jordan felt a chilling realization wash over him, and the more he pondered, the more alarming it became. Pippen, having noticed Jordan's change in expression, continued, "There must be some conspiracy at play. Su Xian is plotting something. The notion of an anti-Jordan alliance is absurd. Those ambitious individuals will never unite. There is only one championship trophy, and no one is willing to concede it." After carefully considering Pippen and Oppo's words, Jordan found them quite persuasive. "Scotty, why do I feel as though you and Oppo's become more astute?" Scottie Pippen, once perceived as the simpleton by Jordan, had resolutely accepted a long-term contract with the Bulls, resulting in years of labor under a so-called and amp, Oppo's, child labor contract and amp, Oppo's, while performing at a top-tier level as the team and amp, Oppo's, as second in command. Instinctively, Jordan felt that Pippen could not have fathomed such profound issues. "Really? On. Perhaps it's because I've had some rest lately. Su Xian, I know him too well." "Ha. Pippen's eyes betrayed a hint of panic, and his tone shifted. Jordan regarded Pippen with suspicion, dismissing the thought. After all, they had been teammates for many years, and Pippen had always diligently worked under him. Given his character, Jordan assumed Pippen would not engage in anything outrageous. "Su Xian undoubtedly has a scheme. We both know his strength. I must become stronger. Starting tomorrow, I will intensify my training regimen. I want to ensure that all those who covet the throne meet a dire fate." Fires of determination blazed in Jordan's eyes, oblivious to Pippen's flickering gaze, which seemed lost in thought. As Su Xian's rhetoric continued to escalate, NBA Commissioner David Stern convened a crucial meeting with his inner circle to discuss the so-called anti-Jordan alliance. Seated at the head of the table, David Stern was flanked on his right by Russ Granick, the NBA vice president, and his assistant, responsible for daily operations, finances, and labor negotiations. To his left sat Rod Thorne, the NBA executive vice president, overseeing basketball affairs, including rulemaking, officiating management, and disciplinary actions. Next to Rod Thorne was Brian McIntyre, the NBA public relations director, tasked with media relations, press releases, and shaping the image of the stars. Due to Su Xian's statements, the core leadership of the NBA office was embroiled in discussions about a series of forthcoming measures. David Stern initiated the conversation. "Brian, I would like to hear your thoughts. Are Su Xian's comments beneficial or detrimental, and what impact will they have on the league?" Brian, primarily responsible for the league's public relations, maintained close ties with the media and was always aware of fan sentiments. Su Xian's remarks are unprecedented. The era of superstars continues, with Michael Jordan shining as the brightest star. Undoubtedly, Jordan's presence has fueled the league's growth, and the NBA fanbase has expanded exponentially. However, we face a significant dilemma. He paused momentarily before continuing. Should Michael Jordan retire again, where would the NBA go from there? Jordan's initial retirement had incited turmoil within the league and even instigated societal unrest. David Stern had never aimed to cultivate a superstar league. He envisioned transforming the NBA into a global commercial empire, a scenario where one entity reigns supreme was something he could never tolerate. The league needed a marquee player. Yet that player could not be capricious or uncontrollable. Michael Jordan, evidently, was not under David Stern's dominion. We need new heroes. Times are changing, the league is evolving, and everyone must adapt. Brian's foresight was remarkable, which explained his position at this table. I concur with Brian. Michael Jordan is undeniably the face of the league. But if someone were indeed capable of defeating him, Even the basketball deity could fall, akin to a tyrant being overthrown by new heroes. Such a narrative would be immensely captivating. Russ Granick's opinion aligned with Bryant's. However, Michael is not the villain. At least for now, he is the hero of the league. Rod Thorne countered, presenting a differing perspective. Michael has a massive fanbase worldwide. Opposing him recklessly could jeopardize the NBA's global influence. These matters must be approached with caution. Rod preferred to maintain the status quo, hesitant to embark on uncharted territory. To progress, changes are imperative. Change does not necessitate complete upheaval. Whether Su Xian possesses the capability for such change remains uncertain. A 30-point triple-double debut is unprecedented for a rookie. One game does not signify anything. He needs consistency and the opportunity to prove himself. As the discussion grew more animated, everyone held steadfast to their views, engaging in fervent debate. David Stern raised his hand, signaling for silence. After considerable contemplation, he spoke. An anti-Jordan alliance can indeed be established. This is merely a superficial understanding. What they decide to do, and how they proceed. As long as it is not excessive, we need not impede. To dethrone Michael Jordan? The notion of mere mortals challenging the divine is a topic that will surely captivate the American public. If Su Xian can achieve this, why should we hold back? The direction of the league is not contingent upon us. We remain the guiding force, whether through stringent policies or commercial strategies, as long as he possesses the requisite value. All players will serve as the driving force behind the league's growth. Su Xian, I am genuinely eager to see what kind of performance he will deliver this season. Chapter 21. Your body is softer than the neighboring grandma in Indiana. Su Xian's remarks and the burgeoning anti-Jordan alliance have garnered increasing attention for the Pacers. They have surged from the 10th to the 3rd position in the league, trailing only the Chicago Bulls and the Los Angeles Lakers. The Simon brothers, owners of the Pacers, are overjoyed. Regardless of the circumstances, Indiana has made quite a splash, leading to a modest increase in their market value. In light of this, Melvin Simon, the elder brother, personally called General Manager Donnie Walsh to commend Su Xian's statements at the press conference. Fear not, the NBA is fundamentally a competitive league. I will increase our investments. Let our performance do the talking. Chicago is not invincible. Melvin harbors no fondness for Chicago's dominance. If an opportunity arises to dethrone them, no team would resist such temptation. Su Xian is remarkable. Perhaps he will become our future. Donnie relayed Melvin's sentiments to Larry Brown, who, while notoriously stubborn in his personnel decisions, is not lacking in acumen. He immediately declared that Su Xian would receive more playing time and assured him of ample shot opportunities within the team. As the winds of change began to swirl, Su Xian stirred the waters from the outset, signaling that the illustrious Michael Jordan would face the most daunting year of his NBA career. Once the dust settled, Su Xian finally had the chance to access the system and examine the interface following the character and Oppo's advancement. Michael Jordan and Oppo's character brightness had diminished from 100 to 95. Puzzled, Su Xian delved deeper and discovered the reason. This old legend is truly formidable. Jordan and Oppo's offensive attributes had increased by 2 points, his defensive attributes by 1. While his playmaking attributes saw the most significant rise, soaring by 5 points. At Jordan's level, where personal abilities are nearly maxed out, even slight enhancements are monumental, achievements only possible for an extraordinary genius. Would he need to seek out Jordan as a practice partner to update the character's progress in the database? Su Xian contemplated this and found it somewhat challenging. Having already faced him head-on, he knew Jordan wouldn't be so magnanimous. Rather, this man harbors a grudge. After merely winning a limited edition Ferrari from him, Su Xian had endured a week of relentless torment. Now, with open conflict declared, Jordan would undoubtedly be out for revenge. Checking his phone, Su Xian noted that Jordan had not sent any messages, but a few familiar faces from the Bulls had reached out. Big Bug, kid. You must be tired of living. I agree with your sentiments, but I want to go easy on you during our match. Kerr, well done. I've never liked him. The anti-Jordan alliance? No. I genuinely wish to join. Hucock, old legend is furious. The consequences will be severe. Most of these messages were light-hearted jests. But when the time for confrontation arrives, as Rodman stated, these players would not show Su Xian any leniency. Curiously, Pippen had not texted him, which struck Su Xian as odd. He also noticed that Giselle had sent her congratulations. Congratulations, Sue. I'll be in Indiana for a fashion show in a week. And I hope to have dinner with you. Look at that. After achieving results, even the goddess of one and Oppos S dreams become so proactive, significantly increasing the allure. Su Xian had no reason to decline. It's a promise. Finally, he opened the message from Kobe. Teacher, I disapprove of your approach. There's no need for any alliance. I will defeat Michael Jordan and claim his throne. This rebellious youth, though lacking in ability, certainly had a bold demeanor. Next time they meet, a lesson in humility may be in order. On November 2nd, after triumphing over the Detroit Pistons at home, the Pacers faced a back-to-back matchup against the formidable Miami Heat, featuring Mourning and Hardaway. Prior to the game, Mourning participated in a press interview. Alonzo, what do you think of Su's remarks? Mourning smiled. He is a fantastic player. He is already 26 years old. OMG. He is my age. And I admire him for challenging the strongest man in the league. Will I join the anti-Jordan alliance? I'm not certain. But I understand that the Heat's goal is the same, the championship. Mourning's words seemed to convey a message, yet remained cryptic. The league's star players, during interviews, spoke in ambiguous terms, and astute observers sensed a shift. A Pandora's box, previously unopened, was slowly revealing its contents, enticing every ambitious warrior. Another tough battle awaited. The Heat proved to be a more tenacious opponent than the Pacers. Pat Riley's grueling training regime was shaping the Heat's ironclad era. In their initial encounter with the Atlanta Hawks, the Heat allowed their opponents a mere 81 points, employing a suffocating team defense that left the Hawks with no solutions. The formidable frontcourt duo of Mourning and P.J. Brown instilled fear across the league. In this back-to-back matchup, Schmitz did not make the roster. His back and foot injuries had yet to fully heal, and despite the lack of depth in the frontcourt, Brown opted to rest Schmitz, ensuring the team's endurance throughout the long season. Facing the Heat's dual-core lineup, Brown strategically deployed Su Xian, Miller, Jalen Rose, McGee, and Davis in a defensive scheme. With a significant decline in inside scoring, neither McGee nor Davis possessed strong offensive capabilities. The well-regarded Antonio had been traded to the Clippers, and the Pacers' shortcomings began to surface. Lacking the Dutch giant, the remaining players had to exert themselves to compensate for Schmitz's absence. Mullin transitioned from starter to bench player without complaint. Rather than competing for ball control in the starting lineup, which would hinder defense, he chose to lead the second unit, becoming the undisputed primary offensive threat. The Heat maintained their regular starting lineup, Mourning and P.J. Brown in the paint, with the diminutive Tim Hardaway and second-round pick Sasha Danilovic on the perimeter. The original 3D player, Dan Marley, filled the small forward position. Hardaway and Mourning were undeniable offensive pillars, while Marley lurked behind them, ready to strike at any moment. During warm-ups, the fervent Indiana fans displayed anti-Jordan alliance banners, depicting a weeping portrait of Jordan, though the identity of the perpetrator remained unknown. With the whistle blown, the battle commenced. P.J. Brown overpowered Davis, granting the Heat the initial offensive possession. Go up, Davis, don't be afraid. I'll provide help defense from behind. Reggie, good job. Tim is too short to threaten us at the rim. Let us make this stop. Good job. McGee, you're doing great. A classic pick and roll between Hardaway and Mourning unfolded, with Mourning descending to receive the ball and attack the rim. McGee, arriving just in time, completely blocked the shot, while Su Xian leaped to secure the defensive rebound. Fast break. Su Xian surged forward, bulldozing through the Heat's interior defense, brazenly colliding with P.J. Brown and executing a powerful dunk, showcasing his athletic prowess. Hardaway, holding the ball on the perimeter, executed a pick and continued to feed it to Mourning. After a switch, Su Xian positioned himself before the Heat's powerhouse. Without a word, their gazes clashed. Mourning immediately backed down, the collision resonating throughout the arena. As Mourning spun, Su Xian was quick to react, denying the big man any shot opportunity. In a swift motion, Su Xian knocked the ball away, causing it to ricochet off Mourning's leg and out of bounds. No way. Indeed, you are incapable of inflicting harm upon me. Your physical constitution is more pliable than that of my elderly neighbor. The air crackles with animosity. A stalwart figure finds himself ensnared in difficulty. Chapter 22, The Cold-Blooded Three-Point Shot, The Rage of the Tough Guy. Provoked by Su Xian's taunts, the formidable Mo Ning could hardly endure such humiliation. With a swift stride, he charged towards Su Xian, eager to engage in a duel. Damn it, take that foul mouth of yours away. Su Xian forcefully shoved Mo Ning aside. Miller was the first to intervene, positioning himself between the two to prevent the situation from escalating further. Fuck you. To hell with your anti-Jordan alliance. Today, I shall obliterate you. Mo Ning cursed as he stormed away, his face etched with displeasure. Dawn. He is just a rookie, albeit 26 years old, but how dare he? The more Mo Ning contemplated, the angrier he became. Enduring such indignity from a rookie was intolerable for the tough Mo Ning. Get out of my way. I intend to show him what I'm capable of. Mo Ning proactively switched to defend against Su Xian, standing directly in front of him. At 2.08 meters tall, Mo Ning was a premier rim protector and an exceptional help defender, showcasing remarkable mobility even against Su Xian, who was 3 centimeters shorter. Do you think I'll drive in? Shoot. No. I choose to back you down. Typically, the smaller player would opt to drive, who would back down a bigger opponent. Do you think you're Mark Jackson? Su Xian's unexpected choice amused Mo Ning, who chuckled cruelly, deeming Su Xian naive. In this league, few dare to back down Alonzo Mourning. Hakeem Olajuwon of the Rockets, Shaquille O'Neal of the Lakers, Patrick Ewing of the Knicks, even the Admiral. I don't regard him highly. What do you think you are, to dare back me down? Mo Ning growled, firmly establishing his position behind Su Xian, who was dribbling with his back turned, exerting force. Bang! A loud collision echoed as Mo Ning stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. Such strength? Mo Ning was astonished. He had underestimated Su Xian, who exhibited remarkable physicality. In the fierce struggle, neither yielded an inch. Their muscles clashing as Su Xian exerted all his might to push Mo Ning into the paint. Even the league's top interior defender posed a challenge for Su Xian. Will it be a strong take after the contact or a hook after the spin? Mo Ning pondered, anticipating Su Xian's next move. As Su Xian leaned forward, Mo Ning presumed he would continue to resist, preparing to counter. However, Su Xian accelerated, slipping around the baseline to the opposite side of the basket. Mo Ning was caught off guard. P.J. Brown remained focused, undeterred by the one-on-one battle between Su Xian and Mo Ning. As another barrier for the Miami Heat, P.J. swiftly provided help defense, allowing Davis to capitalize on a perfect alley-oop opportunity. Su Xian flicked the ball, and Davis soared, completing the alley-oop with a thunderous dunk above Mo Ning. Boom. Don't forget, I am also an excellent passer. 4 o'clock. You were close to stopping me. Had it not been for PJ's help. Su Xian spread his hands towards Mo Ning in a familiar gesture that involuntarily evoked thoughts of Michael Jordan in Mo Ning's mind. So reminiscent. That cheeky countenance and infuriating demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to that man, causing Mo Ning to momentarily lose his focus. After 2 consecutive fruitless offensive attempts, Hardaway resolved to take matters into his own hands. Faced with Miller, Hardaway executed his signature move, the killer crossover, evading his defender and stopping for a jump shot, marking the Heat's first score. 4-2. Su Xian continued his advance with the ball, and Heat head coach Pat Riley's eyes sparkled with excitement. The future of basketball would comprise 5 versatile players, each around 2 meters tall. The concept of positional fluidity was first proposed by Pat Riley, envisioning a new paradigm. The Celtics of Bill Russell and the Knicks of the 1970s blurred the lines between center and forward, emphasizing teamwork. Non-traditional position players like Magic Johnson, 6'9" point guard, and Pippen, point forward, emerged, yet a systematic theory had yet to materialize. Until now, Grant Hill of the Pistons embodied both a forward-esque aggression and a point guard-esque command, simultaneously scoring while fulfilling shooting guard duties. All of this validated Riley's thoughts, as exemplified by Su Xian, standing at 2.05 meters yet executing point guard responsibilities. His abilities could transform Riley's vision into reality. If only Su Xian could join the Heat. Riley licked his lips, already envisioning the perfect forward system. He would rigorously train Su Xian to become the new king of Miami. As Su Xian dribbled, he suddenly shivered, glancing at Riley, who was staring intently at him. His gaze filled with desire. Su Xian inhaled sharply. He knew better than to engage with Riley. It was no mere training. Healthy players left the Heat feeling worn out, while injured players were thrust onto the court before fully recovered. This was not basketball. It was a battle for survival. Quickly, Su Xian launched a 3-pointer from the perimeter. Ding. Character template Reggie Miller skill activated. Cold-blooded 3-point shot, enhancing host's 3-point stability and surprise factor. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Without warning, before Mo Ning could react, Su Xian's attack was already complete. A piercing shot. 7-2. Does this guy possess an excessive array of scoring methods? Mo Ning frowned, a sense of unease creeping in. Hardaway continued the assault, executing the same distance and method, scoring again. 7-4. Learn from experience, Mo Ning thought, opting not to retreat this time. Closely shadowing Su Xian to deny him any easy shots from beyond the arc, Su Xian bent low, swiftly bypassing Mo Ning and charging into the paint. This time, P.J. Brown hesitated to provide help. Davis lurked behind, ready to pounce. Su Xian effortlessly executed a one-handed dunk, adding 2 more points. 9-4. Riley was visibly dissatisfied with the defense during this sequence and immediately called for a timeout. Double team number 18, Su Xian. The Pacers' shooting is subpar. Focus on Reggie and keep moving. Don't allow the opponent any easy scoring opportunities. Riley's voice was icy, and the Heat players understood that the mood of this relentless coach was grim. If they failed to adapt, they would bear the consequences after the game. Finally, Mo Ning utilized a pick and roll to break through, overpowering McGee to score his first field goal of the game. 9-6. The Heat altered their defense, with Marley and Mo Ning simultaneously double-teaming Su Xian, forcing him to pass the ball. Jalen Rose's three-pointer was erratic, ricocheting off the rim. A hard-earned fast break ensued as Hardaway swiftly advanced the ball, and Mo Ning barreled into the paint, rising like a pillar. Boom. 9-7. The tough guy roared, and the match had only just begun. Chapter 23. Bet on his empty gun. Su Xian faced a daunting challenge. With Miller incapacitated and unable to contribute offensively, and Jalen Rose still in the developmental stage, Su Xian found himself compelled to confront the difficulties alone. Surrounded by formidable opponents, Mourning pressed forward while Marlowe flanked him, denying Su Xian any opportunity for an easy shot or pass. Caught in a double team, Su Xian remained vigilant, scanning the court for a chance to score. As he drew closer to the basket, he sprang up, launching a right-handed floater with a high arc. Mourning leaped in vain, helplessly watching the ball trace a beautiful curve through the air. Swish. 11-7. Could he really perform such a move? Mourning was taken aback. A maneuver typically reserved for guards had unexpectedly surfaced in Su Xian's repertoire. Tension mounted. Mourning's expression grew increasingly serious. He had to thwart Su Xian, who was on the brink of becoming unstoppable. Riley opted for a tighter defense against Su Xian, while Brown assigned Davis to engage Mourning one-on-one. As Mourning attempted to assert himself, McGee swiftly moved to provide help defense. Mourning passed to the perimeter, where Hardaway exploited a screen to penetrate the lane. The Pacers quickly collapsed their defense, leaving Marlowe wide open. Swish. The pioneer of the 3D player didn't squander the opportunity, sinking a three-pointer. 11-10. As the score tightened, the Heat intensified their defense against Su Xian, prompting Brown to adjust the game's tempo. During the Pacers' first timeout, he diagrammed a classic play for Miller, involving successive screens to free him for a three-point shot. A seasoned veteran, Miller nodded in affirmation. In terms of personnel, the ineffective Davis was substituted out. McGee, not only the defensive linchpin for the Pacers but also a legitimate three-point threat, stepped in. In this small ball era, a space-oriented big man like McGee was a valuable asset. Simultaneously, the inconsistent Jalen Rose was replaced, as Brown expressed dissatisfaction with the sophomore's performance. Acknowledging a long road ahead for Rose's development, Bates and Mullen were brought in. Bates played the 1, Mullen the 3, while Su Xian shifted to the 4, fortifying the interior alongside McGee. On the Heat's side, P.J. Brown was also substituted. Nursing an injury, his playing time needed to be carefully managed. Isaac Austin, the promising backup big man Riley had high hopes for, made an impressive debut, likely contending for this season's Most Improved Player award. The Pacers and Oppos substitutions bore fruit, with Miller, Mullen, Bates, and McGee all possessing perimeter shooting ability. Su Xian's position at the 4 ensured that interior double teams would yield open looks from beyond the arc. They could only gamble, wagering that the Pacers players were devoid of ammunition. Riley lost the bet. Miller and Mullen capitalized on consecutive wide-open opportunities, raining down three-pointers like a barrage, swiftly extending the lead to double digits. 2010. With the Heat players stifled and the opponents firing on all cylinders, Riley urgently called for a timeout. It must be noted that a superstar sharpshooter was still recuperating on the Pacers bench, and Su Xian eagerly anticipated the terrifying sight of a fully operational star alongside him. The double team was no longer viable. That infernal player had such exceptional passing ability. Riley seethed with frustration, feeling as though the Pacers were monopolizing all the advantages. This was no ordinary rookie. He resembled a full-fledged all-star, truly a formidable presence. Riley continued to shuffle his lineup, resting Morning while substituting in Kurt Thomas. Hardaway led the charge, with Marlowe providing support. Riley had hoped that Hardaway's aggression would staunch the tide for his team, but Su Xian was relentless. Without Morning, the Heat resembled a hot pot devoid of sauce, simply lacking zest. Su Xian's relentless isolation play in the low post proved torturous for Austin, another rookie with high expectations. Their playing styles simply did not align. At the end of the first quarter, Su Xian had already amassed 15 points, 3 rebounds, and 5 assists, propelling the Pacers to a 13-point lead as they entered the second quarter. As Su Xian rested, Morning returned to the fray. The Heat displayed remarkable resilience. While the Pacers bench appeared somewhat dispirited, Su Xian had only been off the court for 5 minutes when the deficit shrank to a mere 5 points. Without Schmidt's rim protection, the Pacers' interior defense faltered significantly, allowing Morning to dominate with ease, scoring 8 consecutive points to narrow the gap. Upon his return, Su Xian executed a stylish fadeaway jumper, matching up against Morning. The hard-nosed competitor found himself outmatched, unable to contain Su Xian, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. The first half concluded with both teams exchanging blows in a thrilling offensive showdown. 53-47, with the Heat closely trailing, the fierce battle was far from over. Notably, Su Xian had already tallied 26 points in the first half, with the prospect of surpassing 30 points within reach. Could he push further? 40. Everyone was enraptured with the thought of another explosive performance from Su Xian. As the second half commenced, Su Xian seized the initiative, with a flurry of crossovers. He toyed with Austin before slicing through the lane for a bank shot. On the next possession, he attacked the paint with precision, timing his movements perfectly. As Austin leapt, Su Xian leaned in, scoring while drawing a foul. Too easy. Perhaps they should assign someone else to guard me. He converted the free throw as well. With 5 consecutive points, Su Xian's tally had soared to 31. Riley threw up his hands in exasperation. Su Xian's scorching touch was relentless. Every time he attempted to double-team, the Pacers retaliated with punishing effectiveness. This was proving to be a grueling contest, even more challenging than anticipated. Morning, with no other option, forced a shot against Davis, scoring to keep the Heat's hopes alive. As play transitioned, Mullen found Su Xian with a pass, without hesitation. Su Xian tossed the ball into the air, allowing McGee to soar for an alley-oop dunk. Both teams opted for an offensive duel, as Su Xian shredded the Heat's renowned defense, pushing Riley closer to the brink of explosion. The Heat players sensed the calm before the impending storm. By the end of the third quarter, the score stood at 75-68. Points were hard to come by, and the players were laboring intensely. Bullshit. You're all a bunch of worthless players, accomplishing nothing on the court. Show me your toughness. Bring your bodies into the fray and take that damn number 18 down. Riley bellowed at the Heat players. Morning remained silent, while Hardaway wore a grim expression. The dual stars needed to rise and take control of the game. Circumstances no longer permitted them to remain subdued. Chapter 24, Becoming a Legend. He should not stand on my shoulders in the realm of the Miami Heat. The term give up holds no meaning. In this era where players are expected to endure as much as Thibodeau's rotations, an average of 38 minutes on the court is merely commonplace. In the final quarter, the dual-core strategy opted for no rest. And Riley delighted in witnessing his players bravely battle on the floor, a true testament to manhood. With players like Embiid and Simmons, one might question the very future of the NBA. Morning, in a display of sheer dominance, relentlessly pummeled Davis, amassing 8 points, 3 rebounds, and 1 block in just 6 minutes of the fourth quarter. Impressive numbers, yet ultimately futile as the score gap remained unchanged. Looking up, it was evident that the deficit showed no signs of closing. Su Xian transformed into a scoring machine, positioning himself hundreds of miles away, unhesitatingly pulling the trigger. The roars from the crowd echoed like thunder as his sharp shots pierced through the Heat's once proud defense, allowing the Pacers to maintain their lead. With 3 minutes remaining, Riley cast a glance at the scoreboard and player statistics, his expression dark as a storm cloud. Beep, beep, beep. As the final timeout concluded, the Indiana Pacers declared their victory, with Su Xian substituted out amidst a customary warm embrace. Larry felt the need to engage in some physical exercise, as embracing Su Xian had become somewhat strenuous. Don, they have unleashed a beast. My friend, you are the most extraordinary player I have ever witnessed. Schmitz chuckled, reveling in the joy of an effortless victory. With the referee's final whistle, Su Xian was propelled to the center of the court by his fellow Pacers. where the arena erupted in chants of MVP, MVP, MVP. He had delivered a staggering performance of 42 points, 11 rebounds, 7 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks, etching his name in history as the third player to score over 40 points in just his second game. The first to achieve this remarkable feat was the legendary Wilt Chamberlain during the 1959-1960 season, who scored 41 points against the Knicks, forever altering the NBA's perception of rookies. The second was Earl Monroe, known as the Black Pearl, who, in the 1967-1968 season, also netted 41 points in his second game, becoming the first after Chamberlain. Su Xian is a legend, standing shoulder to shoulder with legends, transcending them. Like a hurricane, he swept through the league. Following the conclusion of the Pacers and Heat game, reporters flocked to witness the extraordinary prowess of this remarkable newcomer. What? Rookie Allen Iverson scored 15 points in his matchup against Jordan, while the Old Master managed 27 points in just 30 minutes to lead his team to victory. This is not the topic for tonight's discussion. The Pacers and Oppo's 7th pick has gone wild. Su Xian had stolen the spotlight. In the post-game interview, when Jordan was asked about Iverson and Oppo's fearless performance in their first encounter, he was momentarily taken aback by the reporter and Oppo's expression of astonishment. OMG, Michael, I just received a shocking piece of news. Would you be interested to hear? Sensing something amiss, Jordan replied, of course. With a smile, he continued, the game between the Pacers and Heat has just concluded, and Su Xian scored 42 points, 11 rebounds, 7 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks. Yes, he has once again shattered records and made history. What are your thoughts on Su Xian's performance? What? Jordan was left speechless. That little brat scored how many points? After a brief pause, he slowly responded, I look forward to our matchup. I know what tricks he has up his sleeve. I hope he can deliver such performances when facing Chicago. The reporter attempted to ask further questions, but Jordan, visibly displeased, left without a word. Back in the locker room, Jordan found Pippen engrossed in something on his computer. Approaching, he discovered it was a replay of the Pacers versus Heat game. You already know? Jordan inquired, staring at the screen. Huh, know what? Pippen was momentarily confused. Jordan plopped down on the bench, retrieving a custom cigar from his locker, lighting it, and taking a deep puff. That little brat reportedly scored 42 points against the Heat. Useless Alonzo. Guys like that will never win a championship. The Miami team, renowned for its defense, had allowed a rookie to score 42 points, leading Jordan to suspect that Pat Riley and Alonzo Mourning engaged in some sort of unorthodox activity the night prior, compromising their performance today. Speaking of which, I just received the news as I returned to the locker room, which is why I started watching the game footage, Pippen replied calmly. That little punk is truly on fire. Jordan seethed, recalling how the young player had previously clashed with him during their time in the Bulls. If not for Su Xian's undeniable talent as a sparring partner, Jordan would have kicked him out long ago. So, has he improved since our days together? Jordan queried. Absolutely. He is indeed stronger now, Pippen confirmed. Though pressed for time, he managed to catch enough highlights to validate Su Xian's growth. I despise this feeling. Someone I once outperformed now dares to overshadow me. I acknowledge his talent, but the most flawless player remains me, Michael Jordan. As he exhaled clouds of smoke, Jordan and Oppo's confidence radiated. Pippen shrugged, unable to disagree. When do we face the Pacers? December 30th, year-end showdown? Precisely. Haha, what a splendid time. Su, I hope you do not let me down. After securing 3 consecutive championships, making a comeback, and reaching the pinnacle once more, Jordan felt anticipation for the first time. Eager for a duel against another player. Inhale, exhale. That time spent as a sparring partner was indeed a cherished memory. Chapter 25. Su Xian emerged like the quintessential cinematic villain, commencing the season with 2 consecutive victories, thereby propelling the Pacers to an impressive start. Triumphing over the Pistons and subsequently vanquishing the Heat, the Pacers found themselves initially trailing these 2 teams in the power rankings, yet the underestimated contender ultimately claimed victory. All of this can be attributed to that man, the 7th overall pick of the Pacers. ESPN, SportsCenter, a renowned American sports program, boasts the most dynamic basketball commentary team, serving as a beacon for all basketball enthusiasts in the United States. Dan Patrick and Keith Olbermann formed the most formidable duo of the 1990s at ESPN, with Dan and Oppo's familiar opening line. You are watching a live broadcast from Market Square Arena. Today, we shall discuss Indiana Pacers' new hero, Su Xian. No, I refuse to discuss this individual. I despise him. His performance on the court only amplifies my disdain, Keith retorted. A loyal devotee of Michael Jordan, famously declaring, Jordan's only opponents are defenders and his own cold. Su Xian's proposal of an anti-Jordan league incited considerable annoyance in this devoted fan. Booyah! Keith, your jealousy is palpable, akin to your inability to embody my hip-hop style, which is far colder than the peaks of the Himalayas. The third member of the trio, Stuart Scott, a pioneer of the hip-hop style and sports commentary, was also a heavyweight commentator. Hey, this is a sports basketball commentary show, not your living room for banter. Dan, as the host, exhibited exceptional control over the proceedings. Well, I merely believe Keith is being overly sensitive. Su is genuinely remarkable. If you have witnessed him play, you would be captivated, which is, without a doubt, the case. Stuart and Keith represented a classic dichotomy, reminiscent of the future exchanges between Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley. They relished in their verbal sparring on the program, heightening tensions, increasing viewership, and providing the audience with abundant amusement. I detest metaphors. But Su Xian's offense is as ferocious as Niagara Falls. Morning is utterly helpless against him. Upon hearing this, Dan turned to Keith, awaiting his rebuttal. Keith scoffed, his lips curling into a sardonic smile, his expression remarkably convincing. Niagara Falls. Stuart, your metaphor is amusing, but I beg to differ. Su resembles a villain. When he first appeared, no one paid him heed, perceiving him as innocuous, much like a kind, neighborly grandmother. Yet, he revealed his fangs. And those superheroes would employ different tactics. The downfall of villains is typically disastrous. Keith's assertion was easily comprehensible. Su Xian had just entered the league, and few were acquainted with him. Prior to this, Keith had never even heard Su Xian and Apos' name. Participating in the NBA draft as a free agent, his practice partner experience remained undisclosed, leaving most teams unfamiliar with his playing style. In his debut against the Pistons, he astonished everyone with a triple-double performance. And in his second game, he surpassed 40 points, standing shoulder to shoulder with legends, maintaining his blazing form. In contrast to Pistons coach Collins' dismissive attitude, Riley had opted for a double-team strategy. However, the Pacers were on fire, with their perimeter players consistently hitting shots, thus altering the Heat's overall defense, allowing Su Xian to slice through their ranks with ease. To truly analyze a player, one must have game samples. After witnessing Su Xian's prowess, any observer, barring the foolish, would undoubtedly reconsider their defensive strategies against him. Achieving such terrifying statistics again would prove exceedingly challenging. Should he encounter the rookie wall, the 26-year-old Su Xian would find little room for improvement. But so what? Su can shoot mid-range, can hit threes, and even score with his back to the basket against Morning. A player of his caliber is as steady as the cool side of a pillow, instilling a fearsome sense of reliability. Stuart argued vehemently. At most 5 games, and Su will lose his magic, becoming ordinary, Keith asserted confidently. Dan, intrigued, interjected. I cannot agree with your assertion, Keith. Su is exceptional, at least 6 games, if not more. Don, he is like a beast. He has obliterated the Pistons and the Heat. Is that not enough? Your skepticism incites my ire. Let us wager. Su will not become ordinary after 5 games. As you claim. The climax approached. Stuart threw down the gauntlet. Would Keith accept? Keith replied, undeterred, what shall we wager? Stuart grinned enigmatically. Indiana will face the Rockets in Houston before the 6th game. I bet Su will score 30 points or more. You assert that Su can only maintain such fiery form for 5 games. Then I wager that in the 6th game against the Western powerhouse Houston, Su will still deliver an outstanding performance. Accepted. Stuart, I cannot fathom any rationale to decline your wager. Keith chuckled, delighted by the prospect. Houston had bolstered their roster by acquiring MVP player Charles Barkley from the Phoenix Suns, forming a formidable trio. Although they might be aging, the veteran A8 remained a force, having dominated the league for years with unparalleled skill. Su Xian aiming for 30 against the Rockets? Ridiculous. Olajuwon is no pushover. Keith cautioned, clearly wary. Stuart, I must ask again, are you certain you wish to proceed with this wager? Absolutely. What are the terms? Quite simple. If Su achieves this, you must join the anti-Jordan League. That is a wager I relish. Dan laughed heartily, envisioning the monumental blow to Keith and Apos' pride should Su succeed. Transitioning from the most ardent Jordan supporter to a key member of the anti-Jordan League would be a spectacle to behold. Keith was taken aback, pondering for a moment before asking, Stuart, are you truly this confident? He genuinely questioned whether Su Xian could indeed accomplish such a feat. No, I refuse to believe that. Especially under tight scrutiny, Su could maintain such extraordinary performance. This was the 1990s. Achieving 30 points in a single game was no small feat, particularly against the Rockets. Impossible. Su could never achieve that. Okay, I have no reason to back down. I trust Hakeem, Charles, and Clyde, Keith asserted. And if you lose, what then? Keith pivoted the conversation. Stewart, brimming with confidence, replied, impossible. I shall never lose. However, if I do, I can promise you one thing. Anything. Indeed. Stewart, brace yourself for the nightmare of your life. Keith, filled with confidence, seemed to have Stewart firmly in his grasp. News of the wager between the ESPN star hosts spread rapidly within the circle. Upon learning of the wager, Su Xian calmly inquired, Keith, Stewart, who are these individuals? Upon understanding the terms of the bet, Su Xian immediately became alert. Stewart, regardless of who you are, as the anti-Jordan League continues to grow, you must assume the mantle of its leader. Chapter 26, Skill Fusion and the Four Attributes. Following their back-to-back conclusion, the Pacers and Oppos players were granted a respite of 3 days. The upcoming match will take place in Boston, where the Celtics, having endured a period of decline, have fully embraced a strategy of rebuilding by nurturing their rookies, with Antoine Walker being one of them this year. Their tactical approach is remarkably free-flowing. To put it kindly, it resembles a fast-paced game. But to be frank, it lacks discipline and cohesion among the players. In the initial 2 games, Walker often advanced alone, resorting to isolation plays upon reaching the frontcourt, devoid of any tactical structure. Their aim to rapidly cultivate star players is akin to a reckless gamble, reminiscent of Kevin Durant's style, unrestricted shooting privileges, with success hinging solely on innate talent. In addition to their chaotic offense, the Celtics and Oppos' defense ranks among the league and Oppos' worst. Their interior presence, Dino Radja from Croatia, possesses a slower mobility than Jokic. Though his leaping ability is comparable to the latter's, his rim protection is only marginally effective. The backup center, Panayotis Fasoulas, is even less impressive, with athleticism on par with Radja but inferior offensive capabilities. The duo in the paint has earned the affectionate nickname from Su Xian as Sleeping Dragon and Young Phoenix. On the perimeter, the shorter Wesley and D. Brown have some scoring ability, yet they become easy prey against star-level perimeter players, essentially. They represent a dish everyone is eager to sample. Presently, the Celtics find themselves in a predicament akin to their porous interior and exterior defense. Languishing at the bottom of the league in combat effectiveness, a team everyone desires to face. Larry Brown has laid out some basic strategies, centering around Su Xian, with Mullen and Miller constantly moving and interweaving. After all, in critical moments, these 3 are Larry's most trusted lieutenants. Upon concluding practice, Su Xian invited Mullen for a training session. With the continuous unlocking of system functionalities, Su Xian discovered enhancements in the training feature, which not only benefits him, but also amplifies the skills of the training partner. The mutual assistance feature indicates that both parties will experience a 10 increase in benefits during practice. This means that both Su Xian and his training partner would grow stronger over time. Additionally, the training system has unlocked a fusion feature, allowing skills of the same attribute to merge into more powerful new abilities, with the enhancements proportionately increasing. It is noteworthy that only skills of the same level can be fused. Cross-level fusion is not permitted. There exists a probability that the fusion will elevate the original skills level, although this is not guaranteed. For instance, Reggie Miller and Oppos' clutch 3 cannot be fused with Mullen and Oppos' three-point shooting, as Miller and Oppos' shooting prowess is rated at S level while Mullen and Oppos' is only B. Even though both pertain to three-point shooting, the disparity in their levels prohibits fusion. To find a three-point shooter akin to Reggie Miller in the league, Su Xian could only think of Ray Allen, who entered the league alongside him this year. However, during his rookie phase, Allen has yet to reach his professional peak, and his character attributes and skill sets likely do not meet the S-level requirements. Consequently, upgrading Miller's three-point skill through fusion seems improbable. Fortunately, many players in the league can achieve B-level three-point shooting, including 2 on the Pacers, Mullen and the injured Fred Hoiberg. Su Xian's current goal is to unlock the character models of both players, experimenting with their three-point skills to discern the true nature of this fusion upgrade. As for other players, Su Xian has not identified suitable candidates. Both JaVale McGee and Anthony Davis are primarily defensive stalwarts with limited offensive skills. spending most of their time as blue-collar players, and their unlocked character models relate predominantly to defense. Su Xian's defensive capabilities are already exceptional, rendering it unnecessary to pursue lower-tier attribute enhancements. Su Xian opened his character panel to assess his current status. Name: Su Xian. Age: 26. Height: 2.05 meters. Wingspan: 2.20 m. Weight: 108 kilograms. Offensive attributes: mid-range shooting, 92. Long-range shooting, 88. Close-range shooting, 93. Under the rim, 95. Dunking, 90. Low post, 88. Off-ball, 89. Drive, 82. Defensive attributes: defensive rebound, 85. Offensive rebound, 82. One-on-one defense, 90. Help defense, 89. Steal, 87. Block, 87. Pick and roll defense, 86. Playmaking attributes: vision, 90. Ball handling, 90. Passing, 91. Tactical movement, 87. Analytical ability, 88. Physical attributes: core strength, 91. Coordination, 87. Explosiveness, 87. Vertical leap, 88. Speed, 89. Stamina, 99. Injury resistance, 99. Su Xian and Appo's offensive attributes are indeed the strongest among the four categories, primarily due to his focus on offensive development. Over a decade of training, his chosen teams have consisted of exceptionally skilled offensive players, each with a distinct emphasis. In Chicago, there is Jordan, proficient in mid-range jumpers. The Pacers feature Miller, an expert in outside shooting and off-ball movement. New York and Houston boast dominant interior players with top-tier low-post abilities. The Jazz have Karl Malone, equally precise in mid-range shooting. Consequently, Su Xian's mid-range shooting has surged to an impressive 93, surpassing the standard of an all-star, and even without character skill enhancements, he remains far ahead of the majority of players in the league. His weakest area in offensive attributes lies in his drive. Jordan excels in this due to his extraordinary physical attributes. Despite a decade of physical training, even with system enhancements, Su Xian's explosiveness, vertical leap, and coordination have yet to exceed 90. This reflects a natural disparity in physical endowment. Prior to the system, Su Xian's athleticism was even inferior to that of NCAA players. Hence, there is still room for improvement in his physical conditioning. Though Su Xian's physical attributes may not be elite, an average strength exceeding 85 allows him to maintain a position within the league. His defensive attributes also require bolstering. Su Xian possesses limited defensive talent, with his basketball acumen leaning more towards playmaking and offense. He must engage in training with formidable defenders to enhance his defensive prowess. In summary, Su Xian's overall talent has reached the level of an NBA superstar, yet he possesses the potential to grow even stronger, transcending all barriers. Exceptional defenders, such as McGee, are inadequate. Hakeem Olajuwon is a remarkable interior defender, yet his innate talent is so exceptional that, with numerous areas needing his attention, he could not fully illuminate Olajuwon's character in his brief tenure with the Rockets, resulting in minimal attribute gains. Su Xian murmured to himself. Thus, where might one find an individual who excels in rebounding, possesses outstanding shot-blocking capabilities, and boasts a top-tier defensive range? Candidates fitting such criteria are typically the cornerstones of their teams, who have no reason to train with someone unfamiliar. Who are you? Su Xian shook his head. This was indeed a daunting challenge. The road ahead is long and arduous, and Su Xian and Appo's journey of growth continues. Chapter 27, Preconditions for Stardom, Setting Records Anew. November 6th. North Shore Garden Arena. If one aspires to become a superstar, one must dominate this arena, rendering the crowd utterly silent. Kobe achieved this, avenging the Celtics in a classic matchup, leading the Los Angeles Lakers to the pinnacle of glory. LeBron accomplished it as well, with a gaze that struck fear into the hearts of many, guiding his team past the corpses of the three giants and into the finals. This has seemingly become a hallmark, akin to every basketball star yearning to showcase their prowess at Madison Square Garden, etching their own narrative in this hallowed ground. Su Xian arrived at North Shore Garden Arena with grand ambitions. The fans were boisterous, brandishing signs demanding his departure, vociferously jeering in front of the Pacers bus. Su Xian was taken aback. He had not provoked the Celtics, so why the hostility? Unwilling to back down, he marched toward the group of raucous fans with a cadre of imposing men. Is this the real me? He thought, curious to gauge their mettle. Instinctively, Su Xian scanned the vicinity and noted the absence of recording devices. In this era, the public's awareness of photography was still in its infancy. As Su Xian approached with his entourage, the sign wielders quickly shrank back. "Who sent you here? If you don't confess today, none of you shall leave." Upon inquiry, he discovered they were not diehard Celtics fans at all. Su Xian had erroneously assumed that all outside the North Shore Garden were loyal to the Celtics. A clear logical misstep. "So, you are all fans of Michael Jordan and utterly disdain my notion of forming an anti-Jordan alliance?" "Yes, indeed, sir." This left Su Xian momentarily speechless. Truly, Michael and Apos' influence extended even to Boston, and the Celtics seemed indifferent. "Get lost. Do you see the men behind me? If I catch you again, they will make you regret it," Su Xian declared menacingly. The fans promptly discarded their signs and fled without a trace. Watching the fans retreat in a flurry, Su Xian couldn't help but reminisce. The 90s were indeed better. One could act without the fear of being live-streamed. And a strong fist could persuade. "Su, what is live-streaming?" Miller inquired curiously. "Live-streaming," Su Xian mused. "It allows even ordinary individuals to witness goddesses posing before them." "Goddess? What is that?" Miller asked, even more perplexed. "Have you heard of Pamela Anderson?" "Of course." Her performance in Baywatch was undeniably alluring. To be honest, I've envisioned scenarios of sharing a bed with her. Note, Pamela Anderson is a symbol of sensuality. Infamously linked to a scandal involving rock star Tommy Lee. Interested readers may search for more information. A goddess refers to women like Pamela Anderson. They are entirely disconnected from ordinary lives and may never intersect with them. Yet, with live streaming, even Pamela Anderson might dance a pole dance for you. Upon hearing this, Miller and Apos' eyes widened in disbelief. Is live streaming truly that remarkable? This is merely the tip of the iceberg. In the age of the internet explosion, these phenomena are commonplace. Many abstract concepts you could scarcely imagine actually exist. "If that is the case, I find myself quite intrigued," Miller humbly replied. Given his prowess and status in the NBA, not to mention his masculine charm, attracting some Victoria's Secret models would be a rather effortless endeavor. Before the game commenced, the Pacers faced off against the Celtics, and by the end of the first quarter, they held an 8-point lead. Miller and Mullen unleashed a barrage from the perimeter, while the Celtics' defense resembled a deserted street at 4 in the morning, where even an elderly lady would not provoke a honk. Anthony Walker exhibited some dazzling plays, using his robust physique to outmuscle McGee, showcasing a soft touch with mid-range shots. As one of the Celtics' key players in the new era, Walker's talent was commendable. But that was the extent of it. At halftime, Su Xian had already made his mark with 15 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 steal, and 2 blocks without a single turnover. The Celtics' defense was as flimsy as paper, lacking intensity. The Pacers entered the second half with a commanding 15-point advantage. Celtics head coach M.L. Carr, a former champion with the team, showed limited coaching ability, with a monotonous strategy and chaotic locker room management. Had the Celtics not been intent on tanking, Carr would hardly have been the one to lead such a prestigious franchise. As the final whistle blew, the Pacers secured a victory over the Celtics with minimal effort, with starters playing no more than 30 minutes. Jalen Rose emerged as a key player, logging 35 minutes and contributing 22 points, 3 rebounds, and 3 assists, an impressive performance. Under time constraints, Su Xian tallied 26 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks, filling the stat sheet and earning the title of the game and Apos' MVP. On November 9th, the fully charged Pacers were set to host the Washington Bullets, featuring Su Xian's old acquaintance, Chris Webber, a star under Aaron Tatum's guidance. Since 1988, the Bullets had not tasted the sweetness of the playoffs, but Webber's arrival instilled hope in the team's upper management. The Michigan duo of Chris Webber and Juwan Howard formed a formidable frontcourt. Webber excelled as a playmaking big man with exceptional passing ability and a sharp offensive acumen, albeit lacking consistency in his mid-range shooting. Howard compensated for Webber's shooting shortcomings with his reliable mid-range game and comprehensive skills, though he struggled with defensive mobility. The Bullets' perimeter core consisted of Rod Strickland, an often underestimated player due to his temperament, boasting impressive assist capabilities. His playmaking style was reminiscent of Stockton's, and his pick-and-roll with Webber mirrored the effective collaboration of the Utah duo. The Bullets' overall power ranking placed them 6th in the Eastern Conference, making them a highly competitive team. Role players such as Calbert Cheney, Tracy Murray, and Harvey Grant each brought their unique strengths, complementing the core trio and creating a commendable chemistry. Prior to the game, Su Xian exchanged pleasantries with Weber, who informed him that Glenn was still seething over their last encounter and intended to seek revenge during the match. Weber advised Su Xian to be cautious and not to falter. Glenn Robinson? Just a defeated foe. If he is looking for trouble, I wouldn't mind giving him another lesson. Chris, thank you for the heads up, but I assure you, I won't hold back tonight, Su Xian quipped. All right, I know your strength. Even without me, you wouldn't lose to Glenn. But tonight, facing me, the outcome is uncertain. Weber responded confidently, his talent undeniable, whether with the Bullets or the Kings. He was the unquestionable focal point of his team, a master of the Princeton offense, exuding a bold assurance. In an apparent bid to prove himself before Su Xian, Weber played with relentless determination, battling for 48 minutes, yet ultimately could not alter the fact of the Bullets' defeat. In a remarkable display, the Pacers triumphed once more with a score of 110-100, securing their fourth consecutive victory. Miller delivered a steady performance, contributing 16 points, while Su Xian dazzled with an impressive triple-double of 28 points, 15 rebounds, and 11 assists, further etching his name in the annals of records. Over the first 4 games, he has achieved at least 3 triple-doubles, a feat accomplished as a rookie, thus defying the skeptics in the industry who have begun to shift their perspective. Yet, they remain cautious, observing Su Xian's performance against formidable adversaries. Should he fail to meet the anticipated standards, he will undoubtedly face a barrage of criticism. Chapter 28. The Hunter and the Prey, Su Xian and Ben. Triumphing over the Washington Wizards and achieving a 4-game winning streak did not elate Su Xian. His arrival, coupled with Donnie Walsh's off-season reinforcements for the Pacers, suggested that the once slim chances were now more promising. After all, Chris Mullin was a 5-time All-Star. And while the departure of Antonio was indeed regrettable, the current Pacers were undeniably on the right path. As Su Xian discovered a hidden gem, a familiar figure emerged in his line of sight during the game against the Wizards. Ben Wallace, the seemingly shy interior player, truly surprised Su Xian. Ben was a household name in the NBA, renowned for his defensive prowess that earned him a spot in the Hall of Fame. Though he lacked his iconic afro now, his bulging muscles testified to his capability in the paint. Where else could one find a player adept at rebounding, renowned for shot blocking, and possessing elite defensive coverage? This was exactly what stood before him. In the contest against the Pacers, Ben played for 14 minutes, contributing 2 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 blocks alongside 2 fouls. Unfortunately, Ben had not been utilized effectively by the Wizards, and his value was limited. If Donnie could maneuver things right, Ben would undoubtedly be the perfect addition to their roster. Thus, Su Xian needed to establish a good rapport with Ben ahead of time. Wiping the sweat from his brow and adjusting his hair, Su Xian glanced at the large screen in the arena, where the fervor of the female Pacers fans erupted. Su, I want to bear your children. 10 of them. Ah, look at me, look at me. I'm willing to do anything for you. Anytime, anywhere. Fuck me, fuck me, fuck me. The enthusiasm of American women was overwhelming, and even Su Xian, though valiant, found himself taken aback by such fervor. Men's energy is finite. Su Xian could hardly believe the tales of Wilt Chamberlain and his encounters with 20,000 women. Such claims seemed as ludicrous as believing Newton could perform a backflip with a twist. Once assured of his own handsome demeanor, Su Xian donned his signature warm smile and approached Ben, who was preparing to leave the court. Suddenly noticing Su Xian's approach, Ben froze, captivated by the smile directed at him. Ben, would you be interested in playing for the Pacers? Su Xian's words were startling, leaving Ben momentarily speechless. The star player of the Pacers. Ben subconsciously regarded Su Xian as the most formidable player on the team. It stood to reason that the best player equated to the team's star. After all, one could hardly claim LeBron James was the most exceptional player when paired with Anthony Davis. Ben saw no flaw in his reasoning. In comparison to Su Xian's stature and status, Ben was merely a rookie trying to find his footing in the league. Without the introduction from his mentor, Charles Oakley, he would have struggled to even join the Wizards. Su Xian personally inviting him? That seemed utterly implausible. Sir, I hope you're not jesting, for this is hardly amusing. Ben replied, his expression serious. Having navigated the depths of the league, he had encountered numerous adversities that had not broken him. Man, relax. Su Xian squeezed Ben and Oppo's shoulder, signaling him to lighten up. I know your mentor, Charles Oakley. That guy taught me a great deal. His combat skills are superb. Sometimes I think he is better suited for WWE than basketball. You know Charles Oakley? Upon hearing his mentor's name, Ben Ben's demeanor visibly brightened. Woo. We are brothers. Didn't he mention me? Su Xian gazed at Ben in confusion. Ben scratched his head, sheepishly admitting, I think he did mention someone named Su, but I can't quite recall. Though Ben appeared earnest and robust, he possessed a sharp intellect beneath his rugged exterior. To suggest that he and Oakley were brothers seemed far-fetched. During their training sessions with the Knicks, Oakley had often been displeased with him, leading to frequent sparring matches. Initially, Su Xian stood no chance, but after a year, he could hold his own against Oakley. There was no way Oakley would mention him to Ben. It would undermine his tough guy persona. I wouldn't oppose to deceive you. I truly admire your playing style. Join the Pacers, and you will certainly receive more playing time. Trust me, I never lie. I have a solid rapport with Larry. He prefers not to use rookies, but do you know Jalen Rose? Yes, because I spoke highly of him in front of Larry. He received ample playing time and delivered an outstanding performance. Do you wish to remain with the Wizards, languishing in obscurity? Come on, that's not where you belong. The Pacers will allow you to shine. Su Xian resembled a seasoned hunter, tantalizing his prey with its favorite bait, while the prey, though cautious, could not resist its primal desires. What did Ben need the most? Playing time and a platform to showcase his talents. The Pacers offered both. So what was he hesitating for? Indiana was undoubtedly his best destination. Prepare yourself, and don't disclose this to anyone. You may soon be fighting alongside me. With that, Su Xian turned and departed, leaving no opportunity for Ben to inquire further. Ben stood frozen in place, his expression a tumultuous mix of emotions. He quickly retreated to the locker room and called his mentor, Charles Oakley. Hello, Ben. How's it going in Washington? Came a deep voice on the other end as Oakley answered the phone. Coach, do you know a player named Su Xian? He told me he asked your brother. The Knicks were performing admirably with a 4-game winning streak, and Van Gundy had granted everyone a day of rest. Oakley was comfortably enjoying a cigar, attended to by 2 attractive women, when he heard Ben and Apos' voice. Instinctively, he straightened up. Who? Su Xian? Oakley asked cautiously. Yes, coach. We played against the Pacers today. After the game, he approached me, inviting me to join Indiana, claiming you were his good brother and that I should have no reservations. Ben recounted the recent events earnestly. Bullshit. That man is not my brother. What else did he say? Oakley's expression darkened. Nothing else? Good. Oakley visibly relaxed, his demeanor softening. As long as the story of being bested by Su Xian remained untold, they could maintain the facade of brotherhood. Trust him, he won't harm you. He is a good guy. Though Oakley harbored reservations about Su Xian, he had to concede that Su Xian was not a man who acted without purpose. Perhaps he genuinely saw potential in Ben and wished to bring him to Indiana. After hanging up, Ben's emotions were a swirl of complexity. The notion of dazzling in Indiana felt both alluring and burdensome, as it etched itself into his heart, refusing to dissipate. Chapter 29. A spark can ignite a prairie fire. With the matters concerning Big Ben now settled, Su Xian was determined to bring him to Indiana. As one of the finest interior defenders in history, Su Xian stood to gain immensely from Big Ben's presence. However, the most formidable challenge lay in how to broach the subject with Donnie. The Pacers had commenced the season with a commendable 4-game winning streak, showcasing exceptional interior protection. Su Xian, McGee, and Davis rotated seamlessly, managing to safeguard the rim effectively even in the absence of Schmitz. Consequently, Donnie's initial reinforcement strategy did not prioritize the interior. The point guard position was a pressing concern, and Donnie's primary focus remained on bolstering the backcourt. Best's physical limitations would undoubtedly render him a target during the playoffs. Su Xian's foray into the point guard role was merely an experiment, suitable for the regular season, but in the playoffs, who could predict how Larry Brown would assemble his lineup? Convincing Donnie to enhance the interior defense was thus paramount in Su Xian's considerations. It seemed he would need to orchestrate a performance. Having devised a plan, Su Xian recognized that the upcoming clash with the Rockets would present the perfect opportunity to persuade Donnie regarding interior reinforcement. Following their contest against the Bullets, the Pacers were set to embark on a 3-game road trip through the West, facing teams from the same region, the Texas Trio, Houston Rockets, Dallas Mavericks, and San Antonio Spurs. Texas was a breeding ground for talent, and the trio was indeed a remarkable spectacle. Often referred to as the Texas Three Illusions, the Rockets were deemed too strong, the Mavericks too weak, and the Spurs too old. Such assessments, however, depended on the era of discussion. Currently, these observations were not mere illusions, but rather stark realities. The Rockets boasted a triumvirate of legends: Hakeem Olajuwon, The Dream, Charles Barkley, the round mound of rebound, and Clyde Drexler, the glide. Despite having sacrificed depth in their bench during the Barkley trade, the presence of three Hall of Fame-worthy players rendered the Rockets formidable. Conversely, the Mavericks, despite their so-called 3J trio of Kidd, Mashburn, and Jackson, were plagued by internal discord. The escalating tensions among the three resulted in chaotic gameplay, often characterized by ball hogging and disregard for established strategies. As a result, the Mavericks struggled, winning merely one of their 4 regular season matches, while their coach floundered in a dismal rebuilding phase. Meanwhile, the Spurs found themselves in a similar predicament. David Robinson was aging, and the core of their roster was deteriorating, leading San Antonio into a rebuilding stage. With Popovich yet to assume his role and Tim Duncan still engrossed in his collegiate studies to fulfill his mother's aspirations, the Spurs and Oppo's competitiveness was also waning. Fortunately, this was not the Texas trio of the 21st century, where any opponent would face a grueling battle. In their first stop at Reunion Arena, the Mavericks appeared to be in disarray. Su Xian had only heard rumors of the tensions among the 3J, but witnessing their discord on the court was an entirely different experience. During the game, it became evident Kidd, intending to pass to Jackson, was intercepted by Mashburn, who then took an ill-advised jump shot right in front of Su Xian, leading to an easy block. Mashburn's foolishness squandered a golden opportunity for the Mavericks. In the subsequent play, Jackson intercepted Mashburn, while Kidd occasionally ignored open teammates, opting instead to pass to others. This was not merely a game. It was a theatrical performance rife with internal strife. The differences in playing styles and mutual dissatisfaction were merely superficial. Su Xian speculated that the true catalyst for their discord might be Tony Braxton's cunning machinations, who had stirred the pot among the trio, leading to public disputes fueled by jealousy and rivalry. The Pacers triumphed over the Mavericks with a score of 112-98. Su Xian played for 28 minutes, amassing 22 points, 8 rebounds, 6 assists, 5 steals, and 6 blocks, an all-around performance that made him the fastest NBA player to achieve such a remarkable feat, setting yet another record. In the post-game interview, he expressed gratitude towards his teammates. "I must thank Jason, Jim, and Jamal. Their playing styles are intoxicating, and their stellar performances enable me to reach this milestone." The assembled reporters erupted in laughter, well aware that Su Xian was playfully mocking the well-known tensions among the Dallas trio. As for the upcoming showdown against the Rockets, ESPN's Stewart and Keith wagered whether Su Xian could score 30 points in the game. Should Stewart win, Keith would join the anti-Jordan alliance. What were Su Xian's thoughts on this? The game against the Mavericks had garnered little attention due to their weak status, but the Rockets, with their formidable trio, commanded significant focus as one of the league's most prominent teams. Thanks to Su Xian, the Pacers were once again in the spotlight, with Reggie Miller's legacy still shining brightly. Indiana had transformed into a team of great interest, with nationwide broadcasts, a superstar rookie, a Hall of Fame player, and the host of the hottest program placing bets. The stakes for the upcoming clash were unprecedentedly high. How did he view the situation? "I am ready with my application to join the anti-Jordan alliance, which continues to grow. I find this scenario thrilling. As we say back home, a spark can ignite a prairie fire. The stage is set. It is time to ignite it fully." Chapter 30. The fierce battle against the three giants, a tough nut to crack. Let this fire burn brightly. The Rockets are not invincible. This championship favorite is not as formidable as it appears. The aging trio, in their quest to acquire Barkley, sacrificed their most vital backcourt rotation player, Sam Cassell. The Rockets share a dilemma similar to that of the Pacers, lacking a true point guard and relying heavily on Matt Maloney's organizational skills. Once Maloney is sidelined, the Rockets descend into chaos. Since the regular season commenced, the Rockets have played more games than the Pacers, boasting a record of 6 wins and 1 loss. The sole defeat at the hands of the Los Angeles Lakers. Van Exel and O'Neal devastated the Rockets' defensive front, combining for an astonishing 63 points, a terrifying spectacle. Had one not checked the game roster, they might have mistaken it for the glory of the famed OK duo. Kobe Bryant, a promising protege of Su Xian, played a mere 5 minutes, scoring 2 points with 1 rebound and 2 turnovers, an abysmal ratio that explains why Del Harris hesitated to grant him more opportunities. The young man has much room for growth. In a pre-game interview, Pacers head coach Larry Brown responded to the press's inquiries. "I have complete faith in Su Xian. His arrival has rejuvenated the Pacers. Reggie is playing with greater initiative, and I truly admire such players who inject energy into the team. Can we defeat Houston? Why not? I intend to keep Su Xian on the court for the entire game. Scoring 30 points is merely a walk in the park for him. Of course, the Player of the Week accolade rightfully belongs to Su Xian, with statistics that are nothing short of dazzling, and the team's performance has not hindered his success. Larry is in high spirits, as the team and Oppo's record continues to soar, with players brimming with enthusiasm and training fervor reaching new heights. They have enjoyed ample rest, and compared to the Houston Rockets, the Pacers are undoubtedly in superior form. However, the Houston fans do not share this sentiment. At the Compaq Center, the proud home of the Rockets, known to accommodate 285 spectators, the venue's compact design and unique pyramid-shaped roof create an intimate atmosphere, bringing fans closer to the action. With their deafening cheers echoing through the sky, Su Xian had a year's worth of practice experience with the Rockets, cultivating a commendable rapport with Olajuwon. Yet, in a display of mutual respect, neither exchanged pleasantries prior to the match, focusing their energies on the imminent showdown. No one wishes to lose this highly anticipated duel. The clash between the Supernova and the Rockets trio promises to unveil the victor in a mere 48 minutes. The jump ball at center court sees Olajuwon, serious and focused, overpowering Davis for the first offensive opportunity, and thus the battle commences. The Rockets' perimeter is composed of Mario Elie and Matt Maloney. Elie embodies the quintessential defensive role player, akin to Robertson of the Thunder, offering minimal offensive contributions. Maloney, an undrafted white player, lacks explosive athleticism but compensates with stability and a commendable court vision. At the small forward position, the 34-year-old Drexler can still orchestrate some offensive plays, though his penetration efficiency has waned. The inside game is anchored by Barkley and Olajuwon, whose rebounding prowess is unquestionable. Olajuwon's athleticism has long made him a top-tier center, yet age has dulled his edge. Like Barkley, their defensive mobility post-screening presents potential vulnerabilities. The Pacers maintain their usual starting lineup: Best at point guard, Miller at shooting guard, Su Xian at small forward, Davis at power forward, and McGee at center. The Rockets initiate their offense with a classic low-post isolation, boasting two of history's finest low-post scorers, Olajuwon and Barkley. Barkley calls for the ball on the left side, clearing the area to create a one-on-one opportunity. Larry had anticipated this move, enforcing a double team. As soon as Barkley or Olajuwon demand the ball in the paint, Pacers players swiftly converge. Miller leaves Elie, who struggles to score, unguarded while doubling Barkley alongside Davis. Barkley quickly passes to Elie, who hesitates to shoot, returning the ball to Maloney. Maloney, patient, surveys the Pacers and Oppo's defensive gaps. Unable to identify a clear opportunity, he ultimately returns the ball to Barkley, entrusting the star to resolve the situation. Despite his age, Barkley possesses remarkable backing strength. His relatively shorter stature allows him to carve out space in the paint with a unique flair. As the shot clock dwindles, even amidst the double team, Barkley forces an attempt. He backs down, but Davis leaps high to contest, and the ball ricochets off the rim, with Su Xian securing the defensive rebound. Best accelerates the transition, exploiting the Rockets' disarray. He drives past Maloney, who is unable to provide help defense in time, and effortlessly lays it in, putting the Pacers ahead 2-0. The Rockets remain unperturbed, advancing the ball. Barkley sets a screen for Drexler, while Su Xian navigates around Barkley, tightly guarding Drexler. Although Su Xian and Oppo's speed is not elite, it suffices against Drexler at this juncture. Drexler engages in a one-on-one duel with Su Xian, with no Pacers defenders in sight. ESPN's Keith, Dan, and Stewart formed their usual commentary trio for the matchup between the Indiana Pacers and the Houston Rockets. In this one-on-one exchange, Clyde executes a behind-the-back dribble, pivoting as he seeks to penetrate. Su Xian maintains his position, his defense as enduring as the Nile, denying Clyde any easy scoring opportunities. Clyde opts to pass. And oh my, it's a successful defensive stand. Victory belongs to Su Xian. Stewart is elated, prompting an eye roll from Keith. Drexler chooses to pass. The ball finds either Barkley or the catch-and-shoot specialist. This veteran-esque goal in joining the Rockets is to ride the coattails of others in pursuit of a championship trophy. Little did he know, both Olajuwon and Drexler have seen better days, leaving Barkley with the heaviest load to bear. What was meant to be a low-key effort has turned into a struggle for survival. Barkley's internal turmoil is palpable, yet he has no choice but to swallow his frustration. This time, Barkley is wiser, executing his move before the double team arrives, banking the shot in. 2-2. The Rockets have consumed 40 seconds on their 2 possessions, methodically working through their offense and nearly exhausting the shot clock. This proves to be a significant physical and mental strain for both teams. Su Xian, well prepared psychologically, recognizes that the Houston Rockets will indeed be a formidable challenge to overcome. Chapter 31. The Decisive Moment, a Brutal Clash. The first quarter unfolds with an extraordinary intensity, as both teams engage in fierce battles within the paint. The pace is lethargic, as the Pacers' attempts to accelerate are consistently thwarted by the Rockets, who maintain a formidable execution under the guidance of Rudy Tomjanovich. Unlike youthful squads, the Rockets embody the essence of a seasoned powerhouse, steeped in championship pedigree. Hakeem Olajuwon serves as the foundation of this team, as long as he is present. There are no signs of collapse for the Rockets. Charles Barkley and Olajuwon take turns bombarding the Pacers' interior defense. The Pacers adhere to a strict defensive strategy, resolutely double-teaming anyone who attempts to isolate in the paint, thereby challenging the Rockets' perimeter shooting. Mario Elie hits 2 three-pointers, while Eddie Johnson, stepping in as the 6th man, exhibits remarkable composure, also sinking 2 three-pointers in just 5 minutes of play, helping the Rockets close the gap to 25-26 as they enter the second quarter, trailing by a single point. Su Xian is similarly curtailed by the Rockets and Oppo's defense. Clyde Drexler struggles to contain Su Xian, who faces relentless double teams from Elie and Drexler. Meanwhile, Miller's position is compromised by Marlin's defensive rotations, leaving Best as an open player. Under such relentless pressure, Su Xian attempts only a handful of shots, ending the quarter with a modest 6 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists, his lowest first-quarter scoring in recent games. This will not be an easy battle. Su Xian must rise to the occasion, as he is far from reaching the 30-point mark. Stewart, what are your thoughts? Keith inquires, casting a curious glance at his partner. Stewart, calm and collected, replies, "You are too anxious, Keith. I am not in a rush, so why should you be?" Indeed, the score remains tightly contested, with both teams evenly matched, and Su will have more opportunities as the game progresses. Given the high intensity of this match, I do not comprehend your continued demands, Keith. Dan, unusually siding with Stewart, adds, "He is right. The Rockets trio needs rest." No matter the era, age remains a formidable barrier to athletic performance. No one can defy the passage of time, neither Olajuwon nor Barkley. As the second quarter commences, Su Xian remains on the court, while Olajuwon and Barkley have exhausted their energy in the first. Drexler leads a squad of substitutes against the Pacers. With Miller and Best absent, Su Xian is elevated to the point guard position, pairing with Mullen to form a dual-core strategy alongside Jalen Rose, Farrell, and Davis against the Rockets. With unrestricted shooting privileges and no Olajuwon to guard the rim, Kevin Willis, an aging player, second only to Nate Thurmond in longevity, becomes an inviting target. Su Xian charges in for a thunderous dunk, raising his arms in triumph as he vents his frustrations from the first quarter. 28-25. Drexler drives aggressively, only to be met by a blocking foul from Davis. The glide converts both free throws. Su Xian advances, only to receive a whistle for an offensive foul in a similar position. Bullshit. A dreadful call that was undeniably a blocking foul. Su Xian roars at the referee, while Larry rushes to contest the call, yet the official remains unmoved, adhering to his decision. The 90s offered no challenges. The referees commanded the court, and playing at home, the Rockets naturally benefit from home court officiating. Damn it. Su Xian curses in Chinese, though the referee, unable to comprehend, perceives his fierce demeanor and realizes it is not a compliment. Beep, beep, beep. A technical foul is issued. Su Xian throws up his hands in frustration. You must be kidding. Larry stands on the sidelines, equally exasperated. The inconsistency in calls is maddening, and the issuance of a technical foul adds insult to injury. Eddie Johnson steps up to take the technical free throw, confidently sinking it. 28-28. Both teams reset to a level playing field. Give me the ball. Su Xian commands Mullen, who obliges without hesitation. Facing Elie, Su Xian drives past for a mid-range jumper, smoothly converting. 30-28. The deficiencies of the Rockets and Oppos bench emerge as chaos ensues following Marlin and Oppos' exit. Drexler and Oppos' turnover leads to Su Xian's steal and a fast break dunk, adding another 2 points. 32-28. Willis calls for the ball in the paint, attempting a layup, but Su Xian leaps in from the side for a spectacular block. Fast break. The Pacers swiftly transition, with Mullen pushing the ball up the court. Drexler stands in his path, while Su Xian follows closely behind. Mullen delivers a bounce pass, perfectly timed, landing in Su Xian's hands as he leaps from the free throw line. Crazy. A free throw line dunk. Throw it down, big man. Boom. 34-28. A visually stunning slam, Su Xian lands with audacious confidence, locking eyes with the frenzied Rockets fans, exuding an air of invincibility. No one can stop me. Not even the referees. Su Xian bellows as Mullen approaches to celebrate with a chest bump. Miller, from the bench, erupts in jubilation, waving a towel in a whirlwind of excitement. The Pacers players become animated, and the few Pacers fans cheer fervently for their emerging star. Coach Tomjanovich calls a timeout. Caught off guard by the sudden momentum shift, he stands perplexed on the sidelines as Su Xian continues to score, compelling the coach to halt the game to cool him off. The smile on Su Xian's face remains unyielding, even as he accumulates 6 consecutive points, bringing his total to 12. Keith falls into silence, while Stewart beams with delight. As the timeout concludes, Barkley re-enters the game alongside the team's orchestrator, Marlon. The coach's substitutions yield immediate results, with Barkley easily overpowering Farrell, spinning and executing a well-placed bank shot. 34-30. On the Pacers' offensive end, following a pick-and-roll, Barkley finds himself matched up against Su Xian. As Su Xian dribbles between his legs, Barkley retreats, attempting to position himself adequately. Su Xian takes a step back and fires. Ding! The skill of Michael Jordan's mid-range jump shot is activated. Step-back jumper, enhancing the host's shooting stability and accuracy. Swish! An effortless mid-range jumper, as Barkley cannot hinder Su Xian's audacity. As the half concludes, the Pacers, propelled by Su Xian's stellar performance, lead by 6 points. In the second quarter alone, Su Xian amassed 12 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists, totaling 18 points, 6 rebounds, and 4 assists for the half. Complemented by 1 steal and 1 block, his personal statistics remain dazzling and resplendent. During halftime, Barkley sits on the bench, gasping for breath. A look of despondency etched across his face. The 33-year-old has played 21 minutes, resting a mere 3, the most of any player, while engaging in fierce battles against the Pacers, leaving him utterly fatigued. In contrast, Olajuwon has only played 16 minutes, mostly resting on the sidelines, seemingly unbothered, barely breaking a sweat. Youth is truly a gift, allowing one to attack the rim without restraint, Barkley reflects, particularly on Su Xian, who played the entire first half, relentlessly assaulting the Rockets' interior defense, showing no signs of fatigue. Barkley is an astute individual. He has keenly observed Su Xian's physical condition. While he himself is gasping for breath and on the verge of exhaustion, Su Xian appears unfazed, fixated solely on the hoop. Su Xian possesses an impressive stamina rating of 99, effortlessly playing the full 48 minutes in playoff games. How could he possibly falter against 3 elderly opponents? Charles, you have my gratitude. Coach Tang approached and patted Barkley on the shoulder. At this moment, Barkley was completely unaware of the torment that awaited him in the second half. As the third quarter came to a close, Barkley sat despondently on the bench, desiring nothing but a sip of sports drink and a moment of respite. After another grueling 12 minutes, he was so fatigued that he could scarcely straighten his back. No one had informed him that joining the Rockets would entail an average playing time of 38 minutes per game, surpassing the average he had experienced over the past 4 years with the Suns. He was here to lean on the team's strength, not to be burdened by their demands. Charles, hang in there, the team needs you. Coach Tang continued to motivate him before the start of the fourth quarter. Barkley, however, was disinclined to engage with Coach Tang, wishing he would allow the tall player to take on more responsibility instead of solely relying on him. Glancing at the scoreboard, which read 80-74, with the Rockets still trailing, Barkley closed his eyes, steeling himself for the fight ahead. As the final quarter began, Su Xian had already elevated his personal score to 22 points, just 8 shy of surpassing 30. With a 6-point deficit, the Rockets had a significant opportunity to turn the tide, as they enjoyed the advantages of home court and favorable conditions. Su Xian was the focal point of Coach Tang's strategy, and the double-team tactic from the first quarter was set to be reenacted. Both teams fielded their full starting lineups, revealing all their cards. Larry assembled a decisive 5-man unit: Su Xian, Miller, Mullen, Davis, and McGee. The Rockets countered with their trio of superstars along with 2 starting players, ready for an explosive clash. Chapter 32, A Clash of Dreams, The Rockets' Predicament. Su Xian attempted to drive past Maloney, who struggled to keep up. while Drexler and Eli executed a double team. Su Xian aimed for a solo play, but his shot ricocheted off the rim, allowing Barkley to seize the rebound. It was indeed challenging to face two defenders. How did Kobe manage to take on 3 or even 4? It must be sheer iron will. Truly, he is the historical Iron King. Perhaps it is time for the master to seek guidance from his apprentice. The Pacers swiftly retreated on defense. Olajuwon glanced at Barkley, dutifully vacating the paint to create an opportunity for Barkley to go one-on-one. Barkley felt disheartened, thinking, I came here to lean on you. And now you take a step back? He gritted his teeth and demanded his position, while McGee closely guarded him. Miller chose to abandon the erratic shooter Eli, quickly shifting to double-team Barkley. In the 1990s NBA, zone defense was strictly prohibited. The rules explicitly forbade static zone defenses, mandating a man-to-man approach, where defenders must closely mark their assigned opponents, unable to leave offensive players unattended for prolonged periods. Referees would call illegal defense violations, akin to today and Oppo's defensive 3-second rule, resulting in a warning followed by a free throw and possession for the opposing team upon subsequent infractions. The inability to employ zone defense favored many players adept at penetrating defenses, leading to a standard of play that was often slow-paced and low-scoring. Thus, the Pacers and Rockets found themselves locked in a tug-of-war, with Barkley and Olajuwon alternating positions for isolation plays. The Pacers resolutely double-teamed the two, attempting to compel the other role players to step up. The absence of Schmitz significantly impacted the Pacers. Had he been present, the pressure on Barkley would have been considerably alleviated. Olajuwon positioned himself deep, but time was running out. He rose up, but Davis contested, and Su Xian rushed in from behind, swatting the ball out of bounds. Hakeem, I know you too well. Don and Oppos, dare attempt anything under my watch. Having spent extensive time training with Olajuwon during his tenure with the Rockets, Su Xian had absorbed invaluable lessons in footwork, a skill set unparalleled in the league. The free access to such advanced basketball techniques proved advantageous, as Olajuwon often found himself challenged by Su Xian's relentless pursuit. Do not provoke me. The consequences will be unbearable, Olajuwon warned as he shoved Su Xian aside. Their banter was laced with playful jabs, though both wore subtle smiles. Rockets sideline ball. The age-old dilemma resurfaced as Eli hesitated on the inbounds pass. Su Xian seized Drexler's left hand, snatching the ball and initiating a fast break. The trio of stars showed signs of fatigue, utterly at a loss against Su Xian and Oppos' swift transition. After 35 minutes of play, he remained invigorated, delivering a powerful dunk that plunged the Houston crowd into silence. 82-74. Su Xian's individual score had risen to 24 points. Keith gazed at the game clock, realizing that if Su Xian could net another 6 points, he would have to join the anti-Jordan coalition. For this ardent admirer of Jordan, such a revelation was akin to a thunderbolt, more painful than death itself. Come on, Houston. Do not allow him to score again. Show some resolve. Stop this wretched man. Keith internally screamed, his eyes filled with urgency as he looked at the Rockets players. The score widened once more, and Olajuwon understood that he must step up. He executed a pick-and-roll with Maloney, slipping through the defense as the Pacers failed to double-team in time. Olajuwon skillfully maneuvered, dribbling and pivoting in a confined space, a feat difficult to fathom for a 7-foot center. With newfound space, he easily laid it in, bringing the score to 82-76, halting the Rockets and Oppos' downward spiral. Su Xian remained unflustered. Without a fast break opportunity, he was inevitably drawn into the Rockets' slow tempo. The Pacers needed to devise a strategy to counter the Rockets' defensive tactics. Su Xian and Miller executed a pick-and-roll, leaving Drexler and Eli in a quandary. Miller, renowned as one of the league's premier shooters, could not be left open, for that would gift the Pacers easy points. Even if they chose not to double-team Su Xian, Miller's scoring ability remained a pressing concern. In a fleeting moment, they reached a consensus. Let Su Xian go one-on-one, but Miller must not be left unguarded. Su Xian smiled, recognizing the advantage of having a top-tier shooter on his team, capable of creating exceptional offensive opportunities. The prospect of LeBron and Curry on the same team was almost unfathomable. With his signature between-the-legs dribble, Drexler was momentarily dazzled. Instead of attempting a three-pointer, Su Xian opted for a mid-range shot, trusting his divine weapon over a reckless shot from beyond the arc. The same motion. A sudden stop at mid-range as Drexler reached out to disrupt, yet Su Xian hung in the air, leaving Drexler bewildered as he descended. With a flick of his wrist, the basketball traced an elegant arc through the air. Swish. The net sang with a delightful sound, 84-76, as Su Xian continued to shine. Beep, beep, beep. Coach Tang immediately called for a timeout, vocally expressing his displeasure with Eli's recent defensive lapse. In the heat of battle, execution and the caliber of stars became pivotal. While the Rockets boasted star power, their execution faltered during the last defensive stand. In the critical moments of the final quarter, a single mistake could spell disaster. Coach Tang's timeout aimed to clarify the defensive strategy for the closing moments, emphasizing the need to adhere to the original plan regardless of the unfolding circumstances. To waver in the face of adversity would be a grave misstep. Chapter 33. Victory Within Reach. Perfection may elude us, yet every action must leave its trace. Do not falter, Maloney. Keep a vigilant eye on Reggie's movements. We can afford to neglect Chris, but we must never disregard Reggie. Furthermore, let us double-team Su Xian. I do not wish to witness him score again. This principle of defense, strangling the dual cores while testing our role players, is imperative for the Rockets. Eliminate the dual threats. Challenge the supporting cast. Mullen, though seasoned, lacks the consistency in long-range shooting, and as for the interior presence of McGee and Davis, Coach Tom has little regard for them. Though the once mighty Olajuwon may have waned, he remains a formidable defensive barrier, especially with Barkley at his side. The Rockets reaffirm their defensive strategy, with Eli assuring he will not err again, while Drexler offers heartfelt encouragement. The Rockets' offense continues its customary reliance on interior isolation. Houston is devoid of a dynamic playmaker capable of penetrating defenses and charging into the paint. Drexler once filled that role, but age has diminished his athletic prowess, and the glide can no longer soar as he once did. With a powerful drive to the basket, Olajuwon calls for the ball from the perimeter. After a screen from Drexler, Su Xian positions himself in front of Olajuwon. This scene is so familiar, evoking memories of their practice sessions in Houston. Olajuwon holds a flawless record of 300 wins to 0 losses against Su Xian. Each time, Su Xian willingly deferred to Olajuwon, never victorious in their one-on-one confrontations. I wish you to recall the fear I instilled in you. You cannot thwart me in the paint. With his back to Su Xian, Olajuwon's height disparity is evident. Yet Su Xian is aware that Olajuwon is not the towering 2.13 meters officially listed. He is at most 2.10 meters. The pressure Olajuwon exerts is far less formidable than that of Ewing. Olajuwon does not rely solely on physical gifts for his inside dominance. The style of the NBA in the end-oppos, 80s and end-oppos, 90s centered around the paint. Those with height ruled supreme, and all strategies revolved around the interior game. Basketball is inherently a survival of the fittest. The taller one prevails. After all, there is but one Michael Jordan. Olajuwon tests Su Xian with an initial bump, which Su Xian withstands. Knowing the assault has merely begun, he cannot afford to relent. In another clash, Olajuwon intensifies his efforts, while Su Xian stands firm, his thigh pressing against Olajuwon's legs, hindering Olajuwon's ability to generate force. With a fluid pivot, Olajuwon seizes the moment when he perceives Su Xian's footwork falter, executing a powerful spin. A typical defender would lose their positioning in an instant, allowing Olajuwon to glide to the basket effortlessly. However, evading Su Xian proves no simple task. Su Xian, having reclaimed his position between Olajuwon's legs, deftly adjusts his stance, transforming his defense dramatically. Through 300 encounters and countless hours of watching game footage, Su Xian has internalized Olajuwon's moves. He swiftly shifts laterally, positioning himself before Olajuwon, arms raised high to thwart any sudden strike. Seeing his spin thwarted, Olajuwon continues to pivot in place, maintaining his central point. He attempts to disorient Su Xian with his intricate footwork, each step designed to confuse. Unlike traditional centers, Olajuwon's strides are exaggerated, and one might easily be deceived, falling victim to his elusive moves. Positioned to the right, Olajuwon spins to the left, and Su Xian instantly discerns his ruse, feigning a rightward shift while his true intention remains leftward. As predicted, Olajuwon begins testing from the right, reaching deep into the paint, prompting Davis to assist defensively. With arms extended, Olajuwon prepares to evade Davis' impending block. As Olajuwon shifts his footing, Su Xian moves to provide support. It is not yet the optimal moment. Olajuwon yearns to deceive both players for an easy layup. In the heat of defensive focus, instinctual reactions arise. Defenders may amplify their perceptions, reacting unexpectedly to their opponent's movements. Olajuwon's dreamlike footwork capitalizes on this psychology, his continuous fakes leaving Davis disoriented. A mere spin from Olajuwon can induce tension in Davis, who is acutely aware he is facing one of the finest interior players in NBA history. Davis leaps. Now, Olajuwon shifts the ball to the opposite side, both players springing into the air simultaneously, including Su Xian. Su Xian's focus remains unwavering. As long as Davis covers one side, he will not overextend himself. Instead, he must remain vigilant against Olajuwon's potential strike from the other side, where Olajuwon prefers to finish. He guessed correctly. In their 301st duel, victory belongs to him. Well done, big man. Now crush him. Stewart, on the commentary team, is flushed with excitement, sensing this moment could be pivotal, igniting the crowd's fervor. Get out of my way. Su Xian soars higher than ever, vowing that this is the highest he has leaped in their 301 encounters. He touches it, the basketball he has long yearned for, a symbol of victory. Boom. The emphatic block sends Davis reeling, who charges at Su Xian, colliding with his chest, yet Su Xian remains remarkably composed. The game is far from over. He seeks not just victory in their 301st clash, but triumph in this match. With time running short on the Rockets' offensive possession, Barkley struggles to receive the ball, his shot bouncing off the rim. The Pacers seize the opportunity for a fast break. Su Xian, undeterred despite over 30 minutes of play and relentless double-teaming, continues to exude vitality. Miller secures the rebound, spotting the sprinting Su Xian, and with all his might, launches the ball. It is a two-point attempt. Su Xian catches it, taking long strides, soaring over the Rockets, executing a thunderous dunk that reverberates through the rim. Boom. Stewart's voice resonates throughout the arena. Victory for the Pacers appears tantalizingly within grasp. Chapter 34, The Bias in People's Hearts is a great mountain with 2.5 minutes remaining in the game. Keith slumped in the commentary booth, gazing lifelessly at the scoreboard. He had forgotten that he was still at work. His silence was the most genuine reflection of his state, contrasting starkly with Stewart's unrestrained revelry. A smile does not vanish, it merely shifts, as Su Xian sank a three-pointer and drew a foul from Drexler. The outcome of the match was sealed. The Rockets, trailing by 12 points, had no chance of a comeback. Was it 35 seconds for 13 points? Or 12 seconds for 9? Su Xian refused to allow McGrady to materialize, nor would he become James, letting the opponent score 9 points in 12 seconds. Olajuwon had already been replaced by Coach Tom, draped in a towel, his expression one of dismay, unwilling to accept that he had been bested by Su Xian. He could not recall the details clearly. All he knew was that he had never lost to Su Xian in their encounters. Yet tonight, in the Rockets' home arena, Olajuwon suffered a crushing defeat in this heavyweight duel, humiliated as Su Xian pinned him beneath the backboard. I must improve. For the first time, this thought crossed Olajuwon's mind. The Pacers triumphed in this arduous contest with a score of 100-90. With Miller and Su Xian raining down shots from the perimeter, managing to win by a mere 10 points. Su Xian delivered a stellar performance, recording 32 points, 13 rebounds, and 8 assists, exerting himself to snatch 13 rebounds over the heads of Olajuwon and Barkley. Even in his prime, Big Ben would struggle to match Su Xian's prowess. Miller contributed 28 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists, and together they amassed an impressive 60 points with a shooting accuracy of 53. The Pacers' scoring in the paint was nearly non-existent. The stark disparity in interior points almost cost them the game. Su Xian had initially planned to stage a performance to showcase the team's weakness in the paint to Donnie. As it turned out, there was no need for theatrics. Without Schmitz, the Pacers' interior was a mere fade. If they allowed Barkley and Olajuwon to operate one-on-one, Su Xian would have to score at least 50 points for victory. Reggie, we've been thoroughly outmatched tonight, particularly in the paint, and it's quite frustrating, Su Xian remarked as he chatted with Miller in the players' tunnel. Their camaraderie evident as they slung their arms around each other. Rick is still recovering, and we must endure this challenging period. Then why not reinforce the team? Su Xian continued, sensing Donnie and Oppo's intentions to seek a suitable perimeter player, a competent point guard. However, he felt this was of little consequence, asserting that he could perform even better. Miller paused for a moment before responding. We are playing exceptionally well. We've secured 6 consecutive victories despite Rick's absence. Perhaps we should refrain from making major trades, as that could disrupt our chemistry. Miller, with his seasoned perspective, demonstrated a maturity and steadiness, lacking the youthful sharpness and fervor. The 6-game winning streak proved that the Pacers roster was indeed sufficient. They had vanquished formidable opponents, the Pistons, Heat, and Rockets, no more compelling justification could be found. Su Xian remained non-committal. Victory obscured all doubts. Before the impending defeat, no one would have perceived the Pacers as lacking in the paint. They still had Rick and the Dutch Giant. Su Xian opened his mouth to retort, but realized how challenging it was to change people's biases. If Miller harbored such notions, what would Donnie think? Schmitz's injury concerns loomed large. Should he falter in the playoffs, the Pacers' vulnerability in the paint would be unmistakably exposed. Other teams would show no mercy, relentlessly targeting their weakest link. No, this is insufficient, Reggie. We must strive for improvement. The championship is our ultimate goal. 6 consecutive victories? Do you truly value such an achievement? Miller's focus had always been the championship trophy. Su Xian's words prompted him to reflect cautiously. I do not wish to comment on other players, but we lack an elite rim protector. Rick's injury is far too significant. Should he be sidelined, we would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage in the playoffs. Strengthening our interior is imperative. Seizing the moment, Su Xian continued to stoke the flames of urgency. You make valid points. Perhaps I should speak with Larry. Indeed, I wish to discuss this with him as well. Once a minor voice, Su Xian and Appo's stature within the team had risen significantly after 6 games, now rivaling Miller and Appo's status, even surpassing Mullen. Strength commands respect, and that principle holds true universally. At the post-game press conference, Su Xian was surprised to find Keith Olbermann in the interview area. What was this individual doing here? Before the interviews commenced, Keith approached Su Xian. Hey, you detestable fellow, I truly loathe you, Keith exclaimed, embracing Su Xian, leaving him momentarily bewildered. From this day forward, I officially join the Anti-Jordan Alliance. Trust me, you are now my favorite player. Keith had indeed switched allegiances, at least for the time being. It was uncertain whether Keith was engaging in some abstract jest, reminiscent of the viral internet personality Speed, whose fans of both Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi could not be easily distinguished by their preferences. That's splendid, Keith. I have high hopes for your role in the Anti-Jordan Alliance. Let us topple the tyranny. The league belongs to all players. To hell with Chicago, and to hell with Michael Jordan. Su Xian embraced Keith as if they were old friends, entirely disregarding Keith's bemused expression. His Anti-Jordan Alliance continued to grow. Meanwhile, Olajuwon had just been awarded the Player of the Week honor. In this era, distinctions were not divided by East or West. There was only one Player of the Week, and the NBA decided to bestow this accolade upon Olajuwon, despite Su Xian's equally impressive performance. With averages of 32, 8 points, 3 rebounds, 8 assists, 8 steals, and 8 blocks over the first 4 games, Olajuwon led the Rockets to a perfect 4-0 record, temporarily placing them at the top of the Western Conference. Compared to tonight's performance, Olajuwon's was indeed phenomenal. However, after tonight, everyone felt that this honor rightfully belonged to Su Xian. I will not utter any disparaging remarks about my opponent. I have known Su Xian for quite some time, and I have lost count of how many times I have triumphed over him. Tonight, I lost the game, and I was not in optimal form. My body is not cooperating. I only played for 30 minutes. I will not make excuses. Su Xian has grown stronger, and that is commendable. I look forward to our next encounter. Chapter 35. They discarded me like old furniture. The progress of Olajuwon and Appo's character model has also undergone a change, shifting from a state of 73 illumination to 70. Su Xian is uncertain as to why this is the case. Perhaps it is related to Olajuwon and Appo's comments during an interview. It raises the question, do these superstars, once they reach their pinnacle, become even stronger when stimulated by external forces? The progress of rookie players is visibly apparent. They are young, brimming with potential, and every team covets such talent. In their formative years, with the guidance of professional trainers, they can traverse further along the path of basketball. Otherwise, why would Jerry West of the Lakers trade Vlade Divac for Kobe, who was merely 17 years old, a mere na-f, easily bested by Su Xian in one-on-one encounters, his technical skills woefully inadequate? It would seem West had lost his mind in bringing Kobe to Los Angeles. Beyond the remarkable improvement of rookie players, some young superstars also continue to evolve throughout their careers. Take LeBron James, for instance, after being eliminated by the Mavericks in the finals, unable to score even against Beria. He chose to fly to Houston to learn post moves from Olajuwon. Such players maintain a humble spirit, ceaselessly striving for improvement and growth. Even as the tides of time surge forth, they adapt and thrive on this battlefield devoid of smoke. Roy Hibbert of the Pacers was once heralded as the premier center in the East, Yet with the advent of the small ball era, he seemingly vanished from the NBA overnight. In stark contrast, the similarly cumbersome yet towering Brook Lopez flourishes in Milwaukee, showcasing a three-point shot he had never displayed before. Since entering the league, former sparring partners have invariably become stronger, whether it be Michael Jordan or Hakeem Olajuwon. The competitive spirit of these legendary players drives them to excel. Troubles abound. During the off-season, it would be prudent to network extensively, ideally bringing them all into my training camp. However, having established an anti-Jordan league, would it not be somewhat unethical to invite the old rascal? Surely, the basketball deity would not sever ties over such trivial matters. The Indiana Pacers are surging forward, boasting a 6-game winning streak atop the league. With eyes set on the championship, Larry Brown leads the charge once more. Reggie Miller's ultimate wish is to fulfill his dream before retirement. What enchantment lies within Su Xian, the older rookie hailing from China, following the Pacers' victory over the Houston Rockets? The team's popularity and the spotlight on its players remain elevated. Su Xian's past is gradually unveiled, revealing a story of a player who began as a practice partner in Chicago at the tender age of 16, dedicating a decade from 1986 to 1996 to this role. Upon this revelation, many were left astounded. Could it be true? Su Xian was once merely a practice player? His prowess seems too formidable for that to be the case. Are you kidding me? If practice players could dominate NBA athletes, what purpose would traditional basketball academies and institutions serve? Unbelievable. My uncle's cousin's niece's child informs me that this is indeed true. He even spent 5 years with the Bulls. This revelation sent ripples through the community. The fact that Su Xian spent 5 years with the Bulls as a practice player? Jerry Krause confirmed the veracity of this claim in an interview, stating, "Indeed, Su was here for 5 years. He was exceptional. I invested so much to acquire him, and he could have led Chicago further." Krause's words carried weight, hinting at his well-known discord with Jordan. Su Xian could have guided Chicago to greater heights, implying that the Bulls were already a championship team. Only by establishing a dynasty could they ascend further. The success of Chicago was not solely due to Jordan, but also because of me and Jerry Krause. Upon hearing Krause's remarks, Jordan erupted in fury, exclaiming, "That white pig only knows how to devour donuts. His mind is filled with cream." Jordan demanded to confront Krause, but the sixth man of the year, Tony Kukoc, hurriedly intervened, while Scottie Pippen implored. Krause's words are nonsense. If we can defeat the Pacers, all his claims will be rendered moot. Rarely did Pippen display such sagacity. That night, Jordan raged within the team, leaving Zen master Phil Jackson helpless. Despite his outward affability, he too seethed against Krause, lamenting the precarious unity he had painstakingly nurtured, now threatened by a single interview. The Pacers' next adversary is the San Antonio Spurs. The Spurs had resolved to tank early in the season, with star player David Robinson plagued by injuries. Suffering from plantar fasciitis and back issues at the end of the 1995-96 season, he subsequently fractured his left foot during the 1996 preseason, sidelining him for the entire season. Although Admiral Robinson was expected to return by season's end, Coach Popovich stated that David was not yet prepared to rejoin the lineup. At just 31, Robinson understood the team's strategy. The league was mad for Duncan, and strategies to acquire him were proliferating. Under the leadership of Cardinal Red, the Celtics coach Karl faced public scrutiny. Accused of intentionally losing games, an action deemed against league regulations, Commissioner David Stern imposed multiple fines in an effort to curb this rampant tanking. Yet no one cared. As long as they could secure Duncan, teams were willing to go to any lengths to persist in their tanking efforts. Thus, the matchup between the Pacers and Spurs unfolded without much drama. With their core interior players absent, Sean Elliott was diagnosed with a potential kidney ailment, and Chuck Person was sidelined for the season due to a knee injury. The Spurs' most capable players were rendered ineffective, leaving only the aging Dominique Wilkins, now 36, to carry the load. A symbol of unfulfilled potential, had Wilkins not been traded from Atlanta, he would have become one of the most revered stars in Hawks history. The business of the league is unforgiving. Despite spending 12 years with the Hawks, Wilkins was unceremoniously cast aside by his former team without hesitation. At the time, he sought a 3-year, $15 million contract to match his standing in the team's history, but the Hawks offered only a 1-year, $5 million deal while demanding that Wilkins accept a bench role. Faced with such insulting offers and conditions, Wilkins resolutely departed, ultimately signing a 1-year, $3 million contract with the Boston Celtics, far below his expectations. Hawks general manager Pete Babcock believed that Wilkins was too old and hindered the growth of younger players like Steve Smith, a notion that enraged Wilkins. "They discarded me like old furniture," he lamented, echoing the sentiments of a legendary figure who had departed the Hawks, embodying regret and resentment in a realm driven by profit, where loyalty remains a distant and unattainable dream. Chapter 36, Sensual Angels, Frenzied Brazil. The Indiana Pacers triumphed in a thrilling 3-game road trip in western Texas, ultimately securing victory against the San Antonio Spurs with relative ease. Su Xian played for 28 minutes, achieving an impressive 20 points, 8 rebounds, and 5 assists on 10 of 16 shooting, leading his team to victory by the end of the third quarter, rendering the final period mere garbage time. Post-game handshakes revealed the Spurs players' spirited demeanor, seemingly unaffected by their loss, embracing a carefree attitude as they collected their paychecks. Even Su Xian found himself envious of players like the King and the Emperor, who commanded top salaries in the league while contributing less than some reserves. Yet someone was always willing to foot the bill. Embracing Wilkins, Su Xian jested, "Buddy, you should come to Indiana. We have the best people who understand you. Reggie has longed to fight alongside you. Eastern teams share a common affliction. They have long suffered against Jordan." Yet, Wilkins was different. Despite their overlapping careers, the Hawks he led never faced Jordan in the playoffs. Wilkins was both fortunate and unfortunate. Media coverage of Wilkins' encounters with Jordan during the regular season often sensationalized their rivalry, celebrating their contributions to the art of dunking, even without a clear victor. Once a luminary, Wilkins was now waning, whilst Jordan continued to dominate the court, leaving Wilkins to spend his twilight years with the struggling Spurs. "I'm old now. I can no longer perform at my peak. Accumulating stats here is quite satisfactory. I no longer obsess over chasing a championship. As for your anti-Jordan league, honestly, I harbor no significant grudge against Michael," Wilkins replied, dismissing Su Xian's invitation. He understood Su Xian's intentions, yet his glory had faded, and he had left his best years behind in Atlanta. The moment he departed from the Hawks, Wilkins' competitive spirit had withered. Su Xian shrugged, opting for silence. He preferred teammates who were vibrant and spirited, maintaining a competitive heart once they stepped onto the court. Even if the team faced a historic 28-game losing streak, he would emerge from the darkness, forging a path toward greatness. After concluding their road trip, the Pacers enjoyed a brief respite. Upon returning to Indiana, Su Xian received a call from Gisele Bündchen. "I finished my shoot. Where shall we rendezvous tonight?" The vivacious Brazilian, though youthful, possessed an irresistible allure. "I've made a reservation at St. Elmo Steakhouse," he replied. "The St. Elmo Steakhouse? That renowned establishment has long been on my list." St. Elmo Steakhouse, a legendary venue in Indianapolis since 1902, was a favored dining spot for many NBA players after games. Miller was particularly fond of the place, often seen celebrating significant victories within its private dining rooms. "That barmaid invited you to dinner?" Miller casually observed Su Xian's conversation with Bündchen. "What do you think of her?" Su Xian put away his phone and inquired, "What's your take?" Miller handed Su Xian a glass of red wine, then grabbed his favorite cocktail from the bar. "I've seen her runway shows. She's quite unique and diverges from contemporary trends. Frankly, I appreciate her style." Despite her nascent career, Bündchen was already making waves in the modeling world, amassing a growing fan base. "Are you two going to St. Elmo's for a date?" "Indeed. Be sure to try the spicy shrimp cocktail." Miller downed his cocktail. "This isn't nearly spicy enough. I prefer my drinks to pack a punch." The spicy shrimp cocktail, a drink requiring a waiver due to its world-class heat, was a popular choice among patrons at St. Elmo. Su Xian had no intention of heeding Miller's advice. He wasn't eager to subject himself to undue discomfort. After all, he was there to enjoy the evening, not to inflict suffering upon himself. Those who relished Beijing's fermented mung bean juice always struck Su Xian as slightly misguided. The plane touched down at Indianapolis International Airport in the afternoon. Following the team bus to the arena, Su Xian returned to his rented apartment, donned a stylish casual outfit, and spritzed on a captivating cologne. He awaited the arrival of the evening's date. "I'm ready, let us go?" Bündchen texted, having finally completed her preparations. Su Xian had nearly drifted into slumber, the time taken for a woman's makeup seeming interminable. It appeared that not only in China but worldwide, women shared this trait. Su Xian grabbed his car keys and sped off to St. Elmo Steakhouse. Upon arrival, he spotted Bündchen waiting outside, adorned in a flowing purple gown that accentuated her statuesque figure. Her long legs, clad in sultry boots, were a vision of perfection. Her cascading hair framed a face that mirrored the enchanting depths of a tropical rainforest, capturing the essence of Rio de Janeiro's sunlight. Her radiant complexion glowed under the soft light, drawing the ardent gazes of many men. As one attempted to approach her, Bianchen merely smiled and shook her head, leaving the man to depart with a sense of disappointment. Su Xian adjusted his attire and strode towards her. Crazy. You resemble an angel sent by the heavens. Radiating brilliance in this moment, Su Xian's eyes sparkled with admiration, devoid of any impure thoughts. Bianchen smiled, her brilliance akin to a constellation, captivating and dazzling. The youthful Bianchen, while lacking the formidable presence of Giselle, exuded grace and a hint of shyness. You too. You're even more handsome than on television, she replied, linking her arm with Su Xian's as they embarked on their sweet evening together under the envious gazes of onlookers. With dry-aged ribeye and a bottle of classic French wine, adorned with signed memorabilia from sports stars and the illustrious 1994 Pacers Eastern Conference roster, the couple immersed themselves in delightful conversation, their eyes communicating unspoken sentiments. Where shall we go next? Bianchen inquired, taking a bite of her steak. Juices trickling down her chin as her tongue instinctively licked them away, momentarily capturing Su Xian's attention. Hey, what are you staring at? She teased, noticing the heat in his gaze, her ears turning a shade of crimson. Just admiring the most beautiful woman in the world, he replied, effortlessly delivering a charming line that brought forth her laughter. Stop teasing me. Where are we headed next? I recently acquired a fish tank. Would you like to see my goldfish? Su Xian earnestly suggested. Bianchen hesitated for a moment, but Su Xian's sincerity won her over. Sure. I'd love to see your goldfish tonight, she agreed, as long as they're big goldfish. Chapter 37. The Great Python's Dance, the Prison Team. In the gentle embrace of spring, the warm waters of the Huaqing pool caress the delicate skin. The attendants assist the frail beauty, who has just begun to bask in the newfound grace. Adorned with cloud-like hair and floral beauty, she sways gracefully beneath the warm canopy of her boudoir, savoring the fleeting spring night. The brevity of such nights prompts the emperor to forego his morning court. There is a reason why ancient emperors met untimely ends. They gathered the most exquisite women from across the land. Even the illustrious performers of the Hongda dance troupe pale in comparison to the emperor and Apos' harem of 3,000. In a realm of indulgence, surrounded by sumptuous feasts and alluring companions, even the most sagacious ruler can become ensnared in temptation. If one could traverse back to ancient times to peddle elixirs, they would undoubtedly find themselves the favored guest of kings and nobles. As a ray of sunlight breaks through, the vibrant life of the Brazilian rainforest awakens, and a massive python appears in a meandering stream, gliding effortlessly, sometimes swift, sometimes languid. As its prey draws near, the python lunges, only to be met with a piercing shriek. After a satisfying meal, the python vanishes into the stream, leaving the waters agitated and restless. Giselle Bianchen departs, her eyes filled with unspoken longing, entrusting her seductive battle attire to Su Xian's care, with the promise to reclaim it personally. Su Xian chuckles, knowing that everything in his grasp is held fast like a mountain. After bidding farewell to Bianchen, Su Xian takes a brief respite before hastening to the arena. Tonight, they face the Portland Trail Blazers, a notorious team infamous for their misdeeds within the league. Compared to the early 21st century prison team, the current Blazers, while not as egregious, still carry the mantle of their predecessors. At the heart of their lineup is power forward Rashid Wallace, whose single-season tally of 19 technical fouls, though a mere shadow of his peak performance, still places him among the league's elite. The outspoken Isaiah Ryder has been publicly criticized by future coach Rick Adelman for his poor work ethic, exhibiting a level of laxity and lethargy that sets him apart from the likes of O'Neal and Rodman. However, it's not merely the presence of a couple of troublemakers that has led the Blazers astray. Their roster is not without talent. In fact, they boast the league's premier interior lineup consisting of Arvydas Sabonis, Rashid Wallace, and the versatile Clifford Robinson, which has enabled them to achieve an impressive defensive efficiency rating, ranking 8th in the league with an average of 95.1 points allowed per game. On the perimeter, Kenny Anderson and Isaiah Ryder often appear as mere shadows, easily bypassed by opponents. Even newcomer Lee Kyer finds it effortless to penetrate their defenses. The Blazers not only possess a formidable interior defense, but also feature 6 players averaging over 12 points per game, including Ryder, Anderson, Wallace, Trent, Robinson, and Sabonis. The crux of their struggle lies in the abundance of scorers, each player eager to dominate the ball. Ryder's abrasive demeanor only exacerbates the situation, making him unlikely to pass during critical moments. Sabonis, a linchpin of the interior, prefers to orchestrate plays with his teammates but often finds himself sidelined, unable to exert control. Sabonis, a quintessential European player, embodies a team-oriented philosophy and precision. In stark contrast, the current Blazers resemble a haphazard buffet-style offense, lacking rhythm and cohesion, leading to Sabonis feeling increasingly frustrated and lost on the court. A team brimming with potential yet unable to harmonize, the Blazers' general manager, Bob Whitsitt, chooses to indulge his headstrong players rather than impose discipline. Talents often come with eccentricities, and Whitsitt is correct in noting that personalities like Allen Iverson, Kobe Bryant, and Shaquille O'Neal also exhibit such traits. Yet, talent must accompany individuality. Despite Rodman's notorious past, the Bulls welcomed him to Chicago, where he proved his worth as one of the league and Oppo's premier rebounders alongside Jordan. Ryder, however, lacks the ability to command respect from his teammates, let alone the demanding fans. Isaiah possesses undeniable skill, but it is only a fraction of what is necessary. Miller's assessment of Ryder is lukewarm. Facing the Blazers, veteran Miller feels a sense of ease. Their interior game is formidable, yet tonight may pose challenges. Su Xian remains unperturbed, aware that overcoming the Blazers is not insurmountable. Due to precautionary measures, Schmitz has once again postponed his return, meaning the Pacers won't see their interior fortress reinstated until the latter half of the season. Despite their current 7-game winning streak, the team harbors significant vulnerabilities. I know what you're about to say, Sue. Our interior may not match the Blazers, but that isn't a formidable obstacle. We have our strategies. The 7 consecutive victories have instilled unwavering confidence within the team, claiming the top spot in the East and the league, having triumphed over formidable opponents. Yet, the regular season is long, spanning 82 games, with each team encountering myriad challenges, injuries being just one of them. Overconfidence proved costly for Miller, who faced a harsh reality check against the Blazers. At halftime, the score read 45-42. With the Blazers leading by 3 points, marking the Pacers' lowest scoring half of the season with only 42 points. The Blazers, energized and relentless, attacked the basket with fervor, as Wallace, Sabonis, and Robinson relentlessly pressured Davis and McGee, while Su Xian stretches himself thin in support, shouldering immense burdens on both ends of the court. Best is stifled by his height, forcing his way through merely invites turnovers. Fortunately, Miller and Su Xian maintain their form, with Su Xian scoring 18 points in the half and Miller contributing 15, combining for 33 points to keep the Pacers within striking distance. Without a dominant presence in the paint, McGee, while an exceptional defender, struggles offensively. Age and injuries have diminished the 30-year-old's agility and scoring ability, leaving him helpless against Sabonis, who easily overpowers him. Dale Davis can rebound and score, but lacks the physicality needed to fend off the Blazers' attacks. The Blazers amassed 32 points in the paint during the half, primarily through aggressive inside play. For the Pacers to shift the momentum, they must rely on their perimeter shooting to break the deadlock. Larry Brown unveils a new starting lineup in the third quarter. Miller, Fred Hoiberg, Mullen, Su Xian, and McGee. With 5 players capable of stretching the floor, the Pacers are poised to exploit the Blazers' slow-footed giants, creating ample opportunities for outside shots. Su Xian fires the first shot, launching a three-pointer. The Pacers' outside shooting suddenly ignites, with consecutive threes raining down, allowing them to surge ahead of the Blazers within mere minutes. With another opportunity, Su Xian readies his shot, but just as he releases the ball, Wallace charges forward, unable to contain his frustration at the Pacers' barrage from beyond the arc. Fearing their advantage is about to slip away, Wallace aimed for the descending point of Su Xian, charging forward recklessly. Damn it! Su Xian cursed inwardly, and without surprise. His landing foot landed squarely on Wallace and Oppo's foot. Beep, beep, beep. The whistle pierced the air like a bolt of lightning, as Reggie Miller rushed in, his fists clenched, delivering a fierce blow towards Wallace and Oppo's face. Chapter 38. Boxing, Chokeholds, and Flying Kicks. Miller clenched his fists, uttering not a word, and unleashed a powerful punch upon Wallace and Oppo's face. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, indicating that Wallace's nose was likely broken. Miller struck without a hint of hesitation or mercy. Wallace's actions had been utterly reprehensible, and Miller had witnessed everything. He could no longer tolerate such shameless violations against Su Xian, despite Miller and Apos' seemingly harmless appearance. He was no stranger to the tumultuous NBA scene of the 1980s and 90s, where no player was without a fierce spirit. With the team's leader taking action, the supporting players naturally fell in line. The Pacers surged forward, their target clear, the despicable man responsible for all this chaos. Davis maneuvered behind Wallace, using his left hand to seize him by the throat, rendering him immobile. Sharpshooter Hoiberg charged in with an elbow strike, landing squarely on Wallace's abdomen, causing him to writhe in pain, tears streaming down his face, yet only feeble cries escaped his lips. The events unfolded so swiftly that the Trailblazers had barely time to react before the Pacers had already enacted their retribution upon Wallace. Stop. Stop. You're going to kill Rashid. The current head coach of the Trailblazers, P.J. Carlesimo, a vocal presence on the sidelines, was renowned for his infamous moment win. While coaching the Golden State Warriors, he was choked by the erratic Sprewell for a staggering 15 seconds. Such assaults on a coach were shocking. Even in the annals of NBA history, such occurrences were inexcusable. The madman faced a 68-game suspension, while the victim, Carlesimo, faded from the league and Apos' limelight, often labeled as incapable of uniting his team for greater success. Coaching the Trailblazers was not an easy task for Carlesimo. He lacked effective control over the locker room and, compounded by the general manager and Apos' leniency, had completely lost his authority, becoming merely a puppet coach. Damn it. Brothers, grab your weapons. Let us go. Lydell thrived on the chaos, believing that fighting was far more exhilarating than mere gameplay. He charged at Miller, only to be sent sprawling across the floor by a swift kick, sliding until he collided with a teammate. Damn it all, they all deserve to die. Su Xian, having risen at some point, wore an intimidating expression. With Wallace being pummeled by the Pacers, and no target in sight for his own aggression, Lydell had unwittingly presented himself as the perfect opportunity for Su Xian to unleash his frustrations. Shit, you're playing dirty, ambushing. Lydell groaned on the ground, clutching his abdomen in agony, lamenting his ill fate. He had merely wanted to assist. What had he done wrong? The referee's whistle pierced the air of Market Square Arena. As more individuals joined the fray, most of whom were merely attempting to break up the fight rather than engage in it, Miller was in a frenzy, delivering blows that left Wallace begging for mercy on his knees. Davis, relentless, expertly maintained his chokehold, ensuring Wallace remained conscious while enduring the punishment. The chaos persisted for over a minute, and by the time Wallace was rescued by the Trailblazers, his face bore the marks of bruises, rendering him speechless. Sabonis could hardly contain his laughter. He had refrained from immediate intervention, as Wallace's temper was notoriously poor, unworthy of his concern. In the locker room, a lack of respect warranted a lesson in humility. After the altercation, Miller paid no heed to the battered Wallace but instead approached Su Xian, inquiring with genuine concern. How are you? Did that son of a bitch hurt you? A bit sore, but nothing serious. Su Xian had indeed stepped on Wallace's foot, but he had leaned back in anticipation, barely making contact, only grazing his ankle. With an injury tolerance of 99, such discomfort posed no challenge for him. If he were to be bestowed with a title, it would be legendary survivor, akin to Tatum and LeBron, as Su Xian's physique was undeniably robust. That's good. Miller sighed with relief. Damn it, Rashid. How dare he lay a hand on Su Xian? I must make him pay. Davis, panting heavily, felt the strain of restraining Wallace. Well done, brothers. Had I been on the court, he would not have walked away upright. Schmitz, ever the warrior, regrettably found himself sidelined due to injury and thus missed the opportunity to join the fray. The unyielding rule forbidding bench players from engaging in conflicts was strictly observed, and the coaching staff of the Pacers would not allow matters to escalate further. Larry Brown patted several players on the shoulder, his silence speaking volumes as he communicated with the referee, expressing his current stance. I will appeal to the league. Rashid's actions are utterly unacceptable, a disgraceful act that could ruin a player's life. Reggie merely intended to help. I apologize for Rashid being attacked. If circumstances allowed, I would gladly have thrown a few punches myself. Please, we were merely retaliating. They struck first. The referee, growing weary of Larry Brown's incessant explanations, donned his headset to block out the noise, initiating a review of the recent events. The large screen displayed the unfolding drama, eliciting thunderous cheers from the Pacers fans in attendance, who celebrated the players' valiant efforts. America adored heroes, warriors who faced adversity. Cowardly acts would not be tolerated. I may face a suspension, Sue. The upcoming games will be up to you. Miller, as if imparting final instructions, advised Su Xian before returning to the locker room without a backward glance. The NBA of the 80s and 90s was a tumultuous era rife with chaos, brawls, players instigating trouble, and numerous off-court scandals plagued the league, leaving David Stern in a state of turmoil. He wished to shield viewers from violence, aspiring for the NBA to be a stage filled with competition and compelling narratives, drawing in basketball enthusiasts. However, the emphasis on toughness inevitably led to physical clashes, a dilemma that continually troubled Stern. Regulating the league and instilling a sense of decorum among players was a monumental task. Upon learning of the clash between the Pacers and Trailblazers, Stern and Oppo's expression darkened considerably. Brian McIntyre and Rod Thorne happened to be at headquarters when the news broke, prompting Stern to summon them to his office. McIntyre oversaw media relations and public perception, often tasked with damage control during adverse incidents, while Thorne handled suspensions and fines, frequently leading the charge in addressing controversies such as the Malice at the Palace or the Madman and Oppo's choke incident. The trio first reviewed the game footage, pinpointing the series of provocations leading directly to the Portland Trailblazers. Damn Portland, stirring up trouble on the court again, Stern lamented, feeling the weight of frustration. This was a team notorious for its unrepentant behavior. Since the Pistons' bad boys, Stern had perceived the Blazers as a burgeoning embodiment of lawlessness. Is Su Xian involved? Did Rashid step on him? Thorne posed the crucial question. The alliance is covertly orchestrating the promotion of Su Xian, and the impending confrontation with the Bulls is poised to serve as the catalyst for an exhilarating climax. Stern is convinced that the audacity of mortals challenging deities will generate significant intrigue. It is of no consequence. Stern received an affirmative response from the on-site staff, which brought him some relief. Rashid must face severe consequences, and Reggie and others require suspension. However, regarding Su Xian, Sorn, after reviewing the footage, turned to Stern. Su Xian deserves no punishment. His actions were commendable as he promptly averted further escalation of the situation. Liddell, a player notorious for his contentious demeanor, was merely met with a kick, and given the physical prowess of an NBA athlete, there is no cause for concern. I shall immediately convene a press conference to elucidate the events that transpired on the court. Following Stern's unequivocal stance, Sorn and McIntyre swiftly set about addressing the subsequent matters. Meanwhile, at the game venue, upon learning that Su Xian faced no repercussions and merely received a level 1 flagrant foul, Liddell exhibited an expression of profound bewilderment. Had his kick been in vain? Chapter 39. Just as one wave subsides, another surges forth. The final rulings of the referees are as follows. Rashid Wallace, for his malicious trip, instigated trouble and received a level 2 penalty, resulting in immediate ejection. Miller, for his physical altercation, also received a level 2 penalty and was promptly expelled. Davis, for his egregious chokehold, was deemed to have committed a level 2 offense and was immediately ejected. Hoiberg, too, for his violent actions, faced a level 2 penalty and was expelled without delay. Liddell and Su Xian attempted to join the fray, receiving a level 1 penalty and a verbal warning. The remaining players maintained their decorum and faced no penalties. Liddell, dissatisfied, pursued the referee demanding an explanation. Hey, did you see that? I and Oppo's got a massive bruise on my stomach from his kick. Look, the replay shows everything. This is unacceptable. Damn it. You all should be ashamed. Liddell grew increasingly agitated, and the referee, unyielding, issued an additional technical foul, expelling him from the game. As Liddell left, he hurled insults at the referee, but fortunately, his teammates restrained him and escorted him back to the locker room. Su Xian, astonished, noted that even after a kick, he was merely deemed to have attempted to engage. Indeed, the referee's calls were quite just. The altercation left both teams severely weakened. The Pacers lost 2 key starters and an important substitute, while the Trailblazers were without their starting power forward and backcourt. Yet, the game continued, with Miller absent. Su Xian unleashed his full potential, launching a barrage of shots. Just a step beyond the three-point line, he released a shot that pierced through the air. In mid-range, he scored 3 consecutive baskets as the opposing defense proved woefully inadequate against his onslaught. In a frenzied state, Su Xian became unstoppable. With 5 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, he tallied an astounding 38 points, 15 rebounds, 7 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks, widening the lead to 15 points. The Trailblazers, shaken by the earlier conflict, appeared disheartened, their sporadic scoring indicating a loss of spirit. Calipari, with a sigh, substituted Sabonis and Robinson, leaving only Kenny Anderson on the court. Anderson, who typically vied for ball control with Liddell, seized the opportunity to dominate the game in Liddell's absence. As the final whistle blew, the Pacers secured their 8th victory of the season, maintaining an undefeated streak. Su Xian's stats were recorded 5 minutes before the end. And in a protective measure, Larry Brown replaced him with Jalen Rose, recognizing that the Trailblazers had conceded defeat. There was no need to extend Su Xian's playing time further, especially with the upcoming match against Philadelphia, where he needed to be in peak condition. After the game, Su Xian declined any interviews and, having freshened up in the locker room, led his teammates to St. Elmo's Steakhouse, their favorite dining spot. Upon entering, Miller ordered a spicy shrimp cocktail and relished every sip. That son of a gun Rashid doesn't he even compare to this cocktail? He is really a coward, Miller vented. Filled with disdain for Wallace, Su Xian welcomed his teammates to their seats, ensuring that, despite being bullied, they were well taken care of during this gathering, pledging, "Boss, bring us your finest ribs. Tonight we shall not leave sober." Although Su Xian's annual salary was modest, with a first-round pick at the 7th position earning $1.58 million, netting only a fraction after taxes, he refused to hold back during this occasion. "Whoa, tonight, we must celebrate without restraint." Schmitz rallied, despite his limited contributions, serving as the life of the party from the bench. Who could understand the joy of a guaranteed win? Schmitz felt compelled to contribute from the sidelines, as it was an 8-game winning streak, a feat not easily achieved. Yet new arrival Su Xian had accomplished it. Su Xian raised his glass, proclaiming, "Reggie, Dale, Hoiberg, I've covered your fines. As brothers, let's toast to that." He downed his drink in one gulp, grateful for his teammates' support on the court. This bond was both a friendship and a heartfelt gesture. "We're all brothers here. No need for formality," he added. "I've long been fed up with that loser. He should go home and lick his wounds." Dale and Hoiberg laughed heartily in response, while Reggie quietly pulled Su Xian aside. "Are you out of your mind? With your salary, can you really afford this meal? You're the least wealthy among us." Miller expressed concern, whispering that he had already instructed the owner to charge the dinner to his card. As for the fines, Miller was willing to cover those as well. But Su Xian declined, reluctant to accept too much kindness, which made him uncomfortable. Recognizing Su Xian's persistence, Miller remained silent, his admiration for Su Xian growing. Not just Miller, but the entire Pacers squad found themselves increasingly fond of Su Xian, a teammate who displayed both emotional intelligence and formidable skill. The following day, the league swiftly announced its penalties. Reggie Miller, for his aggressive actions, received a 1-game suspension and a $5,000 fine. Dale Davis, for his severe chokehold, was suspended for 2 games and fined $10,000, though his first offense was taken into consideration. Fred Hoiberg faced a 1-game suspension and a $5,000 fine for his aggressive behavior. Rasheed Wallace, for his malicious trip that instigated the conflict, was suspended for 3 games and fined $15,000. As for Isaiah Liddell, he was fined $5,000 for his disrespectful remarks towards the referee, which left him seething in anger, feeling unjustly treated. Some might argue that the penalties were lenient. However, in this era, such measures were customary. In 1993, during a clash between the Suns and the Knicks, Kevin Johnson and Knicks guard Doug Rivers had a confrontation that led to both benches clearing, with Charles Barkley pushing down 3 Knicks players, an act of extreme severity. Nonetheless, the post-game penalties were surprisingly light, with Barkley receiving only a $10,000 fine and no suspension, simply because he was an MVP candidate. Rivers received a technical foul with no additional punishment. In light of similar incidents, such as the 2016 finals conflict, one would typically expect at least 2-game suspensions. Just as one wave recedes, another rises, with Miller, Davis, and Hoiberg set to miss some games. A new storm was brewing as Allen Iverson prepared to face the Indiana Pacers at home. Chapter 40. Breaking Records, the Philadelphia Warden, renowned worldwide. When Allen Iverson learned that Su Xian had not been suspended, he was overjoyed. "I have long desired to face him on the court. No one else can match me in overpowering him." Before Iverson could voice his thoughts to the media, Jordan's protege, Jerry Stackhouse, already commenced his grandiose proclamations. Stackhouse, a sixth of Jordan's heir, was proud and audacious, boldly declaring during his rookie season that he was unafraid of Jordan. However, he soon faced Jordan, only to be ruthlessly taught a lesson, scoring a mere 11 points against Jordan's 48 points and 10 rebounds. Su Xian's audacity in openly forming an anti-Jordan alliance irked Stackhouse. Such audacious feats could only be his, while others were merely insignificant. Su Xian paid little heed to Stackhouse's provocations. The core of the 76ers was not him. The notion of being Jordan's successor was nothing but empty flattery. The true powerhouse was none other than the young prodigy Allen Iverson, donned in the number 3 jersey, with his signature hairstyle recklessly penetrating the paint. As for Jerry, I remain indifferent to his style of play. My focus is solely on Allen Iverson. Tonight's game will see me exert my utmost effort. While Su Xian dismissed Stackhouse, the latter was deeply affected by Su Xian's presence. The 1996 to 1997 Philadelphia 76ers epitomized a blend of talent and chaos, with Iverson's historically unprecedented rookie performance overshadowing the team's structural flaws. Their games resembled a chaotic rock concert. The stars shone brightly while the supporting band struggled to find their rhythm, aimlessly darting about the court. With an extreme AI-centric system, the ISO play constituted 68% of their strategy, leading the league. Iverson averaged a staggering 21.5 drives in the first 8 games, a statistic that was nothing short of terrifying. Iverson was indeed the undisputed leader of Philadelphia. Su Xian, too, was solely concerned with Allen Iverson. Such thoughts swirled in Stackhouse's mind, his jealousy overwhelming his rationality, and his gaze towards Iverson brimmed with fury. At the Spectrum, Philadelphia fans had lovingly displayed a large portrait of Su Xian, depicting him in tears, which Su Xian acknowledged with a glance, finding it far more appealing than the mocking caricature of LeBron. Allen is the true number 1, the strongest rookie of 1996. Some fans brandished such slogans, though they appeared somewhat sheepish, hesitant to raise their signs too high. Larry, tonight I require unlimited shooting privileges. Remember, I need the utmost authority. Su Xian approached Brown, earnestly articulating his demands. Had this been the season opener, Brown would have resolutely denied Su Xian, reminding him to heed the coach's directives. However, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. With Su Xian leading the team in all 5 statistical categories, he was undoubtedly the team's foremost player. While Reggie Miller had enjoyed a long-standing status in the league, Su Xian emerged as the Pacers' unassailable mainstay in terms of immediate impact. With Miller and Davis suspended, and both absent, Brown conceded, "Su, tonight you need not harbor any concerns. I will devise the optimal ISO strategy for you." He had no desire to create discord with Su Xian. The absence of 2 major cores rendered Su Xian's request entirely reasonable. As the pre-game handshake took place, there was no exchange between Iverson and Su Xian. Both maintained serious expressions, fully focused on their preparations. The Pacers' starting 5 included Best, Mullen, Jalen Rose, Su Xian, and McGee, with Miller and Davis suspended. Mullen and Rose filled their positions, ensuring the Pacers remained competitive. The 76ers and Oppos starters were Allen Iverson, Jerry Stackhouse, Clarence Weatherspoon, Derek Coleman, and inside player Scott Williams. As the jump ball commenced, McGee outperformed Williams, granting the Pacers the first offensive opportunity. Best, having been advised by Brown beforehand, promptly passed the ball to Su Xian. Confronted by Coleman, a talented yet fragile player known for his drinking, who, like Su Xian, was under Arnie's tutelage, Su Xian swiftly maneuvered past him. Coleman, despite his intent to converse, found himself outpaced as Su Xian seamlessly broke through, evading him effortlessly. Boom. Former Bull Scott Williams, a key player during the three-peat era, attempted to leap for a block, but found himself forcefully pinned down. Stunned, Williams could only feel an overwhelming force, powerless to resist, becoming a mere backdrop to Su Xian's display of athleticism. After the dunk, Su Xian stepped back, shaking his head, his eyes filled with disdain. 2 o'clock. Su Xian announced the commencement of the game in the most ferocious manner possible. Weatherspoon inbound the ball, with both Iverson and Stackhouse demanding possession. Reluctantly, Weatherspoon passed to the closer Iverson. The struggle for possession in the backcourt was nothing new for the 76ers. Stackhouse had repeatedly lamented about the distribution of ball rights in the media, highlighting the significant offensive discord between the second and first overall picks. Seeing that Weatherspoon did not pass the ball to him, Stackhouse seethed with resentment. Unfazed by Stackhouse and Oppos' discontent, Iverson was determined to reclaim his standing. proving himself as the strongest player of 1996. With his well-developed calf muscles, Iverson sprinted like a runaway cheetah, effortlessly breaking past best and penetrating the paint. Iverson preferred attacking the rim, his mid-range shot being inconsistent. Waiting for the opportune moment, Iverson soared into the air as Su Xian positioned himself for a block. Both suspended like superheroes, rendering the players on both sides awestruck. "Come down," Su Xian bellowed, and despite Iverson's contorted body, he was unable to surpass Su Xian's defense. Smack! The basketball shot backward like a volleyball, crashing forcefully onto the court. Quick on his feet, Best seized the ball and initiated a counterattack, easily laying it in for 2 more points. 4 o'clock. Iverson's breakthrough had faltered. He encountered difficulties with Su Xian closely monitoring his every move, leaving him with no escape. Currently, Iverson radiated an extraordinary brilliance, while Su Xian represented a decade of refinement, gleaming like pure gold. Continuing the offensive, Iverson opted against a screen. As role players remained sidelined, the stage belonged solely to him. He deftly maneuvered, evading Best, while Su Xian positioned himself for assistance. Iverson, having learned from experience, took a mid-range jumper that rolled around the rim before finally dropping through the net. As Su Xian passed by Iverson during the offensive play, he chuckled lightly. "You're quite fortunate." Just as Iverson was about to retort, Su Xian had already set up in the same position against Coleman, delivering a second emphatic dunk in one fluid motion. Williams, having learned his lesson, opted to dodge, avoiding becoming yet another victim of Su Xian's prowess. Iverson launched a long pass, this time targeting Stackhouse. Jordan's younger disciple shows no mercy to anyone. He charges in with ferocity, attempting a thunderous dunk, but his excessive force causes the ball to ricochet high and far from the rim. Su Xian and Allen Iverson simultaneously gauge the ball's descent, exchanging glances before both bend their knees and leap. Iverson soars swiftly and high. Yet under the overwhelming static talent of Su Xian, he is shoved aside, and Su Xian secures the basketball tightly in his embrace. As they both land, Iverson positions himself defiantly in front of Su Xian, his gaze filled with determination. He is challenging himself. Su Xian comprehends Iverson's intent. "I will not pass. You may try to stop me." Bending down to dribble, Su Xian observes Iverson's defensive trajectory. With a significant physical advantage, Su Xian recognizes that Iverson's strengths lie in speed, precision, and aggression. A taller player can never match the agility of a shorter one. Iverson bets on the moment Su Xian fails to react. Suddenly, Iverson lunges forward. Like a sprinter, he charges at Su Xian, who instinctively engages his muscle memory. With a deft behind-the-back dribble, Iverson misses his mark, having lost his defensive position. Su Xian adjusts his dribbling rhythm, poised beyond the three-point line, ready to unleash a shot. Swish. A perfect arrow. Su Xian makes a shooting gesture, celebrating wildly in front of Iverson. Within just 3 minutes of the game, he has already scored 7 points. But that's not the end. Following another failed fast break by the 76ers, Su Xian races down the court. Mullen tosses the ball high, and Su Xian descends like a deity, executing a powerful two-handed dunk. 11-2. Coach John Davis of the 76ers is compelled to call a timeout. Davis epitomizes the archetype of a 1990s NBA coach, lacking tactical authority and practically invisible in the locker room. The Philadelphia Inquirer refers to him as a mere potted plant in the locker room, his presence only felt when watered. The strategy after the timeout is straightforward. Let Iverson take charge. How he does so, whether through screens, drives, or mid-range shots, does not matter as long as he can score. Stackhouse expresses his frustration, questioning why it can't be him taking those shots. Davis is astute. The 76ers management has made it clear they intend to nurture Iverson, ensuring he plays comfortably to secure a longer career and greater financial rewards. How should the defense be arranged? Nonsense. With Iverson on the court, they have no need for defense. Winning through offense is the essence of the Philadelphia 76ers under his leadership. After Su Xian takes a breather, wiping the sweat from his brow, Miller, sitting beside him, remarks, "That kid wants to compete with you, but he is not your match." Su Xian remains silent, casting a glance toward Iverson on the opposite bench. He is talented, but far too young. Su, dominate him and show him the prowess of a veteran. Miller admires Iverson, but has a greater fondness for Su Xian. He hopes for a resounding victory for the Pacers, which would alleviate his guilt for not being on the court. He is too inexperienced. Bring me a cup of hot water. Before it cools, I'll take him down. Su Xian dismissively tosses the towel he used to wipe his sweat to Miller, who laughs, never imagining he would one day assist a rookie. The timeout concludes. And the game resumes. The 76ers maintain their strategy, isolating Allen for a fiery showdown, resulting in a mid-range jumper over Best. He swiftly returns to his half of the court, glaring at Su Xian, who says Iverson doesn't defend in his rookie season. His proactive attitude would earn him a thumbs up from Kobe. You won't pass, and I won't either. Su Xian refuses to allow Iverson any advantage. If it's open season, it must be open season for all. Coleman is merely a pawn in his game. Once again beyond the three-point line, he shoots with precision, the ball slicing through the net. 14-4. The ensuing minutes devolve into a display of individual brilliance. Iverson scores 8 points through a combination of drives and jump shots, single-handedly advancing the 76ers. Su Xian, riding a hot streak, bombards from the perimeter, racking up 16 points, culminating in a staggering 26 points for the quarter, a record for a rookie in a single quarter. As the fans chant MVP, during the intermission, Su Xian inquires of Miller, "What are they saying?" "They are congratulating you for setting a record here." "Really? The fans here are quite nice," Su Xian quips. "Yes, it and Oppo's. It's dreadful here. The space is cramped, the noise overwhelming. Playing here feels like stepping into a gladiatorial arena. They boo not just the opposing players but our own as well. However, they never hesitate to shower applause and flowers." Su Xian had heard tales of Philadelphia's hardcore atmosphere. The famed 700-level fan section is notorious for its fervor. Even Rodman had been struck by beer cups here. Initially apprehensive, Su Xian now feels no fear. As the second quarter commences, Iverson opts to continue playing rather than rest. Stackhouse sits angrily on the bench, having taken only 4 shots in the first quarter, an intolerable situation that makes him fidgety and impatient. If Iverson won't rest, neither will Su Xian. The two engage in a fierce duel. When switched onto each other, Su Xian effortlessly outmaneuvers Iverson, be it in back-to-the-basket plays or pull-up jumpers, or even aggressive drives. Iverson is utterly unable to respond. During Iverson's offensive possession, Su Xian's 2 steals leave the young player scratching his head, as he seems all too familiar with Iverson's offensive patterns. With a remarkable wingspan of 220 centimeters, Su Xian embodies the role of Philadelphia's warden, shutting Iverson down entirely. In another counterattack by the Pacers, Su Xian slows the pace, deliberately waiting for Iverson to return on defense. Use your moves to defeat you. A decade of practice has gifted Su Xian with exceptional mimicry skills. He makes a wide change of direction, though his dribbling may not match Iverson's speed. It possesses greater amplitude and larger strides. Breaking to the right, Iverson cannot impede him. The feeble 76ers defense crumbles, and Su Xian rises with one hand, executing a thunderous dunk. 40 points. With the half yet to conclude, Su Xian has already amassed 40 points in the game. 58-32, a staggering point differential, provokes an uproar of boos from the 76ers home crowd. This is not a contest of equals, it is a massacre, one destined to be recorded in the annals of 76ers history. Coach Davis gazes vacantly, sensing he is in deep trouble. During halftime, 76ers staff overhear fierce arguments erupting in the locker room, as Stackhouse and Iverson exchange heated words. The young disciple of Jordan can no longer tolerate Iverson's solo antics. He demands ball control and the same freedom to shoot. As the second half commences, Iverson refuses to yield, striving to make a stand until the moment Su Xian scores his 50th point, which will signal the end. As the final buzzer sounds, the Pacers obliterate the 76ers at the Spectrum, 123-83, a terrifying 40-point margin that sets a new record for regular season disparities. Su Xian concludes the game with a remarkable 53 points, 8 rebounds, 7 assists, 5 steals, and 2 blocks, ensuring his name resonates throughout the world. Chapter 41. The fastest man in NBA history. A phenomenal outburst. Su Xian played for 32 minutes, scoring an astonishing 53 points, alongside 8 rebounds, 7 assists, 5 steals, and 2 blocks. Is it conceivable that a rookie could achieve such remarkable statistics? He is a phenomenon, and the last comparable talent dates back 30 to 40 years, during Wilt Chamberlain's reign over the league, which was equally terrifying. In his 9th game, Su Xian has already accomplished the feat of scoring 50 points in a single match. The fastest in history, the fastest rookie. The quickest to achieve such a milestone, he is colloquially known as the Fast Man. This is an achievement even Michael Jordan did not accomplish naturally. Comparisons will arise between Su Xian and Jordan, as they belong to the same era. He is the rightful heir to Jordan, the next deity of basketball. A league against Jordan? I believe Su Xian alone suffices. A flawless performance, an impeccable game, a perfect rookie. Indiana has welcomed a new hero. Reggie is aging. And Su Xian represents the future of the Pacers. A new dominion is being born, and Indiana's glory continues to flourish. Unprecedented praise floods in from newspapers, media outlets, and sports channels. Keith even knelt during a broadcast, presenting a photo of Su Xian dunking over Williams. OMG. Forgive my previous disrespect, Stewart, from this day forth. I shall become a devoted fan of Su Xian. A single performance has conquered millions of fans. At the very least, the younger fans have never witnessed such a sensational rookie display. Scoring over 50 points was immensely challenging in the 1990s, an era where three-point shooting was not prevalent. And the game was predominantly played in the half-court, allowing for physical contact on the perimeter. Under such rules, scoring 30 points was already a remarkable achievement, let alone the extraordinary feat of surpassing 50 points and leading the team to a resounding victory. As soon as Su Xian returned to the locker room, his teammates drenched him with water, with Miller being the most enthusiastic, laughing as he dumped an entire bucket over Su Xian before sprinting away. Fully utilizing the off-ball movement of a three-point shooter, comparable to Jordan, Su Xian is showcasing a remarkable individual scoring exhibition. At this moment, Jordan was in Phoenix, engaging with reporters. Tonight, Michael delivered a standard performance, without any three-point attempts, focusing instead on mid-range shots, going 16 for 29 from the field, with 5 out of 6 free throws, achieving 37 points with an efficiency of 55.2, leading his team to a commanding victory over the Phoenix Suns, who were without Barkley. He relished the media's adulation, basking in the ambience of supremacy, feeling as though he ruled over all. The bustling venue was filled with reverence for Jordan, yet suddenly, as if time had frozen, everyone simultaneously pulled out their phones to read text messages. Upon realizing the content, disbelief clouded the expressions of every journalist. A monumental news story. The astute reporters immediately discerned this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The founder of the anti-Jordan League scored 53 points, and Jordan himself was present. Would the proud Jordan react explosively if confronted? A reporter raised his hand, and Jordan nodded, signaling him to proceed. Michael. Su Xian just scored 53 points, along with 8 rebounds, 7 assists, 5 steals, and 2 blocks against Allen Iverson, leading his team to a significant victory over the Philadelphia 76ers. Previously, you stated that Allen was the strongest rookie of 1996. Do you still hold that view? This courageous inquiry incited envy among fellow reporters, who felt frustrated at missing such a swift opportunity. Jordan initially was taken aback, turning to Scottie Pippen and asking, "What did he just say? 53 points?" In contrast to Jordan's elation, Pippen's expression was less favorable. Tonight, Pippen also scored 37 points, with a higher shooting percentage. Yet all attention remained on Jordan, as if his presence overshadowed Pippen's accomplishments as an all-star who matched Jordan's score. Pippen, puzzled by Jordan's question, responded, "I heard him say Su Xian scored 53 points against Philadelphia. OMG, is that possible?" Pippen gazed at the questioning reporter with astonishment. Su Xian? 53 points? Philadelphia? A sense of foreboding washed over Jordan. Yes, Scotty. Su Xian has made history, setting the record for the quickest rookie to score over 50 points. He triumphed in his duel against Allen Iverson, leading the Pacers to victory. Upon receiving confirmation, Jordan's joyful expression faded. A palpable tension filled the air. With some reporters holding their breath, the demeanor of the basketball deity had swiftly shifted. Jordan's face darkened as he reconfirmed the information with his staff. Then gradually spoke, "This is indeed a cause for celebration. The league is witnessing an influx of exceptional talent. Su Xian is remarkable, and so is Allen. After my retirement, they may very well become the faces of the league." Scoring 53 points against Philadelphia? Their defense was abysmal. It's not surprising. In our next encounter, I could easily score 63 points against them. By the way, your question was excellent. I'll remember you. Best of luck. With that, Jordan exited the scene, leaving behind a group of stunned individuals and a bewildered reporter. Pippen struggled to suppress his amusement. He found it difficult to smile now that Jordan had departed, but he remained in front of the cameras. Witnessing Jordan's discomfort was oddly gratifying. He bore no ill will toward Jordan, but the prolonged overshadowing had ignited a rebellious spirit within him. Clearing his throat, Pippen interrupted the silence, Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any further questions? With Jordan gone, Pippen naturally became the center of attention, relishing the spotlight. Damn it, why was there still someone named Michael Jordan on the Bulls? En route to the locker room, Jordan's wrath was palpable. These damned imbeciles. What do they take me for? I am a four-time champion, the core of the team that set the best regular season record. The scoring champion, the steals leader, the king of the playoffs. This was his press conference, completely unrelated to Su Xian. 53 points, 8 rebounds, 7 assists, 5 steals, and 2 blocks. Just look at those lavish statistics. Jordan was furious, but he was not foolish. Instead, his competitive spirit had always been the source of his relentless drive. In his first year back from retirement, after a defeat in Orlando, he faced mockery from Magic player Anderson. The 45, Jordan wore number 45 upon his return, is not the same as the 23. The 23 could soar like a fighter jet, easily eluding you, but the 45 cannot. Jordan, fiercely competitive, became enraged and insisted on switching back to his former 23 jersey before the second game, regardless of the league and oppos, as penalties. True to his word, he scored 38 points, along with 4 steals and 4 blocks, aided by Pippen's 22 points, leading the Bulls to a decisive victory over the Magic by 10 points. His competitive spirit never wavered. The moment Jordan returned to the locker room, he requested the game tape of the 76ers versus Pacers match. He intended to analyze how Su Xian had evolved into such a formidable force during his absence from the Bulls. Chapter 42. Upgrading again, 3 major modules. Acquisition of training points. Amidst the clamor of the outside world, the legend of Su Xian continues. Scoring 53 points in a single game has set a new record for Su Xian on the NBA stage. Following his remarkable achievement of surpassing 50 points and leading his team to victory over the Philadelphia 76ers, the system began yet another upgrade. The upgrade consumed 2.5 hours, and Su Xian was eager to discover the surprises the enhanced system would bestow upon him. During the previous upgrade, the system's database template underwent a transformation, further enhancing player capabilities, and the progress of template activation was adjusted in accordance with the player's development. When the system prompted that the upgrade was complete, Su Xian hurriedly summoned the attributes panel to observe the changes. Player Combat Training Room, Player Skill Training Room, Training Points Mall. The introduction of these 3 new templates marked a significant alteration brought about by this system upgrade. First and foremost was the concept of training points. Victories, record-breaking performances, and task completions would yield training points, with the system evaluating player performance in each game on a scale of 5 levels: S, A, B, C, and D. Each level grants a different number of training points. S level rewards 1,000 points. A level provides 700. B level offers 400. C level grants 100. And D level provides a meager consolation of 20 points. The utility of training points is manifold. Initiating a training room requires training points. Purchasing items in the mall necessitates training points. And even illuminating player templates demands the expenditure of training points. System 2. 0 upgrade complete. Players no longer need to engage in one-on-one duels to activate character templates. By spending training points, they can illuminate templates and further upgrade player skills. Su Xian understood that this streamlined the process of finding training partners, allowing him to spend training points to locate relevant players in the database and compete against them to illuminate templates and gain attributes and skills. Of course, the offline method of seeking designated players for practice remained viable, consuming only Su Xian's training time rather than training points. After all, within the training rooms provided by the system, time stands still compared to the outside world, as long as he has sufficient training points. Su Xian could remain in the training room indefinitely. Regrettably, the training points required to initiate a training room were rather substantial. Without considering the activation of player templates, training-specific skills also necessitated the prior expenditure of training points, with training time calculated separately, a clear indication of unscrupulous commercial practices. Initial activation rewards 500 training points. 500 points were merely sufficient to open a single training room. After 2.5 hours, should he use them or not? Curiosity piqued. Su Xian attempted to access the Player Combat Training Room, recalling the player templates he had previously illuminated. Wait. If he first practices offline with a player to illuminate the template, then utilizes the Player Combat Training Room to enhance the progress, wouldn't that save him a considerable amount of training points? Eureka! He realized he was quite the genius. Who should he challenge to hone his skills? After much contemplation, Su Xian ultimately chose Michael Jordan, even though he had thoroughly outperformed the legendary player during his time with the Bulls. He had to admit that his chances of winning in a one-on-one duel against Jordan were not particularly high. This largely depended on who initiated the play. Should Jordan take the first shot, without any changes in possession, the basketball deity could sweep through with ease. Similarly, if Su Xian were to face Jordan and took the first shot, he too possessed the capability to dominate the legendary player. He was no longer the underdog of yesteryear. Fortunes shift over time, and he could not remain perpetually beneath Jordan's shadow. With Jordan selected, Su Xian initiated his offensive play. Unlike reality, the training room provided by the system allowed for a clearer perception of his own shortcomings. Every movement of the defender and each offensive choice he made resonated profoundly in Su Xian's mind. On the offensive end, Su Xian was already exchanging blows with Jordan. Despite Jordan's 9-time all-defensive selections and his recognition as Defensive Player of the Year as a guard, in a pure one-on-one contest devoid of external interference, Su Xian now harbored no fear of Jordan. The real challenge lay in how to restrict Jordan's performance on defense. What elevates Jordan to the status of a god on the court, aside from his unparalleled defensive intensity, is his offensive prowess, which stands at the pinnacle of the NBA. With 10 scoring titles and playoff averages exceeding 30 points, even the most formidable defensive pressure could not hinder Jordan's ability to carve out a path to the basket. To successfully defend against Jordan in a one-on-one situation was nearly an impossible feat. His offensive repertoire was too vast. He possessed the best mid-range jump shot in history, with an extraordinarily long hang time and physical attributes that left defenders in the dust. Why did Kobe fall short of Jordan? Was it due to a lack of talent? To be ranked among the top 20, even the top 10 superstars in history, one must possess formidable physical attributes. However, the gap between 99 and 100 is a chasm too wide for many prodigies to cross. In comparison to Jordan, Kobe's physical endowment was slightly lacking. Just that slight difference constituted the limit Kobe could never surpass in his lifetime. In the simulated training ground, after testing his offensive threat, Su Xian dedicated the remaining time entirely to defense. With Jordan holding the ball for an offensive play, Su Xian prepared to defend. He could not afford a moment's complacency. Jordan's release was swift. He halted abruptly and then launched into action. Su Xian attempted to contest the shot, but it was too late. Swish. The crisp sound of the net echoed as Jordan provocatively gestured in triumph. The system was so intelligent that it could simulate Jordan's personality as well. Su Xian was amused. This promised to be an entertaining challenge. Once more, Su Xian tossed the ball to Jordan, who wore a serious expression, vividly resembling the real Jordan standing before him. Engaging in a one-on-one duel. The overwhelming pressure enveloped Su Xian, a sensation he relished, challenging himself, striving for self-improvement. He bent his knees, quickened his footwork, and anticipated Jordan's path. Despite Jordan's rapid and intricate movements, Su Xian, whose lateral speed was not elite, still struggled to keep pace. Again, Jordan broke to the left, executing a challenging layup against Su Xian and Oppo's contest, yet still managed to score. I refuse to believe you can maintain such luck. Once more, Su Xian and Oppo's competitive spirit ignited. He was determined to successfully defend at least once today. He was now fully committed to besting Miss Jordan.